Sirach, chapters 1 through 15 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The knowledge of many and great things hath been shown us by the law and the prophets, and others that have followed them, for which things Israel is to be commended for doctrine and wisdom, because not only they that speak must needs be skillful, but strangers also, both speaking and writing, may by their means become most learned. My grandfather Jesus, after he had much given himself to a diligent reading of the law and the prophets, and other books that were delivered to us from our fathers, had a mind also to write something himself, pertaining to doctrine and wisdom, that such as are desirous to learn and are made knowing in these things may be more and more attentive in mind, and be strengthened to live according to the law. I entreat you, therefore, to come with benevolence, and to read with attention, and to pardon us for those things wherein we may seem, while we follow the image of wisdom, to come short in the composition of words. For the Hebrew words have not the same force in them when translated into another tongue. And not only these, but the law also itself, and the prophets, and the rest of the books, have no small difference when they are spoken in their own language. For in the 38th year, coming into Egypt, when Ptolemy Evergetes was king, and continuing there a long time, I found there books left of no small nor contemptible learning. Therefore I thought it good and necessary for me to bestow some diligence and labor to interpret this book. And with much watching and study and some space of time, I brought the book to an end, and set it forth for the service of them that are willing to apply their mind, and to learn how they ought to conduct themselves, who propose to lead their life according to the law of the Lord. All wisdom is from the Lord God, and hath always been with him, and is before all time. Who hath numbered the sand of the sea, and the drops of rain, and the days of the world? Who hath measured the height of heaven, and the breadth of the earth, and the depth of the abyss? Who hath searched out the wisdom of God that goeth before all things? Wisdom hath been created before all things, and the understanding of prudence from everlasting. The word of God on high is the fountain of wisdom, and her ways are everlasting commandments. To whom hath the root of wisdom been revealed, and who hath known her wise counsels? To whom hath the discipline of wisdom been revealed and made manifest? And who hath understood the multiplicity of her steps? There is one most high Creator almighty, and a powerful King, and greatly to be feared, who sitteth upon his throne, and is the God of dominion. He created her in the Holy Ghost, and saw her, and numbered her, and measured her, and he poured her out upon all his works, and upon all flesh according to his gift, and hath given her to them that love him. The fear of the Lord is honor, and glory, and gladness, and a crown of joy. The fear of the Lord shall delight the heart, and shall give joy, and gladness, and length of days. With him that feareth the Lord it shall go well in the latter end, and in the day of his death he shall be blessed. The love of God is honorable wisdom, and they to whom she shall show herself love her by the sight, and by the knowledge of her great works. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and was created with the faithful in the womb. It walketh with chosen women, and is known with the just and faithful. The fear of the Lord is the religiousness of knowledge. Religiousness shall keep and justify the heart. It shall give joy and gladness. It shall go well with him that feareth the Lord, and in the days of his end he shall be blessed. To fear God is the fullness of wisdom, and fullness is from the fruits thereof. She shall fill all her house with her increase, and the storehouses with her treasures. The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom, filling up peace and the fruit of salvation. And it hath seen and numbered her, but both are the gifts of God. Wisdom shall distribute knowledge, and understanding of prudence, and exalteth the glory of them that hold her. The root of wisdom is to fear the Lord, and the branches thereof are long-lived. In the treasures of wisdom is understanding, and religiousness of knowledge, but to sinners wisdom is an abomination. The fear of the Lord driveth out sin, for he that is without fear cannot be justified, for the wrath of his high spirits is his ruin. A patient man shall bear for a time, and afterwards joy shall be restored to him. A good understanding will hide his words for a time, and the lips of many shall declare his wisdom. In the treasures of wisdom is the signification of discipline, but the worship of God is an abomination to a sinner. Son, if thou desire wisdom, keep justice, and God will give her to thee. For the fear of the Lord is wisdom and discipline, and that which is agreeable to him is faith and meekness, and he will fill up his treasures. Be not incredulous to the fear of the Lord, and come not to him with a double heart. Be not a hypocrite in the sight of men, and let not thy lips be a stumbling block to thee. Watch over them, lest thou fall, and bring dishonor upon thy soul, and God discover thy secrets, and cast thee down in the midst of the congregation. Because thou camest to the Lord wickedly, and thy heart is full of guile and deceit. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Son, when thou comest to the service of God, stand in justice and in fear, and prepare thy soul for temptation. Humble thy heart and endure. Incline thy ear, and receive the words of understanding, and make not haste in the time of clouds. Wait on God with patience. Join thyself to God, and endure, that thy life may be increased in the latter end. Take all that shall be brought upon thee, and in thy sorrow endure, and in thy humiliation keep patience. For gold and silver are tried in the fire, but acceptable men in the furnace of humiliation. Believe God, and he will recover thee, and direct thy way, and trust in him. Keep his fear, and grow old therein. Ye that fear the Lord, wait for his mercy, and go not aside from him, lest ye fall. Ye that fear the Lord, believe him, and your reward shall not be made void. Ye that fear the Lord, hope in him, and mercy shall come to you for your delight. Ye that fear the Lord, love him, and your hearts shall be enlightened. My children, behold the generations of men, and know ye that no one hath hoped in the Lord, and hath been confounded. For who hath continued in his commandment, and hath been forsaken? Or who hath called upon him, and he despised him? For God is compassionate and merciful, and will forgive sins in the day of tribulation, and he is a protector to all that seek him in truth. Woe to them that are of a double heart, and to wicked lips, and to the hands that do evil, and to the sinner that goeth on the earth 2 ways. Woe to them that are faint-hearted, who believe not God, and therefore they shall not be protected by him. Woe to them that have lost patience, and that have forsaken the right ways, and have gone aside into crooked ways. And what will they do when the Lord shall begin to examine? They that fear the Lord will not be incredulous to his word, and they that love him will keep his way. They that fear the Lord will seek after the things that are well-pleasing to him, and they that love him shall be filled with his law. They that fear the Lord will prepare their hearts, and in his sight will sanctify their souls. They that fear the Lord keep his commandments, and will have patience even until his visitation, saying, If we do not penance, we shall fall into the hands of the Lord, and not into the hands of men. For according to his greatness, so also is his mercy with him. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. The sons of wisdom are the church of the just, and their generation obedience and love. Children, hear the judgment of your father, and so do that you may be saved. For God hath made the father honorable to the children, and seeking the judgment of the mothers hath confirmed it upon the children. He that loveth God shall obtain pardon for his sins by prayer, and shall refrain himself from them, and shall be heard in the prayer of days. And he that honoureth his mother is as one that layeth up a treasure. He that honoureth his father shall have joy in his own children, and in the day of his prayer he shall be heard. He that honoureth his father shall enjoy a long life, and he that obeyeth the father shall be a comfort to his mother. He that feareth the Lord honoureth his parents, and will serve them as his masters that brought him into the world. Honour thy father in work and word and all patience, that a blessing may come upon thee from him, and his blessing may remain in the latter end. The father's blessing establisheth the houses of the children, but the mother's curse rooteth up the foundation. Glory not in the dishonour of thy father, for his shame is no glory to thee. For the glory of a man is from the honour of his father, and a father without honour is the disgrace of the son. Son, support the old age of thy father, and grieve him not in his life, and if his understanding fail, have patience with him, and despise him not when thou art in thy strength, for the relieving of the father shall not be forgotten. For good shall be repaid to thee for the sin of thy mother. And in justice thou shalt be built up, and in the day of affliction thou shalt be remembered, and thy sins shall melt away as the ice in the fair warm weather. Of what an evil fame is he that forsaketh his father, and he is cursed of God that angereth his mother. My son, do thy works in meekness, and thou shalt be beloved above the glory of men. The greater thou art, the more humble thyself in all things, and thou shalt find grace before God. For great is the power of God alone, and he is honored by the humble. Seek not the things that are too high for thee, and search not into things above thy ability, but the things that God hath commanded thee, think on them always, and in many of his works be not curious. For it is not necessary for thee to see with thy eyes those things that are hid. In unnecessary matters be not over-curious, and in many of his works thou shalt not be inquisitive. For many things are shown to thee above the understanding of men, and the suspicion of them hath deceived many, and hath detained their minds in vanity. A hard heart shall fear evil at the last, and he that loveth danger shall perish in it. A heart that goeth two ways shall not have success, and the perverse of heart shall be scandalized therein. A wicked heart shall be laden with sorrows, and the sinner will add sin to sin. The congregation of the proud shall not be healed, for the plant of wickedness shall take root in them, and it shall not be perceived. The heart of the wise is understood in wisdom, and a good ear will hear wisdom with all desire. A wise heart, and which hath understanding, will abstain from sins, and in the works of justice shall have success. Water quencheth a flaming fire, and alms resisteth sins. And God provideth for him that showeth favor. He remembereth him afterwards, and in the time of his fall he shall find a sure stay. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Son, defraud not the poor of alms, and turn not away thy eyes from the poor. Despise not the hungry soul, and provoke not the poor in his want. Afflict not the heart of the needy, and defer not to give to him that is in distress. Reject not the petition of the afflicted, and turn not away thy face from the needy. Turn not away thy eyes from the poor for fear of anger, and leave not to them that ask of thee to curse thee behind thy back. For the prayer of him that curseth thee in the bitterness of his soul shall be heard, for he that made him will hear him. Make thyself affable to the congregation of the poor, and humble thy soul to the ancient, and bow thy head to a great man. Bow down thy ear cheerfully to the poor, and pay what thou owest, and answer him peaceable words with mildness. Deliver him that suffereth wrong out of the hand of the proud, and be not faint-hearted in thy soul. In judging be merciful to the fatherless as a father, and as a husband to their mother. And thou shalt be as the obedient Son of the Most High, and he will have mercy on thee more than a mother. Wisdom inspireth life into her children, and protecteth them that seek after her, and will go before them in the way of justice. And he that loveth her loveth life, and they that watch for her shall embrace her sweetness. They that hold her fast shall inherit life, and whithersoever she entereth, God will give a blessing. They that serve her shall be servants to the Holy One, and God loveth them that love her. He that hearkeneth to her shall judge nations, and he that looketh upon her shall remain secure. If he trust to her, he shall inherit her, and his generation shall be in assurance. For she walketh with him in temptation, and at the first she chooseth him. She will bring upon him fear and dread and trial, and she will scourge him with the affliction of her discipline, till she try him by her laws, and trust his soul. Then she will strengthen him, and make a straight way to him, and give him joy, and will disclose her secrets to him, and will heap upon him treasures of knowledge and understanding of justice. But if he go astray, she will forsake him, and deliver him into the hands of his enemy. Son, observe the time, and fly from evil, For thy soul be not ashamed to say the truth, for there is a shame that bringeth sin, and there is a shame that bringeth glory and grace. Accept no person against thy own person, nor against thy soul a lie. Reverence not thy neighbor in his fall, and refrain not to speak in the time of salvation. Hide not thy wisdom in her beauty, for by the tongue wisdom is discerned, and understanding and knowledge and learning by the word of the wise, and steadfastness in the works of justice. In no wise speak against the truth, but be ashamed of the lie of thy ignorance. Be not ashamed to confess thy sins, but submit not thyself to every man for sin. Resist not against the face of the mighty, and do not strive against the stream of the river. Strive for justice for thy soul, and even unto death fight for justice, and God will overthrow thy enemies for thee. Be not hasty in thy tongue, and slack and remiss in thy works. Be not as a lion in thy house, terrifying them of thy household, and oppressing them that are under thee. Let not thy hand be stretched out to receive, and shut when thou shouldst give. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Set not thy heart upon unjust possessions, and say not, I have enough to live on, for it shall be of no service in the time of vengeance and darkness. Follow not in thy strength the desires of thy heart, and say not, How mighty am I, and who shall bring me under for my deeds? For God will surely take revenge. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath befallen me? For the Most High is a patient rewarder. Be not without fear about sin forgiven, and add not sin upon sin. And say not, The mercy of the Lord is great, he will have mercy on the multitude of my sins. For mercy and wrath quickly come from him, and his wrath looketh upon sinners. Delay not to be converted to the Lord, and defer it not from day to day. For his wrath shall come on a sudden, and in the time of vengeance he will destroy thee. Be not anxious for goods unjustly gotten, for they shall not profit thee in the day of calamity and revenge. Winnow not with every wind, and go not into every way, for so is every sinner proved by a double tongue. Be steadfast in the way of the Lord, and in the truth of thy judgment, and in knowledge, and let the word of peace and justice keep with thee. Be meek to hear the word, that thou mayst understand, and return a true answer with wisdom. If thou have understanding, answer thy neighbor, but if not, let thy hand be upon thy mouth, lest thou be surprised in an unskilful word, and be confounded. Honor and glory is in the word of the wise, but the tongue of the fool is his ruin. Be not called a whisperer, and be not taken in thy tongue and confounded. For confusion and repentance is upon a thief, and an evil mark of disgrace upon the double-tongued. But to the whisperer hatred, and enmity, and reproach. Justify alike the small and the great. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Instead of a friend, become not an enemy to thy neighbor, for an evil man shall inherit reproach and shame, so shall every sinner that is envious and double-tongued. Extol not thyself in the thoughts of thy soul like a bull, lest thy strength be quashed by folly, and it eat up thy leaves, and destroy thy fruit, and thou be left as a dry tree in the wilderness. For a wicked soul shall destroy him that hath it, and maketh him to be a joy to his enemies, and shall lead him into the lot of the wicked. A sweet word multiplieth friends, and appeaseth enemies, and a gracious tongue in a good man aboundeth. Be in peace with many, but let one of 1,000 be thy counselor. If thou wouldst get a friend, try him before thou takest him, and do not credit him easily. For there is a friend for his own occasion, and he will not abide in the day of thy trouble. And there is a friend that turneth to enmity, and there is a friend that will disclose hatred and strife and reproaches. And there is a friend, a companion at the table, and he will not abide in the day of distress. A friend, if he continue steadfast, shall be to thee as thyself, and shall act with confidence among them of thy household. If he humble himself before thee, and hide himself from thy face, thou shalt have unanimous friendship for good. Separate thyself from thy enemies, and take heed of thy friends. A faithful friend is a strong defense, and he that hath found him hath found a treasure. Nothing can be compared to a faithful friend, and no weight of gold and silver is able to countervail the goodness of his fidelity. A faithful friend is the medicine of life and immortality, and they that fear the Lord shall find him. He that feareth God shall likewise have good friendship, because according to him shall his friend be. My son, from thy youth up receive instruction, and even to thy gray hairs thou shalt find wisdom. Come to her as one that ploweth and soweth, and wait for her good fruits. For in working about her thou shalt labor a little, and shalt quickly eat of her fruits. How very unpleasant is wisdom to the unlearned, and the unwise will not continue with her. She shall be to them as a mighty stone of trial, and they will cast her from them before it be long. For the wisdom of doctrine is according to her name, and she is not manifest unto many, but with them to whom she is known, she continueth even to the sight of God. Give ear, my son, and take wise counsel, and cast not away my advice. Put thy feet into her fetters, and thy neck into her chains. Bow down thy shoulder, and bear her, and be not grieved with her bands. Come to her with all thy mind, and keep her ways with all thy power. Search for her, and she shall be made known to thee. And when thou hast gotten her, let her not go. For in the latter end thou shalt find rest in her, and she shall be turned to thy joy. Then shall her fetters be a strong defense for thee, and a firm foundation, and her chain a robe of glory. For in her is the beauty of life, and her bands are a healthful binding. Thou shalt put her on as a robe of glory, and thou shalt set her upon thee as a crown of joy. My son, if thou wilt attend to me, thou shalt learn, and if thou wilt apply thy mind, thou shalt be wise. If thou wilt incline thy ear, thou shalt receive instruction, and if thou love to hear, thou shalt be wise. Stand in the multitude of ancients that are wise, and join thyself from thy heart to their wisdom, that thou mayst hear every discourse of God, and the sayings of praise may not escape thee. And if thou see a man of understanding, go to him early in the morning, and let thy foot wear the steps of his doors. Let thy thoughts be upon the precepts of God, and meditate continually on his commandments, and he will give thee a heart, and the desire of wisdom shall be given to thee. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Do no evils, and no evils shall lay hold of thee. Depart from the unjust, and evils shall depart from thee. My son, sow not evils in the furrows of injustice, and thou shalt not reap them sevenfold. Seek not of the Lord a preeminence, nor of the king the seat of honor. Justify not thyself before God, for he knoweth the heart, and desire not to appear wise before the king. Seek not to be made a judge, unless thou have strength enough to extirpate iniquities, lest thou fear the person of the powerful, and lay a stumbling block for thy integrity. Offend not against the multitude of a city, neither cast thyself in upon the people, nor bind sin to sin, for even in one thou shalt not be unpunished. Be not faint-hearted in thy mind. Neglect not to pray and to give alms. Say not, God will have respect to the multitude of my gifts, and when I offer to the Most High God, he will accept my offerings. Laugh no man to scorn in the bitterness of his soul, for there is one that humbleth and exalteth, God who seeth all. Devise not a lie against thy brother, neither do the like against thy friend. Be not willing to make any manner of lie, for the custom thereof is not good. Be not full of words in a multitude of ancients, and repeat not the word in thy prayer. Hate not laborious works, nor husbandry ordained by the Most High. Number not thyself among the multitude of the disorderly. Remember wrath, for it will not tarry long. Humble thy spirit very much, for the vengeance on the flesh of the ungodly is fire and worms. Do not transgress against thy friend deferring money, nor despise thy dear brother for the sake of gold. Depart not from a wise and good wife, whom thou hast gotten in the fear of the Lord, for the grace of her modesty is above gold. Hurt not the servant that worketh faithfully, nor the hired man that giveth thee his life. Let a wise servant be dear to thee as thy own soul. Defraud him not of liberty, nor leave him needy. Hast thou cattle? Have an eye to them, and if they be for thy profit, keep them with thee. Hast thou children? Instruct them, and bow down their neck from their childhood. Hast thou daughters? Have a care of their body, and show not thy countenance gay towards them. Marry thy daughter well, and thou shalt do a great work, and give her to a wise man. If thou hast a wife according to thy soul, cast her not off, and to her that is hateful trust not thyself. With thy whole heart honor thy father, and forget not the groanings of thy mother. Remember that thou hadst not been born but through them, and make a return to them as they have done for thee. With all thy soul fear the Lord, and reverence his priests. With all thy strength love him that made thee, and forsake not his ministers. Honor God with all thy soul, and give honor to the priests, and purify thyself with thy arms. Give them their portion, as it is commanded thee, of the first fruits and of purifications, and for thy negligences purify thyself with a few. Offer to the Lord the gift of thy shoulders, and the sacrifice of sanctification, and the first fruits of the holy things, and stretch out thy hand to the poor, that thy expiation and thy blessing may be perfected. A gift hath grace in the sight of all the living, and restrain not grace from the dead. Be not wanting in comforting them that weep, and walk with them that mourn. Be not slow to visit the sick, for by these things thou shalt be confirmed in love. In all thy works remember thy last end, and thou shalt never sin. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Strive not with a powerful man, lest thou fall into his hands. Contend not with a rich man, lest he bring an action against thee. For gold and silver hath destroyed many, and hath reached even to the heart of kings, and perverted them. Strive not with a man that is full of tongue, and heap not wood upon his fire. Communicate not with an ignorant man, lest he speak ill of thy family. Despise not a man that turneth away from sin, nor reproach him therewith. Remember that we are all worthy of reproof. Despise not a man in his old age, for we also shall become old. Rejoice not at the death of thy enemy, knowing that we all die, and are not willing that others should rejoice at our death. Despise not the discourse of them that are ancient and wise, but acquaint thyself with their proverbs. For of them thou shalt learn wisdom, and instruction of understanding, and to serve great men without blame. Let not the discourse of the ancients escape thee, for they have learned of their fathers. For of them thou shalt learn understanding, and to give an answer in time of need. Kindle not the coals of sinners by rebuking them, lest thou be burnt with the flame of the fire of their sins. Stand not against the face of an injurious person, lest he sit as a spy, to entrap thee in thy words. Lend not to a man that is mightier than thyself, and if thou lendest, count it as lost. Be not surety above thy power, and if thou be surety, think as if thou wert to pay it. Judge not against a judge, for he judgeth according to that which is just. Go not on the way with a bold man, lest he burden thee with his evils, for he goeth according to his own will, and thou shalt perish together with his folly. Quarrel not with a passionate man, and go not into the desert with a bold man, for blood is as nothing in his sight, and where there is no help, he will overthrow thee. Advise not with fools, for they cannot love but such things as please them. Before a stranger do no matter of counsel, for thou knowest not what he will bring forth. Open not thy heart to every man, lest he repay thee with an evil turn, and speak reproachfully to thee. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Be not jealous over the wife of thy bosom, lest she show in thy regard the malice of a wicked lesson. Give not the power of thy soul to a woman, lest she enter upon thy strength, and thou be confounded. Look not upon a woman that hath a mind for many, lest thou fall into her snares. Use not much the company of her that is a dancer, and hearken not to her, lest thou perish by the force of her charms. Gaze not upon a maiden, lest her beauty be a stumbling block to thee. Give not thy soul to harlots in any point, lest thou destroy thyself and thy inheritance. Look not round about thee in the ways of the city, nor wander up and down in the streets thereof. Turn away thy face from a woman dressed up, and gaze not about upon another's beauty. For many have perished by the beauty of a woman, and hereby lust is enkindled as a fire. Every woman that is a harlot shall be trodden upon as dung in the way. Many, by admiring the beauty of another man's wife, have become reprobate, for her conversation burneth as fire. Sit not at all with another man's wife, nor repose upon the bed with her. And strive not with her over wine, lest thy heart decline towards her, and by thy blood thou fall into destruction. Forsake not an old friend, for the new will not be like to him. A new friend is as new wine. It shall grow old, and thou shalt drink it with pleasure. Envy not the glory and riches of a sinner, for thou knowest not what his ruin shall be. Be not pleased with the wrong done by the unjust, knowing that even to hell the wicked shall not please. Keep thee far from the man that hath power to kill, so thou shalt not suspect the fear of death. And if thou come to him, commit no fault, lest he take away thy life. Know it to be a communication with death, for thou art going in the midst of snares, and walking upon the arms of them that are grieved. According to thy power, beware of thy neighbor, and treat with the wise and prudent. Let just men be thy guests, and let thy glory be in the fear of God. And let the thought of God be in thy mind, and all thy discourse on the commandments of the highest. Works shall be praised for the hand of the artificers, and the prince of the people for the wisdom of his speech, but the word of the ancients for the sense. A man full of tongue is terrible in his city, and he that is rash in his word shall be hateful. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. A wise judge shall judge his people, and the government of a prudent man shall be steady. As the judge of the people is himself, so also are his ministers. And what manner of man the ruler of a city is, such also are they that dwell therein. An unwise king shall be the ruin of his people, and cities shall be inhabited through the prudence of the rulers. The power of the earth is in the hand of God, and in his time he will raise up a profitable ruler over it. The prosperity of man is in the hand of God, and upon the person of the scribe he shall lay his honor. Remember not any injury done thee by thy neighbor, and do thou nothing by deeds of injury. Pride is hateful before God and men, and all iniquity of nations is execrable. A kingdom is translated from one people to another because of injustices and wrongs and injuries and divers deceits. But nothing is more wicked than the covetous man. Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than to love money, for such a one setteth even his own soul to sale, because while he liveth he hath cast away his bowels. all power is of short life. A long sickness is troublesome to the physician. The physician cutteth off a short sickness, so also a king is today, and tomorrow he shall die. For when a man shall die, he shall inherit serpents and beasts and worms. The beginning of the pride of man is to fall off from God, because his heart is departed from him that made him. For pride is the beginning of all sin. He that holdeth it shall be filled with maledictions, and it shall ruin him in the end. Therefore hath the Lord disgraced the assemblies of the wicked, and hath utterly destroyed them. God hath overturned the thrones of proud princes, and hath set up the meek in their stead. God hath made the roots of proud nations to wither, and hath planted the humble of these nations. The Lord hath overthrown the lands of the Gentiles, and hath destroyed them even to the foundation. He hath made some of them to wither away, and hath destroyed them, and hath made the memory of them to cease from the earth. God hath abolished the memory of the proud, and hath preserved the memory of them that are humble in mind. Pride was not made for men, nor wrath for the race of women. That seed of men shall be honored which feareth God, but that seed shall be dishonored which transgresseth the commandments of the Lord. In the midst of brethren their chief is honorable, so shall they that fear the Lord be in his eyes. The fear of God is the glory of the rich, and of the honorable, and of the poor. Despise not a just man that is poor, and do not magnify a sinful man that is rich. The great man, and the judge, and the mighty is in honor, and there is none greater than he that feareth God. They that are free shall serve a servant that is wise, and a man that is prudent and well instructed will not murmur when he is reproved, and he that is ignorant shall not be honored. Extol not thyself in doing thy work, and linger not in the time of distress. Better is he that laboureth and aboundeth in all things, than he that boasteth himself and wanteth bread. My son, keep thy soul in meekness, and give it honor according to its desert. Who will justify him that sinneth against his own soul? And who will honor him that dishonoureth his own soul? The poor man is glorified by his discipline and fear, and there is a man that is honored for his wealth. But he that is glorified in poverty, how much more in wealth? And he that is glorified in wealth, let him fear poverty. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. The wisdom of the humble shall exalt his head, and shall make him sit in the midst of great men. Praise not a man for his beauty, neither despise a man for his look. The bee is small among flying things, but her fruit hath the chiefest sweetness. Glory not in apparel at any time, and be not exalted in the day of thy honor, for the works of the highest only are wonderful, and his works are glorious and secret and hidden. Many tyrants have sat on the throne, and he whom no man would think on hath worn the crown. Many mighty men have been greatly brought down, and the glorious have been delivered into the hand of others. Before thou inquire, blame no man, and when thou hast inquired, reprove justly. Before thou hear, answer not a word, and interrupt not others in the midst of their discourse. Strive not in a matter which doth not concern thee, and sit not in judgment with sinners. My son, meddle not with many matters, and if thou be rich, thou shalt not be free from sin. For if thou pursue after, thou shalt not overtake, and if thou run before, thou shalt not escape. There is an ungodly man that laboureth and maketh haste, and is in sorrow, and is so much the more in want. Again, there is an inactive man that wanteth help, is very weak in ability, and full of poverty. Yet the eye of God hath looked upon him for good, and hath lifted him up from his low estate, and hath exalted his head. And many have wondered at him, and have glorified God. Good things and evil, life and death, poverty and riches, are from God. Wisdom and discipline, and the knowledge of the law are with God. Love and the ways of good things are with him. Error and darkness are created with sinners, and they that glory in evil things grow old in evil. The gift of God abideth with the just, and his advancement shall have success forever. There is one that is enriched by living sparingly, and this is the portion of his reward, in that he saith, I have found me rest, and now I will eat of my goods alone. And he knoweth not what time shall pass, and that death approacheth, and that he must leave all to others, and shall die. Be steadfast in thy covenant, and be conversant therein, and grow old in the work of thy commandments. Abide not in the works of sinners, but trust in God, and stay in thy place. For it is easy in the eyes of God on a sudden to make the poor man rich. The blessing of God maketh haste to reward the just, and in a swift hour his blessing beareth fruit. Say not, What need I, and what good shall I have by this? Say not, I am sufficient for myself, and what shall I be made worse by this? In the day of good things be not unmindful of evils, and in the day of evils be not unmindful of good things. For it is easy before God in the day of death to reward every one according to his ways. The affliction of an hour maketh one forget great delights, and in the end of a man is the disclosing of his works. Praise not any man before death, for a man is known by his children. Bring not every man into thy house, for many are the snares of the deceitful. For as corrupted bowels send forth stinking breath, and as the partridge is brought into the cage, and as the roe into the snare, so also is the heart of the proud, and as a spy that looketh on the fall of his neighbor. For he lieth in wait, and turneth good into evil, and on the elect he will lay a blot. Of one spark cometh a great fire, and of one deceitful man much blood, and a sinful man lieth in wait for blood. Take heed to thyself of a mischievous man, for he worketh evils, lest he bring upon thee reproach forever. Receive a stranger in, and he shall overthrow thee with a whirlwind, and shall turn thee out of thy own. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. If thou do good, know to whom thou dost it, and there shall be much thanks for thy good deeds. Do good to the just, and thou shalt find great recompense, and if not of him, assuredly of the Lord. For there is no good for him that is always occupied in evil, and that giveth no alms. For the Highest hateth sinners, and hath mercy on the penitent. Give to the merciful, and uphold not the sinner. God will repay vengeance to the ungodly and to sinners, and keep them against the day of vengeance. Give to the good, and receive not a sinner. Do good to the humble, and give not to the ungodly. Hold back thy bread, and give it not to him, lest thereby he overmaster thee. For thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done to him. For the Highest also hateth sinners, and will repay vengeance to the ungodly. A friend shall not be known in prosperity, and an enemy shall not be hidden in adversity. In the prosperity of a man his enemies are grieved, and a friend is known in his adversity. Never trust thy enemy, for as a brass pot his wickedness rusteth. Though he humble himself, and go crouching, yet take good heed, and beware of him. Set him not by thee, neither let him sit on thy right hand, lest he turn into thy place, and seek to take thy seat. And at the last thou acknowledge my words, and be pricked with my sayings. Who will pity an enchanter struck by a serpent, or any that come near wild beasts? So is it with him that keepeth company with a wicked man, and is involved in his sins. For an hour he will abide with thee, but if thou begin to decline, he will not endure it. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he lieth in wait, to throw thee into a pit. An enemy weepeth with his eyes, but if he find an opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood, and if evils come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. An enemy hath tears in his eyes, and while he pretendeth to help thee, will undermine thy feet. He will shake his head, and clap his hands, and whisper much, and change his countenance. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. He that toucheth pitch shall be defiled with it, and he that hath fellowship with the proud shall put on pride. He shall take a burden upon himself that hath fellowship with one more honorable than himself, and have no fellowship with one that is richer than thyself. What agreement shall the earthen pot have with the kettle? For if they knock one against the other, it shall be broken. The rich man hath done wrong, and yet he will fume, but the poor is wronged, and must hold his peace. If thou give, he will make use of thee, and if thou have nothing, he will forsake thee. If thou have anything, he will live with thee, and will make thee bear, and he will not be sorry for thee. If he have need of thee, he will deceive thee, and smiling upon thee will put thee in hope. He will speak thee fair, and will say, What wantest thou? And he will shame thee by his meats, till he have drawn thee dry twice or thrice, and at last he will laugh at thee. And afterward, when he seeth thee, he will forsake thee, and shake his head at thee. Humble thyself to God, and wait for his hands. Beware that thou be not deceived into folly, and be humbled. Be not lowly in thy wisdom, lest being humbled thou be deceived into folly. If thou be invited by one that is mightier, withdraw thyself, for so he will invite thee the more. Be not troublesome to him, lest thou be put back, and keep not far from him, lest thou be forgotten. Affect not to speak with him as an equal, and believe not his many words, for by much talk he will sift thee, and smiling will examine thee concerning thy secrets. His cruel mind will lay up thy words, and he will not spare to do thee hurt, and to cast thee into prison. Take heed to thyself, and attend diligently to what thou hearest, for thou walkest in danger of thy ruin. When thou hearest those things, see as it were in sleep, and thou shalt awake. Love God all thy life, and call upon him for thy salvation. Every beast loveth its like, so also every man him that is nearest to himself. All flesh shall consort with the like to itself, and every man shall associate himself to his like. If the wolf shall at any time have fellowship with the lamb, so the sinner with the just. What fellowship hath a holy man with a dog, or what part hath the rich with the poor? The wild ass is the lion's prey in the desert, so also the poor are devoured by the rich. And as humility is an abomination to the proud, so also the rich man abhorreth the poor. When a rich man is shaken, he is kept up by his friends. But when a poor man is fallen down, he is thrust away even by his acquaintance. When a rich man hath been deceived, he hath many helpers. He hath spoken proud things, and they have justified him. The poor man was deceived, and he is rebuked also. He hath spoken wisely, and could have no place. The rich man spoke, and all held their peace, and what he said they extol even to the clouds. The poor man spoke, and they say, Who is this? And if he stumble, they will overthrow him. Riches are good to him that hath no sin in his conscience, and poverty is very wicked in the mouth of the ungodly. The heart of a man changeth his countenance, either for good or for evil. The token of a good heart and a good countenance thou shalt hardly find, and with labor. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Blessed is the man that hath not slipped by a word out of his mouth, and is not pricked with the remorse of sin. Happy is he that hath had no sadness of his mind, and who is not fallen from his hope. Riches are not comely for a covetous man and a niggard, and what should an envious man do with gold? He that gathereth together by wronging his own soul gathereth for others, and another will squander away his goods in rioting. He that is evil to himself, to whom will he be good? And he shall not take pleasure in his goods. There is none worse than he that envieth himself, and this is the reward of his wickedness. And if he do good, he doth it ignorantly and unwillingly, and at the last he discovereth his wickedness. The eye of the envious is wicked, and he turneth away his face, and despiseth his own soul. The eye of the covetous man is insatiable in his portion of iniquity. He will not be satisfied till he consume his own soul, drying it up. An evil eye is towards evil things, and he shall not have his fill of bread, but shall be needy and pensive at his own table. My son, if thou have anything, do good to thyself, and offer to God worthy offerings. Remember that death is not slow, and that the covenant of hell hath been shown to thee, for the covenant of this world shall surely die. Do good to thy friend before thou die, and according to thy ability, stretching out thy hand, give to the poor. Defraud not thyself of the good day, and let not the part of a good gift overpass thee. Shalt thou not leave to others to divide by lot thy sorrows and labors? Give and take, and justify thy soul. Before thy death work justice, for in hell there is no finding food. All flesh shall fade as grass, and as the leaf that springeth out on a green tree. Some grow, and some fall off. So is the generation of flesh and blood. One cometh to an end, and another is born. Every work that is corruptible shall fail in the end, and the worker thereof shall go with it. And every excellent work shall be justified, and the worker thereof shall be honored therein. Blessed is the man that shall continue in wisdom, and that shall meditate in his justice, and in his mind shall think of the all-seeing eye of God. He that considereth her ways in his heart, and hath understanding in her secrets, who goeth after her as one that traceth, and stayeth in her ways. He who looketh in at her windows, and hearkeneth at her door, he that lodgeth near her house, and fastening a pin in her walls, shall set up his tent nigh unto her, where good things shall rest in his lodging for ever. He shall set his children under her shelter, and shall lodge under her branches. He shall be protected under her covering from the heat, and shall rest in her glory. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. He that feareth God will do good, and he that possesseth justice shall lay hold on her, and she will meet him as an honorable mother, and will receive him as a wife married of a virgin. With the bread of life and understanding she shall feed him, and give him the water of wholesome wisdom to drink, and she shall be made strong in him, and he shall not be moved. And she shall hold him fast, and he shall not be confounded, and she shall exalt him among his neighbors. And in the midst of the church she shall open his mouth, and shall fill him with the spirit of wisdom and understanding, and shall clothe him with a robe of glory. She shall heap upon him a treasure of joy and gladness, and shall cause him to inherit an everlasting name. But foolish men shall not obtain her, and wise men shall meet her. Foolish men shall not see her, for she is far from pride and deceit. Lying men shall not be mindful of her, but men that speak truth shall be found with her, and shall advance even till they come to the sight of God. Praise is not seemly in the mouth of a sinner, for wisdom came forth from God, for praise shall be with the wisdom of God, and shall abound in a faithful mouth, and the sovereign Lord will give praise unto it. Say not, it is through God that she is not with me, for do not thou the things that he hateth. Say not, he hath caused me to err, for he hath no need of wicked men. The Lord hateth all abomination of error, and they that fear him shall not love it. God made man from the beginning, and left him in the hand of his own counsel. He added his commandments and precepts. If thou wilt keep the commandments, and perform acceptable fidelity forever, they shall preserve thee. He hath set water and fire before thee. Stretch forth thy hand to which thou wilt. Before man is life and death, good and evil, that which he shall choose shall be given him. For the wisdom of God is great, and he is strong in power, seeing all men without ceasing. The eyes of the Lord are towards them that fear him, and he knoweth all the work of man. He hath commanded no man to do wickedly, and he hath given no man license to sin, for he desireth not a multitude of faithless and unprofitable children. End of chapter 15. Sirach, chapters 16 through 29 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Rejoice not in ungodly children, if they be multiplied, neither be delighted in them, if the fear of God be not with them. Trust not to their life, and respect not their labors. For better is one that feareth God than 1,000 ungodly children. And it is better to die without children than to leave ungodly children. By one that is wise a country shall be inhabited, the tribe of the ungodly shall become desolate. Many such things hath my eyes seen, and greater things than these my ear hath heard. In the congregation of sinners a fire shall be kindled, and in an unbelieving nation wrath shall flame out. The ancient giants did not obtain pardon for their sins, who were destroyed, trusting to their own strength. And he spared not the place where Lot sojourned, but abhorred them for the pride of their word. He had not pity on them, destroying the whole nation that extolled themselves in their sins. So did he with the 600,000 footmen who were gathered together in the hardness of their heart. And if one had been stiff-necked, it is a wonder if he had escaped unpunished. For mercy and wrath are with him. He is mighty to forgive and to pour out indignation. According as his mercy is, so his correction judgeth a man according to his works. The sinner shall not escape in his rapines, and the patience of him that showeth mercy shall not be put off. All mercy shall make a place for every man according to the merit of his works, and according to the wisdom of his sojournment. Say not, I shall be hidden from God, and who shall remember me from on high? In such a multitude I shall not be known, for what is my soul in such an immense creation? Behold the heaven, and the heavens of heavens, the deep, and all the earth, and all the things that are in them, shall be moved in his sight. The mountains also, and the hills, and the foundations of the earth, when God shall look upon them, they shall be shaken with trembling. And in all these things the heart is senseless, and every heart is understood by him. And his ways who shall understand, and the storm which no eye of man see? For many of his works are hidden, but the works of his justice who shall declare, or who shall endure? For the testament is far from some, and the examination of all is in the end. He that wanteth understanding thinketh vain things, and the foolish and erring man thinketh foolish things. Hearken to me, my son, and learn the discipline of understanding, and attend to my words in thy heart. And I will show forth good doctrine in equity, and will seek to declare wisdom. And attend to my words in thy heart, whilst with equity of spirit I tell thee the virtues that God hath put upon his works from the beginning, and I show forth in truth his knowledge. The works of God are done in judgment from the beginning, and from the making of them he distinguished their parts, and their beginnings in their generations. He beautified their works forever. They have neither hungered nor labored, and they have not ceased from their works. Nor shall any of them straiten his neighbor at any time. Be not thou incredulous to his word. After this God looked upon the earth, and filled it with his goods. The soul of every living thing hath shone forth before the face thereof, and into it they return again. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. God created man of the earth, and made him after his own image. And he turned him into it again, and clothed him with strength according to himself. He gave him the number of his days and time, and gave him power over all things that are upon the earth. He put the fear of him upon all flesh, and he had dominion over beasts and fowls. He created of him a helpmate, like to himself. He gave them counsel, and a tongue, and eyes, and ears, and a heart to devise. And he filled them with the knowledge of understanding. He created in them the science of the Spirit. He filled their heart with wisdom, and showed them both good and evil. He set his eye upon their hearts to show them the greatness of his works, that they might praise the name which he hath sanctified, and glory in his wondrous acts, that they might declare the glorious things of his works. Moreover, he gave them instructions, and the law of life for an inheritance. He made an everlasting covenant with them, and he showed them his justice and judgments. And their eye saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice. And he said to them, Beware of all iniquity. And he gave to every one of them commandment concerning his neighbor. Their ways are always before him, they are not hidden from his eyes. Over every nation he set a ruler, and Israel was made the manifest portion of God. And all their works are as the sun in the sight of God, and his eyes are continually upon their ways. Their covenants were not hid by their iniquity, and all their iniquities are in the sight of God. The alms of a man is as a signet with him, and shall preserve the grace of a man as the apple of the eye. And afterward he shall rise up, and shall render them their reward, to every one upon their own head, and shall turn them down into the bowels of the earth. But to the penitent he hath given the way of justice, and he hath strengthened them that were fainting in patience, and hath appointed to them the lot of truth. Turn to the Lord, and forsake thy sins. Make thy prayer before the face of the Lord, and offend less. Return to the Lord, and turn away from thy injustice, and greatly hate abomination. And know the justices and judgments of God, and stand firm in the lot set before thee, and in prayer to the Most High God. Go to the side of the holy age, with them that live and give praise to God. Tarry not in the error of the ungodly, give glory before death. Praise perisheth from the dead as nothing. Give thanks whilst thou art living, whilst thou art alive, and in health thou shalt give thanks, and shalt praise God, and shalt glory in his mercies. How great is the mercy of the Lord, and his forgiveness to them that turn to him. For all things cannot be in men, because the Son of Man is not immortal, and they are delighted with the vanity of evil. What is brighter than the sun? Yet it shall be eclipsed. Or what is more wicked than that which flesh and blood hath invented? And this shall be reproved. He beholdeth the power of the height of heaven, and all men are earth and ashes. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. He that liveth forever created all things together. God only shall be justified, and he remaineth an invincible king forever. Who is able to declare his works? For who shall search out his glorious acts? And who shall show forth the power of his majesty? Or who shall be able to declare his mercy? Nothing may be taken away, nor added, neither is it possible to find out the glorious works of God. When a man hath done, then shall he begin, and when he leaveth off, he shall be at a loss. What is man, and what is his grace? And what is his good, or what is his evil? The number of the days of men at the most are 100 years. As a drop of water of the sea are they esteemed, and as a pebble of the sand, so are a few years compared to eternity. Therefore God is patient in them, and poureth forth his mercy upon them. He hath seen the presumption of their heart, that it is wicked, and hath known their end, that it is evil. Therefore hath he filled up his mercy in their favor, and hath shown them the way of justice. The compassion of man is toward his neighbor, but the mercy of God is upon all flesh. He hath mercy, and teacheth, and correcteth, as a shepherd doth his flock. He hath mercy on him that receiveth the discipline of mercy, and that maketh haste in his judgments. My son, in thy good deeds make no complaint, and when thou givest anything, add not grief by an evil word. Shall not the dew assuage the heat? So also the good word is better than the gift. Lo, is not a word better than a gift? But both are with a justified man. A fool will upbraid bitterly, and a gift of one ill-taught consumeth the eyes. Before judgment prepare thee justice, and learn before thou speak. Before sickness take a medicine, and before judgment examine thyself, and thou shalt find mercy in the sight of God. Humble thyself before thou art sick, and in the time of sickness show thy conversation. Let nothing hinder thee from praying always, and be not afraid to be justified even to death, for the reward of God continueth forever. Before prayer prepare thy soul, and be not as a man that tempteth God. Remember the wrath that shall be at the last day, and the time of repaying when he shall turn away his face. Remember poverty in the time of abundance, and the necessities of poverty in the day of riches. From the morning until the evening the time shall be changed, and all these are swift in the eyes of God. A wise man will fear in everything, and in the days of sins will beware of sloth. Every man of understanding knoweth wisdom, and will give praise to him that findeth her. They that were of good understanding in words have also done wisely themselves, and have understood truth and justice, and have poured forth proverbs and judgments. Go not after thy lusts, but turn away from thy own will. If thou give to thy soul her desires, she will make thee a joy to thy enemies. Take no pleasure in riotous assemblies, be they ever so small, for their concertation is continual. Make not thyself poor by borrowing to contribute to feasts when thou hast nothing in thy purse, for thou shalt be an enemy to thy own life. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. A workman that is a drunkard shall not be rich, and he that contemneth small things shall fall by little and little. Wine and women make wise men fall off, and shall rebuke the prudent. And he that joineth himself to harlots will be wicked. Rottenness and worms shall inherit him, and he shall be lifted up for a greater example, and his soul shall be taken away out of the number. He that is hasty to give credit is light of heart, and shall be lessened, and he that sinneth against his own soul shall be despised. He that rejoiceth in iniquity shall be censured, and he that hateth chastisement shall have less life, and he that hateth babbling extinguisheth evil. He that sinneth against his own soul shall repent, and he that is delighted with wickedness shall be condemned. Rehearse not again a wicked and harsh word, and thou shalt not fare the worse. Tell not thy mind to friend or foe, and if there be a sin with thee, disclose it not. For he will hearken to thee, and will watch thee, and as it were defending thy sin, he will hate thee, and so will he be with thee always. Hast thou heard a word against thy neighbor? Let it die within thee, trusting that it will not burst thee. At the hearing of a word, the fool is in travail, as a woman groaning in the bringing forth a child. As an arrow that sticketh in a man's thigh, so is a word in the heart of a fool. Reprove a friend, lest he may not have understood, and say, I did it not, or if he did it, that he may do it no more. Reprove thy neighbor, for it may be he hath not said it, and if he hath said it, that he may not say it again. Admonish thy friend, for there is often a fault committed, and believe not every word. There is one that slippeth with the tongue, but not from his heart. For who is there that hath not offended with his tongue? Admonish thy neighbor before thou threaten him. And give place to the fear of the Most High, for the fear of God is all wisdom, and therein is to fear God, and the disposition of the law is in all wisdom. But the learning of wickedness is not wisdom, and the device of sinners is not prudence. There is a subtle wickedness, and the same is detestable, and there is a man that is foolish, wanting in wisdom. Better is a man that hath less wisdom, and wanteth understanding with the fear of God, than he that aboundeth in understanding, and transgresseth the law of the Most High. There is an exquisite subtlety, and the same is unjust. And there is one that uttereth an exact word telling the truth. There is one that humbleth himself wickedly, and his interior is full of deceit. And there is one that submitteth himself exceedingly with a great lowliness, and there is one that casteth down his countenance, and maketh as if he did not see that which is unknown. And if he be hindered from sinning for want of power, if he shall find opportunity to do evil, he will do it. A man is known by his look, and a wise man, when thou meetest him, is known by his countenance. The attire of the body, and the laughter of the teeth, and the gait of the man show what he is. There is a lying rebuke in the anger of an injurious man, and there is a judgment that is not allowed to be good, and there is one that holdeth his peace. He is wise. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. How much better is it to reprove than to be angry, and not to hinder him that confesseth in prayer? The lust of an eunuch shall devour a young maiden. So is he that by violence executeth unjust judgment. How good is it, when thou art reproved, to show repentance, for so thou shalt escape wilful sin. There is one that holdeth his peace that is found wise, and there is another that is hateful, that is bold in speech. There is one that holdeth his peace, because he knoweth not what to say, and there is another that holdeth his peace, knowing the proper time. A wise man will hold his peace till he see opportunity, but a babbler and a fool will regard no time. He that useth many words shall hurt his own soul, and he that taketh authority to himself unjustly shall be hated. There is success in evil things to a man without discipline, and there is a finding that turneth to loss. There is a gift that is not profitable, and there is a gift the recompense of which is double. There is an abasement because of glory, and there is one that shall lift up his head from a low estate. There is that buyeth much for a small price, and restoreth the same sevenfold. A man wise in words shall make himself beloved, but the graces of fools shall be poured out. The gift of the fool shall do thee no good, for his eyes are sevenfold. He will give a few things, and upbraid much, and the opening of his mouth is the kindling of a fire. Today a man lendeth, and tomorrow he asketh it again. Such a man as this is hateful. A fool shall have no friend, and there shall be no thanks for his good deeds. For they that eat his bread are of a false tongue. How often and how many will laugh him to scorn? For he doth not distribute with right understanding that which was to be had, in like manner also that which was not to be had. The slipping of a false tongue is as one that falleth on the pavement, so the fall of the wicked shall come speedily. A man without grace is as a vain fable. It shall be continually in the mouth of the unwise. A parable coming out of a fool's mouth shall be rejected, for he doth not speak it in due season. There is that is hindered from sinning through want, and in his rest he shall be pricked. There is that will destroy his own soul through shamefacedness, and by occasion of an unwise person he will destroy it, and by respect of person he will destroy himself. There is that for bashfulness promiseth to his friend, and maketh him his enemy for nothing. A lie is a foul blot in a man, and yet it will be continually in the mouth of men without discipline. A thief is better than a man that is always lying, but both of them shall inherit destruction. The manners of lying men are without honor, and their confusion is with them without ceasing. A wise man shall advance himself with his words, and a prudent man shall please the great ones. He that tilleth his land shall make a high heap of corn, and he that worketh justice shall be exalted, and he that pleaseth great men shall escape iniquity. Presents and gifts blind the eyes of judges, and make them dumb in the mouth, so that they cannot correct. Wisdom that is hid, and treasure that is not seen, what profit is there in them both? Better is he that hideth his folly, than the man that hideth his wisdom. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. My son, hast thou sinned? Do so no more, but for thy former sins also pray that they may be forgiven thee. Flee from sins as from the face of a serpent, for if thou comest near them, they will take hold of thee. The teeth thereof are the teeth of a lion, killing the souls of men. All iniquity is like a two-edged sword. There is no remedy for the wound thereof. Injuries and wrongs will waste riches, and the house that is very rich shall be brought to nothing by pride, so the substance of the proud shall be rooted out. The prayer out of the mouth of the poor shall reach the ears of God, and judgment shall come for him speedily. He that hateth to be reproved walketh in the trace of a sinner, and he that feareth God will turn to his own heart. He that is mighty by a bold tongue is known afar off, but a wise man knoweth to slip by him. He that buildeth his house at other men's charges is as he that gathereth himself stones to build in the winter. The congregation of sinners is like tow heaped together, and the end of them is a flame of fire. The way of sinners is made plain with stones, and in their end is hell and darkness and pains. He that keepeth justice shall get the understanding thereof. The perfection of the fear of God is wisdom and understanding. He that is not wise in good will not be taught. But there is a wisdom that aboundeth in evil, and there is no understanding where there is bitterness. The knowledge of a wise man shall abound like a flood, and his counsel continueth like a fountain of life. The heart of a fool is like a broken vessel, and no wisdom at all shall it hold. A man of sense will praise every wise word he shall hear, and will apply it to himself. The luxurious man hath heard it, and it shall displease him, and he will cast it behind his back. The talking of a fool is like a burden in the way, but in the lips of the wise grace shall be found. The mouth of the prudent is sought after in the church, and they will think upon his words in their hearts. As a house that is destroyed, so is wisdom to a fool, and the knowledge of the unwise is as words without sense. Doctrine to a fool is as fetters on the feet, and like manacles on the right hand. A fool lifteth up his voice in laughter, but a wise man will scarce laugh low to himself. Learning to the prudent is as an ornament of gold, and like a bracelet upon his right arm. The foot of a fool is soon in his neighbor's house, but a man of experience will be abashed at the person of the mighty. A fool will peep through the window into the house, but he that is well taught will stand without. It is the folly of a man to hearken at the door, and a wise man will be grieved with the disgrace. The lips of the unwise will be telling foolish things, but the words of the wise shall be weighed in a balance. The heart of fools is in their mouth, and the mouth of wise men is in their heart. While the ungodly curseth the devil, he curseth his own soul. The talebearer shall defile his own soul, and shall be hated by all, and he that shall abide with him shall be hateful. The silent and wise man shall be honored. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. The sluggard is pelted with a dirty stone, and all men will speak of his disgrace. The sluggard is pelted with the dung of oxen, and every one that toucheth him will shake his hands. A son ill taught is the confusion of the father, and a foolish daughter shall be to his loss. A wise daughter shall bring an inheritance to her husband, but she that confoundeth becometh a disgrace to her father. She that is bold shameth both her father and husband, and will not be inferior to the ungodly, and shall be disgraced by them both. A tale out of time is like music in mourning, but the stripes and instruction of wisdom are never out of time. He that teacheth a fool is like one that glueth a potsherd together. He that telleth a word to him that heareth not is like one that waketh a man out of a deep sleep. He speaketh with one that is asleep, who uttereth wisdom to a fool, and in the end of the discourse he saith, Who is this? Weep for the dead, for his light hath failed, and weep for the fool, for his understanding faileth. Weep but a little for the dead, for he is at rest, for the wicked life of a wicked fool is worse than death. The mourning for the dead is 7 days, but for a fool and an ungodly man all the days of their life. Talk not much with a fool, and go not with him that hath no sense. Keep thyself from him, that thou mayest not have trouble, and thou shalt not be defiled with his sin. Turn away from him, and thou shalt find rest, and shalt not be wearied out with his folly. What is heavier than lead? And what other name hath he but fool? Sand and salt and a mass of iron is easier to bear than a man without sense, that is both foolish and wicked. A frame of wood bound together in the foundation of a building shall not be loosed, so neither shall the heart that is established by advised counsel. The thought of him that is wise at all times shall not be depraved by fear. As pails set in high places, and plasterings made without cost, will not stand against the face of the wind, so also a fearful heart in the imagination of a fool shall not resist against the violence of fear. As a fearful heart in the thought of a fool at all times will not fear, so neither shall he that continueth always in the commandments of God. He that pricketh the eye bringeth out tears, and he that pricketh the heart bringeth forth resentment. He that flingeth a stone at birds shall drive them away, so he that upbraideth his friend breaketh friendship. Although thou hast drawn a sword at a friend, despair not, for there may be a returning. To a friend, if thou hast opened a sad mouth, fear not, for there may be a reconciliation. Except upbraiding and reproach and pride and disclosing of secrets, or a treacherous wound, for in all these cases a friend will flee away. Keep fidelity with a friend in his poverty, that in his prosperity also thou mayst rejoice. In the time of his trouble continue faithful to him, that thou mayst also be heir with him in his inheritance. As the vapor of a chimney and the smoke of the fire goeth up before the fire, so also injurious words and reproaches and threats before blood. I will not be ashamed to salute a friend, neither will I hide myself from his face. And if any evil happen to me by him, I will bear it. But every one that shall hear it will beware of him. Who will set a guard before my mouth, and a sure seal upon my lips, that I fall not by them, and that my tongue destroy me not? End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. O Lord, Father and sovereign ruler of my life, leave me not to their counsel, nor suffer me to fall by them, who will set scourges over my thoughts, and the discipline of wisdom over my heart, that they spare me not in their ignorances, and that their sins may not appear, lest my ignorance increase, and my offenses be multiplied, and my sins abound, and I fall before my adversaries, and my enemy rejoice over me. O Lord, Father and God of my life, leave me not to their devices. Give me not haughtiness of my eyes, and turn away from me all coveting. Take from me the greediness of the belly, and let not the lusts of the flesh take hold of me, and give me not over to a shameless and foolish mind. Hear, O ye children, the discipline of the mouth, and he that will keep it shall not perish by his lips, nor be brought to fall into most wicked works. A sinner is caught in his own vanity, and the proud and the evil speakers shall fall thereby. Let not thy mouth be accustomed to swearing, for in it there are many falls. And let not the naming of God be usual in thy mouth, and meddle not with the names of saints, for thou shalt not escape free from them. For as a slave daily put to the question is never without a blue mark, so every one that sweareth and nameth shall not be wholly pure from sin. A man that sweareth much shall be filled with iniquity, and a scourge shall not depart from his house. And if he make it void, his sin shall be upon him, and if he dissemble it, he offendeth double. And if he swear in vain, he shall not be justified, for his house shall be filled with his punishment. There is also another speech opposite to death. Let it not be found in the inheritance of Jacob. For from the merciful all these things shall be taken away, and they shall not wallow in sins. Let not thy mouth be accustomed to indiscreet speech, for therein is the word of sin. Remember thy father and thy mother, for thou sittest in the midst of great men, lest God forget thee in their sight, and thou by thy daily custom be infatuated, and suffer reproach, and wish that thou hadst not been born, and curse the day of thy nativity. The man that is accustomed to opprobrious words will never be corrected all the days of his life. Two sorts of men multiply sins, and the third bringeth wrath and destruction. A hot soul is a burning fire. It will never be quenched till it devour something. And a man that is wicked in the mouth of his flesh will not leave off till he hath kindled a fire. To a man that is a fornicator, all bread is sweet. He will not be weary of sinning unto the end. Every man that passeth beyond his own bed, despising his own soul, and saying, Who seeth me? Darkness compasseth me about, and the walls cover me, and no man seeth me. Whom do I fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. And he understandeth not that his eye seeth all things, for such a man's fear driveth from him the fear of God, and the eyes of men fearing him. And he knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are far brighter than the sun, beholding round about all the ways of men, and the bottom of the deep, and looking into the hearts of men, into the most hidden parts. For all things were known to the Lord God before they were created. So also after they were perfected, he beholdeth all things. This man shall be punished in the streets of the city, and he shall be chased as a colt, and where he suspected not he shall be taken, and he shall be in disgrace with all men, because he understood not the fear of the Lord. So every woman also that leaveth her husband, and bringeth in an heir by another, for first she hath been unfaithful to the law of the Most High, and secondly she hath offended against her husband. Thirdly, she hath fornicated in adultery, and hath gotten her children of another man. This woman shall be brought into the assembly, and inquisition shall be made of her children. Her children shall not take root, and her branches shall bring forth no fruit. She shall leave her memory to be cursed, and her infamy shall not be blotted out. And they that remain shall know that there is nothing better than the fear of God, and that there is nothing sweeter than to have regard to the commandments of the Lord. It is great glory to follow the Lord, for length of days shall be received from him. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. Wisdom shall praise her own self, and shall be honored in God, and shall glory in the midst of her people, and shall open her mouth in the churches of the Most High, and shall glorify herself in the sight of his power, and in the midst of her own people she shall be exalted, and shall be admired in the holy assembly. And in the multitude of the elect she shall have praise, and among the blessed she shall be blessed, saying, I came out of the mouth of the Most High, the firstborn before all creatures. I made that in the heavens there should rise light that never faileth, and as a cloud I covered all the earth. I dwelt in the highest places, and my throne is in a pillar of a cloud. I alone have compassed the circuit of heaven, and have penetrated into the bottom of the deep, and have walked in the waves of the sea, and have stood in all the earth, and in every people, and in every nation I have had the chief rule. And by my power I have trodden under my feet the hearts of all the high and low, and in all these I sought rest, and I shall abide in the inheritance of the Lord. Then the Creator of all things commanded, and said to me, and he that made me rested in my tabernacle, and he said to me, Let thy dwelling be in Jacob, and thy inheritance in Israel, and take root in my elect. From the beginning and before the world was I created, and unto the world to come I shall not cease to be, and in the holy dwelling place I have ministered before him. And so was I established in Zion, and in the holy city likewise I rested, and my power was in Jerusalem. And I took root in an honorable people, and in the portion of my God his inheritance, and my abode is in the full assembly of saints. I was exalted like a cedar in Libanus, and as a cypress tree on Mount Sion. I was exalted like a palm tree in Cades, and as a rose plant in Jericho, as a fair olive tree in the plains, and as a plane tree by the water in the streets, was I exalted. I gave a sweet smell like cinnamon and aromatical balm. I yielded a sweet odor like the best myrrh, and I perfumed my dwelling as storax, and galbanum, and onyx, and aloes, and as the frankincense not cut, and my odor is as the purest balm. I have stretched out my branches as the turpentine tree, and my branches are of honor and grace. As the vine I have brought forth a pleasant odor, and my flowers are the fruit of honor and riches. I am the mother of fair love, and of fear, and of knowledge, and of holy hope. In me is all grace of the way, and of the truth. In me is all hope of life and of virtue. Come over to me, all ye that desire me, and be filled with my fruits. For my spirit is sweet above honey, and my inheritance above honey and the honeycomb. My memory is unto everlasting generations. They that eat me shall yet hunger, and they that drink me shall yet thirst. He that hearkeneth to me shall not be confounded, and they that work by me shall not sin. They that explain me shall have life everlasting. All these things are the book of life, and the covenant of the Most High, and the knowledge of truth. Moses commanded a law in the precepts of justices, and an inheritance to the house of Jacob, and the promises to Israel. He appointed to David his servant to raise up of him a most mighty king, and sitting on the throne of glory forever, who filleth up wisdom as the Pison, and as the Tigris in the days of the new fruits, who maketh understanding to abound as the Euphrates, who multiplieth it as the Jordan in the time of harvest, who sendeth knowledge as the light, and riseth up as Gihon in the time of the vintage, who first hath perfect knowledge of her, and a weaker shall not search her out. For her thoughts are more vast than the sea, and her counsels more deep than the great ocean. I, wisdom, have poured out rivers, I, like a brook out of a river of a mighty water, I, like a channel of a river, and like an aqueduct, came out of paradise. I said, I will water my garden of plants, and I will water abundantly the fruits of my meadow. And behold, my brook became a great river, and my river came near to a sea. For I make doctrine to shine forth to all as the morning light, and I will declare it afar off. I will penetrate to all the lower parts of the earth, and will behold all that sleep, and will enlighten all that hope in the Lord. I will yet pour out doctrine as prophecy, and will leave it to them that seek wisdom, and will not cease to instruct their offspring, even to the holy age. See ye that I have not labored for myself only, but for all that seek out the truth. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. With 3 things my spirit is pleased, which are approved before God and men: the concord of brethren, and the love of neighbors, and man and wife that agree well together. 3 sorts my soul hateth, and I am greatly grieved at their life: a poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar, an old man that is a fool and doting. The things that thou hast not gathered in thy youth, how shalt thou find them in thy old age? Oh, how comely is judgment for a grey head, and for ancients to know counsel! Oh, how comely is wisdom for the aged, and understanding and counsel to men of honor! Much experience is the crown of old men, and the fear of God is their glory. 9 things that are not to be imagined by the heart have I magnified, and the 10th I will utter to men with my tongue. A man that hath joy of his children, and he that liveth and seeth the fall of his enemies. Blessed is he that dwelleth with a wise woman, and that hath not slipped with his tongue, and that hath not served such as are unworthy of him. Blessed is he that findeth a true friend, and that declareth justice to an ear that heareth. How great is he that findeth wisdom and knowledge! But there is none above him that feareth the Lord. The fear of God hath set itself above all things. Blessed is the man to whom it is given to have the fear of God. He that holdeth it, to whom shall he be likened? The fear of God is the beginning of his love, and the beginning of faith is to be fast joined unto it. The sadness of the heart is every plague, and the wickedness of a woman is all evil. And a man will choose any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman, and any affliction but the affliction from them that hate him, and any revenge but the revenge of enemies. There is no head worse than the head of a serpent, and there is no anger above the anger of a woman. It will be more agreeable to abide with a lion and a dragon than to dwell with a wicked woman. The wickedness of a woman changeth her face, and she darkeneth her countenance as a bear, and showeth it like sackcloth in the midst of her neighbors. Her husband groaned, and hearing he sighed a little. All malice is short to the malice of a woman. Let the lot of sinners fall upon her. As the climbing of a sandy way is to the feet of the aged, so is a wife full of tongue to a quiet man. Look not upon a woman's beauty, and desire not a woman for beauty. A woman's anger and impudence and confusion is great. A woman, if she have superiority, is contrary to her husband. A wicked woman abateth the courage, and maketh a heavy countenance, and a wounded heart. Feeble hands and disjointed knees, a woman that doth not make her husband happy. From the woman came the beginning of sin, and by her we all die. Give no issue to thy water, no, not a little, nor to a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. If she walk not at thy hand, she will confound thee in the sight of thy enemies. Cut her off from thy flesh, lest she always abuse thee. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. Happy is the husband of a good wife, for the number of his years is double. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and shall fulfill the years of his life in peace. A good wife is a good portion. She shall be given in the portion of them that fear God to a man for his good deeds. Rich or poor, if his heart is good, his countenance shall be cheerful at all times. Of 3 things my heart hath been afraid, and at the 4th my face hath trembled: the accusation of a city, and the gathering together of the people, and a false calumny, all are more grievous than death. A jealous woman is the grief and mourning of the heart. With a jealous woman is a scourge of the tongue, which communicateth with all. As a yoke of oxen that is moved to and fro, so also is a wicked woman. He that hath hold of her is as he that taketh hold of a scorpion. A drunken woman is a great wrath, and her reproach and shame shall not be hid. The fornication of a woman shall be known by the haughtiness of her eyes, and by her eyelids. On a daughter that turneth not away herself set a strict watch, lest finding an opportunity she abuse herself. Take heed of the impudence of her eyes, and wonder not if she slight thee. She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveller to the fountain, and will drink of every water near her, and will sit down by every hedge, and open her quiver against every arrow, until she fail. The grace of a diligent woman shall delight her husband, and shall fat his bones. Her discipline is the gift of God. Such is a wise and silent woman, and there is nothing so much worth as a well-instructed soul. A holy and shamefaced woman is grace upon grace, and no price is worthy of a continent soul. As the sun when it riseth to the world in the high places of God, so is the beauty of a good wife for the ornament of her house. As the lamp shining upon the holy candlestick, so is the beauty of the face in a ripe age. As golden pillars upon bases of silver, so are the firm feet upon the soles of a steady woman. As everlasting foundations upon a solid rock, so the commandments of God in the heart of a holy woman. At two things my heart is grieved, and the third bringeth anger upon me: a man of war fainting through poverty, and a man of sense despised. And he that passeth over from justice to sin, God hath prepared such an one for the sword. Two sorts of callings have appeared to me hard and dangerous. A merchant is hardly free from negligence, and a huckster shall not be justified from the sins of the lips. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. Through poverty many have sinned, and he that seeketh to be enriched turneth away his eye. As a stake sticketh fast in the midst of the joining of stones, so also in the midst of selling and buying sin shall stick fast. Sin shall be destroyed with the sinner. Unless thou hold thyself diligently in the fear of the Lord, thy house shall quickly be overthrown. As when one sifteth with a sieve, the dust will remain, so will the perplexity of a man in his thoughts. The furnace trieth the potter's vessels, and the trial of affliction just men. As the dressing of a tree showeth the fruit thereof, so a word out of the thought of the heart of man. Praise not a man before he speaketh, for this is the trial of men. If thou followest justice, thou shalt obtain her, and shalt put her on as a long robe of honor, and thou shalt dwell with her, and she shall protect thee forever, and in the day of acknowledgment thou shalt find a strong foundation. Birds resort unto their like, so truth will return to them that practice her. The lion always lieth in wait for prey, so do sins for them that work iniquities. A holy man continueth in wisdom as the sun, but a fool is changed as the moon. In the midst of the unwise, keep in the word till its time, but be continually among men that think. The discourse of sinners is hateful, and their laughter is at the pleasures of sin. The speech that sweareth much shall make the hair of the head stand upright, and its irreverence shall make one stop his ears. In the quarrels of the proud is the shedding of blood, and their cursing is a grievous hearing. He that discloseth the secret of a friend loseth his credit, and shall never find a friend to his mind. Love thy neighbor, and be joined to him with fidelity. But if thou discover his secrets, follow no more after him. For as a man that destroyeth his friend, so also is he that destroyeth the friendship of his neighbor. And as one that letteth a bird go out of his hand, so hast thou let thy neighbor go, and thou shalt not get him again. Follow after him no more, for he is gone afar off, he is fled, as a roe escaped out of the snare, because his soul is wounded. Thou canst no more bind him up, and of a curse there is reconciliation. But to disclose the secrets of a friend leaveth no hope to an unhappy soul. He that winketh with the eye forgeth wicked things, and no man will cast him off. In the sight of thy eyes he will sweeten his mouth, and will admire thy words, but at the last he will writhe his mouth, and on thy words he will lay a stumbling block. I have hated many things, but not like him, and the Lord will hate him. If one cast a stone on high, it will fall upon his own head, and the deceitful stroke will wound the deceitful. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it, and he that setteth a stone for his neighbor shall stumble upon it, and he that layeth a snare for another shall perish in it. A mischievous counsel shall be rolled back upon the author, and he shall not know from whence it cometh to him. Mockery and reproach are of the proud, and vengeance as a lion shall lie in wait for him. They shall perish in a snare that are delighted with the fall of the just, and sorrow shall consume them before they die. Anger and fury are both of them abominable, and the sinful man shall be subject to them. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. He that seeketh to revenge himself shall find vengeance from the Lord, and he will surely keep his sins in remembrance. Forgive thy neighbor if he hath hurt thee, and then shall thy sins be forgiven to thee when thou prayest. Man to man reserveth anger, and doth he seek remedy of God? He hath no mercy on a man like himself, and doth he entreat for his own sins? He that is but flesh nourisheth anger, and doth he ask forgiveness of God? Who shall obtain pardon for his sins? Remember thy last things, and let enmity cease. For corruption and death hang over in his commandments. Remember the fear of God, and be not angry with thy neighbor. Remember the covenant of the Most High, and overlook the ignorance of thy neighbor. Refrain from strife, and thou shalt diminish thy sins. For a passionate man kindleth strife, and a sinful man will trouble his friends, and bring in debate in the midst of them that are at peace. For as the wood of the forest is, so the fire burneth, and as a man's strength is, so shall his anger be, and according to his riches he shall increase his anger. A hasty contention kindleth a fire, and a hasty quarrel sheddeth blood, and a tongue that beareth witness bringeth death. If thou blow the spark, it shall burn as a fire, and if thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched. Both come out of the mouth. The whisperer and the double-tongued is accursed, for he hath troubled many that were at peace. The tongue of a third person hath disquieted many, and scattered them from nation to nation. It hath destroyed the strong cities of the rich, and hath overthrown the houses of great men. It hath cut in pieces the forces of people, and undone strong nations. The tongue of a third person hath cast out valiant women, and deprived them of their labors. He that hearkeneth to it shall never have rest, neither shall he have a friend in whom he may repose. The stroke of a whip maketh a blue mark, but the stroke of the tongue will break the bones. Many have fallen by the edge of the sword, but not so many as have perished by their own tongue. Blessed is he that is defended from a wicked tongue, that hath not passed into the wrath thereof, and that hath not drawn the yoke thereof, and hath not been bound in its bands. For its yoke is a yoke of iron, and its bands are bands of brass. The death thereof is a most evil death, and hell is preferable to it. Its continuance shall not be for a long time, but it shall possess the ways of the unjust, and the just shall not be burnt with its flame. They that forsake God shall fall into it, and it shall burn in them, and shall not be quenched, and it shall be sent upon them as a lion, and as a leopard it shall tear them. Hedge in thy ears with thorns, hear not a wicked tongue, and make doors and bars to thy mouth. Melt down thy gold and silver, and make a balance for thy words, and a just bridle for thy mouth. And take heed, lest thou slip with thy tongue, and fall in the sight of thy enemies who lie in wait for thee, and thy fall be incurable unto death. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. He that showeth mercy lendeth to his neighbor, and he that is stronger in hand keepeth the commandments. Lend to thy neighbor in the time of his need, and pay thou thy neighbor again in due time. Keep thy word, and deal faithfully with him, and thou shalt always find that which is necessary for thee. Many have looked upon a thing lent as a thing found, and have given trouble to them that helped them. Till they receive, they kiss the hands of the lender, and in promises they humble their voice. But when they should repay, they will ask time, and will return tedious and murmuring words, and will complain of the time. And if he be able to pay, he will stand off. He will scarce pay 1/2, and will count it as if he had found it. But if not, he will defraud him of his money, and he shall get him for an enemy without cause, and he will pay him with reproaches and curses, and instead of honor and good turn will repay him injuries. Many have refused to lend, not out of wickedness, but they were afraid to be defrauded without cause. But yet towards the poor be thou more hearty, and delay not to show him mercy. Help the poor because of the commandment, and send him not away empty-handed because of his poverty. Lose thy money for thy brother and thy friend, and hide it not under a stone to be lost. Place thy treasure in the commandments of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold. Shut up alms in the heart of the poor, and it shall obtain help for thee against all evil. Better than the shield of the mighty, and better than the spear, it shall fight for thee against thy enemy. A good man is surety for his neighbor, and he that hath lost shame will leave him to himself. Forget not the kindness of thy surety, for he hath given his life for thee. The sinner and the unclean fleeth from his surety. A sinner attributeth to himself the goods of his surety, and he that is of an unthankful mind will leave him that delivered him. A man is surety for his neighbor, and when he hath lost all shame, he shall forsake him. Evil suretyship hath undone many of good estate, and hath tossed them as a wave of the sea. It hath made powerful men to go from place to place round about, and they have wandered in strange countries. A sinner that transgresseth the commandment of the Lord shall fall into an evil suretyship, and he that undertaketh many things shall fall into judgment. Recover thy neighbor according to thy power, and take heed to thyself that thou fall not. The chief thing for man's life is water and bread and clothing, and a house to cover shame. Better is the poor man's fare under a roof of boards than sumptuous cheer abroad in another man's house. Be contented with little instead of much, and thou shalt not hear the reproach of going abroad. It is a miserable life to go as a guest from house to house, for where a man is a stranger, he shall not deal confidently, nor open his mouth. He shall entertain and feed, and give drink to the unthankful, and moreover he shall hear bitter words. Go, stranger, and furnish the table, and give others to eat what thou hast in thy hand. Give place to the honorable presence of my friends, for I want my house, my brother being to be lodged with me. These things are grievous to a man of understanding, the upbraiding of house room, and the reproaching of the lender. End of chapter 29. Sirach, chapters 30 through 41 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. He that loveth his son frequently chastiseth him, that he may rejoice in his latter end, and not grope after the doors of his neighbors. He that instructeth his son shall be praised in him, and shall glory in him in the midst of them of his household. He that teacheth his son maketh his enemy jealous, and in the midst of his friends he shall glory in him. His father is dead, and he is as if he were not dead, for he hath left one behind him that is like himself. While he lived, he saw and rejoiced in him, and when he died he was not sorrowful, neither was he confounded before his enemies. For he left behind him a defender of his house against his enemies, and one that will requite kindness to his friends. For the souls of his sons he shall bind up his wounds, and at every cry his bowels shall be troubled. A horse not broken becometh stubborn, and a child left to himself will become headstrong. Give thy son his way, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he shall make thee sorrowful. Laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow, and at the last thy teeth be set on edge. Give him not liberty in his youth, and wink not at his devices. Bow down his neck while he is young, and beat his sides while he is a child, lest he grow stubborn, and regard thee not, and so be a sorrow of heart to thee. Instruct thy son, and labor about him, lest his lewd behavior be an offense to thee. Better is a poor man who is sound and strong of constitution than a rich man who is weak and afflicted with evils. Health of the soul in holiness of justice is better than all gold and silver, and a sound body than immense revenues. There is no riches above the riches of the health of the body, and there is no pleasure above the joy of the heart. Better is death than a bitter life, and everlasting rest than continual sickness. Good things that are hidden in a mouth that is shut are as masses of meat set about a grave. What good shall an offering do to an idol? For it can neither eat nor smell. So is he that is persecuted by the Lord, bearing the reward of his iniquity. He seeth with his eyes, and groaneth as an eunuch, embracing a virgin and sighing. Give not up thy soul to sadness, and afflict not thyself in thy own counsel. The joyfulness of the heart is the life of a man, and a never-failing treasure of holiness, and the joy of a man is length of life. Have pity on thy own soul, pleasing God, and contain thyself. Gather up thy heart in his holiness, and drive away sadness far from thee. For sadness hath killed many, and there is no profit in it. Envy and anger shorten a man's days, and pensiveness will bring old age before the time. A cheerful and good heart is always feasting, for his banquets are prepared with diligence. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. Watching for riches consumeth the flesh, and the thought thereof driveth away sleep. The thinking beforehand turneth away the understanding, and a grievous sickness maketh the soul sober. The rich man hath labored in gathering riches together, and when he resteth, he shall be filled with his goods. The poor man hath labored in his low way of life, and in the end he is still poor. He that loveth gold shall not be justified, and he that followeth after corruption shall be filled with it. Many have been brought to fall for gold, and the beauty thereof hath been their ruin. Gold is a stumbling block to them that sacrifice to it. Woe to them that eagerly follow after it, and every fool shall perish by it. Blessed is the rich man that is found without blemish, and that hath not gone after gold, nor put his trust in money, nor in treasures. Who is he? And we will praise him, for he hath done wonderful things in his life. Who hath been tried thereby, and made perfect? He shall have glory everlasting. He that could have transgressed, and hath not transgressed, and could do evil things, and hath not done them. Therefore are his goods established in the Lord, and all the church of the saints shall declare his alms. Art thou set at a great table? Be not the first to open thy mouth upon it. Say not, there are many things which are upon it. Remember that a wicked eye is evil. What is created more wicked than an eye? Therefore shall it weep over all the face when it shall see. Stretch not out thy hand first, lest being disgraced with envy thou be put to confusion. Be not hasty in a feast. Judge of the disposition of thy neighbor by thyself. Use as a frugal man the things that are set before thee, lest if thou eatest much, thou be hated. Leave off first for manners' sake, and exceed not, lest thou offend. And if thou sittest among many, reach not thy hand out first of all, and be not the first to ask for drink. How sufficient is a little wine for a man well taught, and in sleeping thou shalt not be uneasy with it, and thou shalt feel no pain. Watching, and choler, and gripes are with an intemperate man. Sound and wholesome sleep with a moderate man. He shall sleep till morning, and his soul shall be delighted with him. And if thou hast been forced to eat much, arise, go out, and vomit, and it shall refresh thee, and thou shalt not bring sickness upon thy body. Hear me, my son, and despise me not, and in the end thou shalt find my words. In all thy works be quick, and no infirmity shall come to thee. The lips of many shall bless him that is liberal of his bread, and the testimony of his truth is faithful. Against him that is niggardly of his bread, the city will murmur, and the testimony of his niggardliness is true. Challenge not them that love wine, for wine hath destroyed very many. Fire trieth hard iron, so wine drunk to excess shall rebuke the hearts of the proud. Wine taken with sobriety is equal life to men. If thou drink it moderately, thou shalt be sober. What is his life who is diminished with wine? What taketh away life? Death. Wine was created from the beginning to make men joyful, and not to make them drunk. Wine drunken with moderation is the joy of the soul and the heart. Sober drinking is health to soul and body. Wine drunken with excess raiseth quarrels and wrath and many ruins. Wine drunken with excess is bitterness of the soul. The heat of drunkenness is the stumbling block of the fool, lessening strength and causing wounds. Rebuke not thy neighbor in a banquet of wine, and despise him not in his mirth. Speak not to him words of reproach, and press him not in demanding again. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32. Have they made thee ruler? Be not lifted up. Be among them as one of them. Have care of them, and so sit down, and when thou hast acquitted thyself of all thy charge, take thy place, that thou mayst rejoice for them, and receive a crown as an ornament of grace, and get the honor of the contribution. Speak, thou that art elder, for it becometh thee to speak the first word with careful knowledge, and hinder not music. Where there is no hearing, pour out words, and be not lifted up out of season with thy wisdom. A concert of music in a banquet of wine is as a carbuncle set in gold. As a signet of an emerald in a work of gold, so is the melody of music with pleasant and moderate wine. Hear in silence, and for thy reverence good grace shall come to thee. Young man, scarcely speak in thy own cause. If thou be asked twice, let thy answer be short. In many things be as if thou wert ignorant, and hear in silence, and withal seeking. In the company of great men take not upon thee, and when the ancients are present, speak not much. Before a storm goeth lightning, and before shamefacedness goeth favor, and for thy reverence good grace shall come to thee. And at the time of rising be not slack, but be first to run home to thy house, and there withdraw thyself, and there take thy pastime. And do what thou hast a mind, but not in sin or proud speech. And for all these things bless the Lord that made thee, and that replenisheth thee with all his good things. He that feareth the Lord will receive his discipline, and they that will seek him early shall find a blessing. He that seeketh the law shall be filled with it, and he that dealeth deceitfully shall meet with a stumbling block therein. They that fear the Lord shall find just judgment, and shall kindle justice as a light. A sinful man will flee reproof, and will find an excuse according to his will. A man of counsel will not neglect understanding. A strange and proud man will not dread fear. Even after he hath done with fear without counsel, he shall be controlled by the things of his own seeking. My son, do thou nothing without counsel, and thou shalt not repent when thou hast done. Go not in the way of ruin, and thou shalt not stumble against the stones. Trust not thyself to a rugged way, lest thou set a stumbling block to thy soul. And beware of thy own children, and take heed of them of thy household. In every work of thine regard thy soul in faith, for this is the keeping of the commandments. He that believeth God taketh heed to the commandments, and he that trusteth in him shall fare never the worse. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. No evils shall happen to him that feareth the Lord, but in temptation God will keep him, and deliver him from evils. A wise man hateth not the commandments and justices, and he shall not be dashed in pieces as a ship in a storm. A man of understanding is faithful to the law of God, and the law is faithful to him. He that cleareth up a question shall prepare what to say, and so having prayed he shall be heard, and shall keep discipline, and then he shall answer. The heart of a fool is as a wheel of a cart, and his thoughts are like a rolling axle-tree. A friend that is a mocker is like a stallion horse. He neigheth under every one that sitteth upon him. Why doth one day excel another, and one light another, and 1 year another year, when all come of the sun? By the knowledge of the Lord they were distinguished, the sun being made, and keeping his commandment. And he ordered the seasons and holidays of them, and in them they celebrated festivals at an hour. Some of them God made high and great days, and some of them he put in the number of ordinary days. And all men are from the ground, and out of the earth, from whence Adam was created. With much knowledge the Lord hath divided them, and diversified their ways. Some of them hath he blessed, and exalted, and some of them hath he sanctified, and set near himself, and some of them hath he cursed, and brought low, and turned them from their station. As the potter's clay is in his hand, to fashion and order it, all his ways are according to his ordering. So man is in the hand of him that made him, and he will render to him according to his judgment. Good is set against evil, and life against death. So also is the sinner against a just man. And so look upon all the works of the Most High. 2 and 2, and one against another. And I awaked last of all, and as one that gathereth after the grape-gatherers. In the blessing of God I also have hoped, and as one that gathereth grapes have I filled the winepress. See that I have not labored for myself only, but for all that seek discipline. Hear me, ye great men, and all ye people, and hearken with your ears, ye rulers of the church. Give not to son or wife, brother or friend, power over thee while thou livest, and give not thy estate to another, lest thou repent, and thou entreat for the same. As long as thou livest and hast breath in thee, let no man change thee. For it is better that thy children should ask of thee, than that thou look toward the hands of thy children. In all thy works keep the preeminence. Let no stain sully thy glory, in the time when thou shalt end the days of thy life, and in the time of thy decease distribute thy inheritance. Fodder and a wand and a burden are for an ass, bread and correction and work for a slave. He worketh under correction, and seeketh to rest. Let his hands be idle, and he seeketh liberty. The yoke and the thong bend a stiff neck, and continual labors bow a slave. Torture and fetters are for a malicious slave. Send him to work, that he be not idle, for idleness hath taught much evil. Set him to work, for so it is fit for him, and if he be not obedient, bring him down with fetters, but be not excessive towards any one, and do no grievous thing without judgment. If thou have a faithful servant, let him be to thee as thy own soul. Treat him as a brother, because in the blood of thy soul thou hast gotten him. If thou hurt him unjustly, he will run away, and if he rise up and depart, thou knowest not whom to ask, and in what way to seek him. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. The hopes of a man that is void of understanding are vain and deceitful, and dreams lift up fools. The man that giveth heed to lying visions is like to him that catcheth at a shadow, and followeth after the wind. The vision of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another, as when a man's likeness is before the face of a man. What can be made clean by the unclean, and what truth can come from that which is false? Deceitful divinations and lying omens, and the dreams of evildoers are vanity, and the heart fancieth as that of a woman in travail. Except it be a vision sent forth from the Most High, set not thy heart upon them. For dreams have deceived many, and they have failed that put their trust in them. The word of the law shall be fulfilled without a lie, and wisdom shall be made plain in the mouth of the faithful. What doth he know that hath not been tried? A man that hath much experience shall think of many things, and he that hath learned many things shall show forth understanding. He that hath no experience knoweth little, and he that hath been experienced in many things multiplieth prudence. He that hath not been tried, what manner of things doth he know? He that hath been surprised shall abound with subtlety. I have seen many things by travelling, and many customs of things. Sometimes I have been in danger of death for these things, and I have been delivered by the grace of God. The spirit of those that fear God is sought after, and by his regard shall be blessed. For their hope is on him that saveth them, and the eyes of God are upon them that love him. He that feareth the Lord shall tremble at nothing, and shall not be afraid, for he is his hope. The soul of him that feareth the Lord is blessed. To whom doth he look, and who is his strength? The eyes of the Lord are upon them that fear him. He is their powerful protector and strong stay, a defense from the heat, and a cover from the sun at noon, a preservation from stumbling, and a help from falling. He raiseth up the soul, and enlighteneth the eyes, and giveth health, and life, and blessing. The offering of him that sacrificeth of a thing wrongfully gotten is stained, and the mockeries of the unjust are not acceptable. The Lord is only for them that wait upon him in the way of truth and justice. The Most High approveth not the gifts of the wicked, neither hath he respect to the oblations of the unjust, nor will he be pacified for sins by the multitude of their sacrifices. He that offereth sacrifice of the goods of the poor is as one that sacrificeth the son in the presence of his father. The bread of the needy is the life of the poor. He that defraudeth them thereof is a man of blood. He that taketh away the bread gotten by sweat is like him that killeth his neighbor. He that sheddeth blood, and he that defraudeth the laborer of his hire, are brothers. When one buildeth up, and another pulleth down, what profit have they but the labor? When one prayeth, and another curseth, whose voice will God hear? He that washeth himself after touching the dead, if he toucheth him again, what doth his washing avail? So a man that fasteth for his sins, and doth the same again, what doth his humbling himself profit him? Who will hear his prayer? End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. He that keepeth the law multiplieth offerings. It is a wholesome sacrifice to take heed to the commandments, and to depart from all iniquity. And to depart from injustice is to offer a propitiatory sacrifice for injustices, and a begging of pardon for sins. He shall return thanks that offereth fine flour, and he that doth mercy offereth sacrifice. To depart from iniquity is that which pleaseth the Lord, and to depart from injustice is an entreaty for sins. Thou shalt not appear empty in the sight of the Lord, for all these things are to be done because of the commandment of God. The oblation of the just maketh the altar fat, and is an odor of sweetness in the sight of the Most High. The sacrifice of the just is acceptable, and the Lord will not forget the memorial thereof. Give glory to God with a good heart, and diminish not the first fruits of thy hands. In every gift show a cheerful countenance, and sanctify thy tithes with joy. Give to the Most High according to what he hath given to thee, and with a good eye do according to the ability of thy hands. For the Lord maketh recompense, and will give thee 7 times as much. Do not offer wicked gifts, for such he will not receive, and look not upon an unjust sacrifice, for the Lord is judge, and there is not with him respect of person. The Lord will not accept any person against a poor man, and he will hear the prayer of him that is wronged. He will not despise the prayers of the fatherless, nor the widow, when she poureth out her complaint. Do not the widow's tears run down the cheek, and her cry against him that causeth them to fall? For from the cheek they go up even to heaven, and the Lord that heareth will not be delighted with them. He that adoreth God with joy shall be accepted, and his prayer shall approach even to the clouds. The prayer of him that humbleth himself shall pierce the clouds, and till it come nigh he will not be comforted, and he will not depart till the Most High behold. And the Lord will not be slack, but will judge for the just, and will do judgment. And the Almighty will not have patience with them, that he may crush their back. And he will repay vengeance to the Gentiles, till he have taken away the multitude of the proud, and broken the scepters of the unjust, till he have rendered to men according to their deeds, and according to the works of Adam, and according to his presumption, till he have judged the cause of his people, and he shall delight the just with his mercy. The mercy of God is beautiful in the time of affliction, as a cloud of rain in the time of drought. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. Have mercy upon us, O God of all, and behold us, and show us the light of thy mercies. And send thy fear upon the nations that have not sought after thee, that they may know that there is no God beside thee, and that they may show forth thy wonders. Lift up thy hand over the strange nations, that they may see thy power. For as thou hast been sanctified in us in their sight, so thou shalt be magnified among them in our presence, that they may know thee, as we also have known thee, that there is no God beside thee, O Lord. Renew thy signs, and work new miracles. Glorify thy hand and thy right arm. Raise up indignation and pour out wrath. Take away the adversary, and crush the enemy. Hasten the time, and remember the end, that they may declare thy wonderful works. Let him that escapeth be consumed by the rage of the fire, and let them perish that oppress thy people. Crush the head of the princes of the enemies that say, There is no other beside us. Gather together all the tribes of Jacob, that they may know that there is no God besides thee, and may declare thy great works, and thou shalt inherit them as from the beginning. Have mercy on thy people, upon whom thy name is invoked, and upon Israel, whom thou hast raised up to be thy firstborn. Have mercy on Jerusalem, the city which thou hast sanctified, the city of thy rest. Fill Sion with thy unspeakable words, and thy people with thy glory. Give testimony to them that are thy creatures from the beginning, and raise up the prophecies which the former prophets spoke in thy name. Reward them that patiently wait for thee, that thy prophets may be found faithful, and hear the prayers of thy servants according to the blessing of Aaron over thy people, and direct us into the way of justice, and let all know that dwell upon the earth that thou art God, the beholder of all ages. The belly will devour all meat, yet one is better than another. The palate tasteth venison, and the wise heart false speeches. A perverse heart will cause grief, and a man of experience will resist it. A woman will receive every man, yet one daughter is better than another. The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance of her husband, and a man desireth nothing more. If she have a tongue that can cure, and likewise mitigate and show mercy, her husband is not like other men. He that possesseth a good wife beginneth a possession. She is a help like to himself, and a pillar of rest. Where there is no hedge, the possession shall be spoiled, and where there is no wife, he mourneth that is in want. Who will trust him that hath no rest, and that lodgeth wheresoever the night taketh him, as a robber well appointed, that skippeth from city to city? End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. Every friend will say, I also am his friend. But there is a friend that is only a friend in name. Is not this a grief even to death? But a companion and a friend shall be turned to an enemy. O wicked presumption, whence camest thou to cover the earth with thy malice and deceitfulness? There is a companion who rejoiceth with his friend in his joys, but in the time of trouble he will be against him. There is a companion who condoleth with his friend for his belly's sake, and he will take up a shield against enemy. Forget not thy friend in thy mind, and be not unmindful of him in thy riches. Consult not with him that layeth a snare for thee, and hide thy counsel from them that envy thee. Every counselor giveth out counsel, but there is one that is a counselor for himself. Beware of a counselor, and know before what need he hath, for he will devise to his own mind, lest he thrust a stake into the ground, and say to thee, Thy way is good, and then stand on the other side to see what shall befall thee. Treat not with a man without religion concerning holiness, nor with an unjust man concerning justice, nor with a woman touching her of whom she is jealous, nor with a coward concerning war, nor with a merchant about traffic, nor with a buyer of selling, nor with an envious man of giving thanks, nor with the ungodly of piety, nor with the dishonest of honesty, nor with the held laborer of every work, nor with him that worketh by the year of the finishing of the year, nor with an idle servant of much business. Give no heed to these in any matter of counsel. But be continually with a holy man, whomsoever thou shalt know to observe the fear of God, whose soul is according to thy own soul, and who, when thou shalt stumble in the dark, will be sorry for thee, and establish within thyself a heart of good counsel, for there is no other thing of more worth to thee than it. The soul of a holy man discovereth sometimes true things, more than 7 watchmen that sit in a high place to watch. But above all these things, pray to the Most High, that he may direct thy way in truth. In all thy works let the true word go before thee, and steady counsel before every action. A wicked word shall change the beast, out of which 4 manner of things arise, good and evil, life and death. And the tongue is continually the ruler of them. There is a man that is subtle, and a teacher of many, and yet is unprofitable to his own soul. A skillful man hath taught many, and is sweet to his own soul. He that speaketh sophistically is hateful. He shall be destitute of everything. Grace is not given him from the Lord, for he is deprived of all wisdom. There is a wise man that is wise to his own soul, and the fruit of his understanding is commendable. A wise man instructeth his own people, and the fruits of his understanding are faithful. A wise man shall be filled with blessings, and they that see shall praise him. The life of a man is in the number of his days, but the days of Israel are innumerable. A wise man shall inherit honor among his people, and his name shall live forever. My son, prove thy soul in thy life, and if it be wicked, give it no power, for all things are not expedient for all, and every kind pleaseth not every soul. Be not greedy in any feasting, and pour not out thyself upon any meat, for in many meats there will be sickness, and greediness will turn to choler. By surfeiting many have perished, but he that is temperate shall prolong life. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38. Honor the physician for the need thou hast of him, for the Most High hath created him. For all healing is from God, and he shall receive gifts of the King. The skill of the physician shall lift up his head, and in the sight of great men he shall be praised. The Most High hath created medicines out of the earth, and a wise man will not abhor them. Was not bitter water made sweet with wood? The virtue of these things is come to the knowledge of men, and the Most High hath given knowledge to men, that he may be honored in his wonders. By these he shall cure, and shall allay their pains, and of these the apothecary shall make sweet confections, and shall make up ointments of health, and of his works there shall be no end. For the peace of God is over all the face of the earth. My son, in thy sickness neglect not thyself, but pray to the Lord, and he shall heal thee. Turn away from sin, and order thy hands aright, and cleanse thy heart from all offense. Give a sweet savor, and a memorial of fine flour, and make a fat offering, and then give place to the physician. For the Lord created him, and let him not depart from thee, for his works are necessary. For there is a time when thou must fall into their hands, and they shall beseech the Lord, that he would prosper what they give for ease and remedy for their conversation. He that sinneth in the sight of his Maker shall fall into the hands of the physician. My son, shed tears over the dead, and begin to lament as if thou hadst suffered some great harm, and according to judgment cover his body, and neglect not his burial. And for fear of being ill spoken of, weep bitterly for a day, and then comfort thyself in thy sadness. And make mourning for him according to his merit for a day, or two, for fear of detraction. For of sadness cometh death, and it overwhelmeth the strength, and the sorrow of the heart boweth down the neck. In withdrawing aside sorrow remaineth, and the substance of the poor is according to his heart. Give not up thy heart to sadness, but drive it from thee, and remember the latter end. Forget it not, for there is no returning, and thou shalt do him no good, and shalt hurt thyself. Remember my judgment, for thine also shall be so, yesterday for me, and today for thee. When the dead is at rest, let his remembrance rest, and comfort him in the departing of his spirit. The wisdom of a scribe cometh by his time of leisure, and he that is less in action shall receive wisdom. With what wisdom shall he be furnished that holdeth the plough, and that glorieth in the goad, that driveth the oxen therewith, and is occupied in their labors, and his whole talk is about the offspring of bulls? He shall give his mind to turn up furrows, and his care is to give the kine fodder. So every craftsman and workmaster that laboureth night and day, he who maketh graven seals, and by his continual diligence varieth the figure, he shall give his mind to the resemblance of the picture, and by his watching shall finish the work. So doth the smith, sitting by the anvil, and considering the ironwork. The vapour of the fire wasteth his flesh, and he fighteth with the heat of the furnace. The noise of the hammer is always in his ears, and his eye is upon the pattern of the vessel he maketh. He setteth his mind to finish his work, and his watching to polish them to perfection. So doth the potter, sitting at his work, turning the wheel about with his feet, who is always carefully set to his work, and maketh all his work by number. He fashioneth the clay with his arm, and boweth down his strength before his feet. He shall give his mind to finish the glazing, and his watching to make clean the furnace. All these trust to their hands, and every one is wise in his own art. Without these a city is not built. And they shall not dwell nor walk about therein, and they shall not go up into the assembly. Upon the judge's seat they shall not sit, and the ordinance of judgment they shall not understand, neither shall they declare discipline and judgment, and they shall not be found where parables are spoken. But they shall strengthen the state of the world, and their prayer shall be in the work of their craft, applying their soul and searching in the law of the Most High. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. The wise man will seek out the wisdom of all the ancients, and will be occupied in the prophets. He will keep the sayings of renowned men, and will enter withal into the subtleties of parables. He will search out the hidden meanings of proverbs, and will be conversant in the secrets of parables. He shall serve among great men, and appear before the governor. He shall pass into strange countries, for he shall try good and evil among men. He will give his heart to resort early to the Lord that made him, and he will pray in the sight of the Most High. He will open his mouth in prayer, and will make supplication for his sins. For if it shall please the great Lord, he will fill him with the spirit of understanding, and he will pour forth the words of his wisdom as showers, and in his prayer he will confess to the Lord. And he shall direct his counsel, and his knowledge, and in his secrets shall he meditate. He shall show forth the discipline he hath learned, and shall glory in the law of the covenant of the Lord. Many shall praise his wisdom, and it shall never be forgotten. The memory of him shall not depart away, and his name shall be in request from generation to generation. Nations shall declare his wisdom, and the church shall show forth his praise. If he continue, he shall leave a name above 1,000, and if he rest, it shall be to his advantage. I will yet meditate, that I may declare, for I am filled as with a holy transport. By a voice he saith, Hear me, ye divine offspring, and bud forth as the rose planted by the brooks of waters. Give ye a sweet odor as frankincense. Send forth flowers as the lily, and yield a smell, and bring forth leaves in grace, and praise with canticles, and bless the Lord in his works. Magnify his name, and give glory to him with the voice of your lips, and with the canticles of your mouths, and with harps, and in praising him you shall say in this manner, All the works of the Lord are exceeding good. At his word the waters stood as a heap, and at the words of his mouth the receptacles of waters. For at his commandment favor is shown, and there is no diminishing of his salvation. The works of all flesh are before him, and there is nothing hid from his eyes. He seeth from eternity to eternity, and there is nothing wonderful before him. There is no saying, What is this, or what is that? For all things shall be sought in their time. His blessing hath overflowed like a river, and as a flood hath watered the earth, so shall his wrath inherit the nations that have not sought after him. Even as he turned the waters into a dry land, and the earth was made dry, and his ways were made plain for their journey, so to sinners they are stumbling blocks in his wrath. Good things were created for the good from the beginning, so for the wicked good and evil things. The principal things necessary for the life of men are water, fire, and iron, salt, milk, and bread of flour, and honey, and the cluster of the grape, and oil, and clothing. All these things shall be for good to the holy, so to the sinners and the ungodly they shall be turned into evil. There are spirits that are created for vengeance, and in their fury they lay on grievous torments. In the time of destruction they shall pour out their force, and they shall appease the wrath of him that made them. Fire, hail, famine, and death, all these were created for vengeance. The teeth of beasts and scorpions and serpents, and the sword taking vengeance upon the ungodly unto destruction. In his commandments they shall feast, and they shall be ready upon earth when need is, and when their time is come, they shall not transgress his word. Therefore from the beginning I was resolved, and I have meditated, and thought on these things, and left them in writing. All the works of the Lord are good, and he will furnish every work in due time. It is not to be said, This is worse than that, for all shall be well approved in their time. Now therefore with the whole heart and mouth praise ye him, and bless the name of the Lord. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40. Great labor is created for all men, and a heavy yoke is upon the children of Adam from the day of their coming out of their mother's womb until the day of their burial into the mother of all. Their thoughts and fears of the heart, their imagination of things to come, and the day of their end, from him that sitteth on a glorious throne unto him that is humbled in earth and ashes, from him that weareth purple and beareth the crown, even to him that is covered with rough linen, wrath, envy, trouble, unquietness, and the fear of death, continual anger and strife, and in the time of rest upon his bed, the sleep of the night changeth his knowledge. A little and as nothing is his rest, and afterward in sleep, as in the day of keeping watch. He is troubled in the vision of his heart, as if he had escaped in the day of battle. In the time of his safety he rose up, and wondereth that there is no fear. Such things happen to all flesh, from man even to beast, and upon sinners are sevenfold more. Moreover, death and bloodshed, strife and sword, oppressions, famine and affliction, and scourges, all these things are created for the wicked, and for their sakes came the flood. All things that are of the earth shall return to the earth again, and all waters shall return to the sea. All bribery and injustice shall be blotted out, and fidelity shall stand forever. The riches of the unjust shall be dried up like a river, and shall pass away with a noise like a great thunder in rain. While he openeth his hands, he shall rejoice, but transgressors shall pine away in the end. The offspring of the ungodly shall not bring forth many branches, and make a noise as unclean roots upon the top of a rock. The weed growing over every water and at the bank of the river shall be pulled up before all grass. Grace is like a paradise in blessings, and mercy remaineth forever. The life of a laborer that is content with what he hath shall be sweet, and in it thou shalt find a treasure. Children and the building of a city shall establish a name, but a blameless wife shall be counted above them both. Wine and music rejoice the heart, but the love of wisdom is above them both. The flute and the psaltery make a sweet melody, but a pleasant tongue is above them both. Thy eye desireth favor and beauty, but more than these, green sown fields. A friend and companion meeting together in season, but above them both is a wife with her husband. Brethren are a help in the time of trouble, but mercy shall deliver more than they. Gold and silver make the feet stand sure, but wise counsel is above them both. Riches and strength lift up the heart, but above these is the fear of the Lord. There is no want in the fear of the Lord, and it needeth not to seek for help. The fear of the Lord is like a paradise of blessing, and they have covered it above all glory. My son, in thy lifetime be not indigent, for it is better to die than to want. The life of him that looketh toward another man's table is not to be counted a life, for he feedeth his soul with another man's meat. But a man well instructed and taught will look to himself. Begging will be sweet in the mouth of the unwise, but in his belly there shall burn a fire. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41. O death, how bitter is the remembrance of thee to a man that hath peace in his possessions, to a man that is at rest, and whose ways are prosperous in all things, and that is yet able to take meat. O death, thy sentence is welcome to the man that is in need, and to him whose strength faileth, who is in a decrepit age, and that is in care about all things, and to the distrustful that loseth patience. Fear not the sentence of death. Remember what things have been before thee, and what shall come after thee. This sentence is from the Lord upon all flesh. And what shall come upon thee by the good pleasure of the Most High, whether 10 or 100 or 1,000 years? For among the dead there is no accusing of life. The children of sinners become children of abominations, and they that converse near the houses of the ungodly. The inheritance of the children of sinners shall perish, and with their posterity shall be a perpetual reproach. The children will complain of an ungodly father, because for his sake they are in reproach. Woe to you, ungodly men, who have forsaken the law of the Most High Lord! And if you be born, you shall be born in malediction, and if you die, in malediction shall be your portion. All things that are of the earth shall return into the earth, so the ungodly shall from malediction to destruction. The mourning of men is about their body, but the name of the ungodly shall be blotted out. Take care of a good name, for this shall continue with thee more than 1,000 treasures, precious and great. A good life hath its number of days, but a good name shall continue forever. My children, keep discipline in peace, for wisdom that is hid, and a treasure that is not seen, what profit is there in them both? Better is the man that hideth his folly than the man that hideth his wisdom. Wherefore have a shame of these things I am now going to speak of, for it is not good to keep all shamefacedness, and all things do not please all men in opinion. Be ashamed of fornication before father and mother, and of a lie before a governor and a man in power, of an offense before a prince and a judge, of iniquity before a congregation and a people, of injustice before a companion and friend, and in regard to the place where thou dwellest, of theft, and of the truth of God and the covenant, of leaning with thy elbow over meat, and of deceit in giving and taking, of silence before them that salute thee, of looking upon a harlot, and of turning away thy face from thy kinsman. Turn not away thy face from thy neighbor, and of taking away a portion and not restoring. Gaze not upon another man's wife, and be not inquisitive after his handmaid, and approach not her bed. Be ashamed of upbraiding speeches before friends, and after thou hast given, upbraid not. End of chapter 41. Sirach, chapters 42 through 51 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. Repeat not the word which thou hast heard, and disclose not the thing that is secret. So shalt thou be truly without confusion, and shall find favor before all men. Be not ashamed of any of these things, and accept no person to sin thereby. Of the law of the Most High, and of his covenant, and of judgment to justify the ungodly, of the affair of companions and travelers, and of the gift of the inheritance of friends, of exactness of balance and weights, of getting much or little, of the corruption of buying, and of merchants, and of much correction of children, and to make the side of a wicked slave to bleed. Sure keeping is good over a wicked wife. Where there are many hands, shut up, and deliver all things in number and weight, and put all in writing that thou givest out or receivest in. Be not ashamed to inform the unwise and foolish and the aged that are judged by young men, and thou shalt be well instructed in all things, and well approved in the sight of all men living. The father waketh for the daughter when no man knoweth, and the care for her taketh away his sleep when she is young, lest she pass away the flower of her age, and when she is married, lest she should be hateful. In her virginity, lest she should be corrupted, and be found with child in her father's house, and having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself, or at the least become barren. Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter, lest at any time she make thee become a laughing-stock to thy enemies, and a byword in the city, and a reproach among the people, and she make thee ashamed before all the multitude. Behold not everybody's beauty, and tarry not among women. For from garments cometh a moth, and from a woman the iniquity of a man. For better is the iniquity of a man than a woman doing a good turn, and a woman bringing shame and reproach. I will now remember the works of the Lord, and I will declare the things I have seen. By the words of the Lord are his works. The sun giving light hath looked upon all things, and full of the glory of the Lord is his work. Hath not the Lord made the saints to declare all his wonderful works, which the Lord Almighty hath firmly settled to be established for his glory? He hath searched out the deep and the heart of men, and considered their crafty devices. For the Lord knoweth all knowledge, and hath beheld the signs of the world. He declareth the things that are past, and the things that are to come, and revealeth the traces of hidden things. No thought escapeth him, and no word can hide itself from him. He hath beautified the glorious works of his wisdom, and he is from eternity to eternity, and to him nothing may be added, nor can he be diminished, and he hath no need of any counselor. Oh, how desirable are all his works, and what we can know is but as a spark. All these things live and remain forever, and for every use all things obey him. All things are double one against another, and he hath made nothing defective. He hath established the good things of every one, and who shall be filled with beholding his glory? End of chapter 42. Chapter 43. The firmament on high is his beauty, the beauty of heaven with its glorious show. The sun when he appeareth, showing forth at his rising, an admirable instrument, the work of the Most High. At noon he burneth the earth, and who can abide his burning heat? As one keeping a furnace in the works of heat, the sun 3 times as much burneth the mountains, breathing out fiery vapors, and shining with his beams, he blindeth the eyes. Great is the Lord that made him, and at his words he hath hastened his course. And the moon, in all her season, is for a declaration of times, and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of the festival day, a light that decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her perfection, being an instrument of the armies on high, shining gloriously in the armament of heaven. The glory of the stars is the beauty of heaven. The Lord enlighteneth the world on high. By the words of the Holy One they shall stand in judgment, and shall never fail in their watches. Look upon the rainbow, and bless him that made it. It is very beautiful in its brightness. It encompasseth the heaven about with the circle of its glory. The hands of the Most High have displayed it. By his commandment he maketh the snow to fall apace, and sendeth forth swiftly the lightnings of his judgment. Through this are the treasures opened, and the clouds fly out like birds. By his greatness he hath fixed the clouds, and the hailstones are broken. At his sight shall the mountains be shaken, and at his will the south wind shall blow. The noise of his thunder shall strike the earth. So doth the northern storm and the whirlwind. And as the birds lighting upon the earth, he scattereth snow, and the falling thereof is as the coming down of locusts. The eye admireth at the beauty of the whiteness thereof, and the heart is astonished at the shower thereof. He shall pour frost as salt upon the earth, and when it freezeth, it shall become like the tops of thistles. The cold north wind bloweth, and the water is congealed into crystal. Upon every gathering together of waters it shall rest, and shall clothe the waters as a breastplate. And it shall devour the mountains, and burn the wilderness, and consume all that is green as with fire. A present remedy of all is the speedy coming of a cloud, and a dew that meeteth it, by the heat that cometh shall overpower it. At his word the wind is still, and with his thought he appeaseth the deep. And the Lord hath planted islands therein. Let them that sail on the sea tell the dangers thereof, and when we hear with our ears, we shall admire. There are great and wonderful works, a variety of beasts, and of all living things, and the monstrous creatures of whales. Through him is established the end of their journey, and by his word all things are regulated. We shall say much, and yet shall want words, but the sum of our words is, He is all. What shall we be able to do to glorify him? For the Almighty himself is above all his works. The Lord is terrible and exceeding great, and his power is admirable. Glorify the Lord as much as ever you can, for he will yet far exceed, and his magnificence is wonderful. Blessing the Lord, exalt him as much as you can, for he is above all praise. When you exalt him, put forth all your strength, and be not weary, for you can never go far enough. Who shall see him and declare him? And who shall magnify him as he is from the beginning? There are many things hidden from us that are greater than these, for we have seen but a few of his works. But the Lord hath made all things, and to the godly he hath given wisdom. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44. Let us now praise men of renown, and our fathers in their generation. The Lord hath wrought great glory through his magnificence from the beginning. Such as have borne rule in their dominions, men of great power, and endued with their wisdom, showing forth in the prophets the dignity of prophets, and ruling over the present people, and by the strength of wisdom instructing the people in most holy words. Such as by their skill sought out musical tunes, and published canticles of the Scriptures. Rich men in virtue, studying beautifulness, living at peace in their houses. All these have gained glory in their generations, and were praised in their days. They that were born of them have left a name behind them, that their praises might be related. And there are some of whom there is no memorial, who are perished as if they had never been, and are become as if they had never been born, and their children with them. But these were men of mercy, whose godly deeds have not failed. Good things continue with their seed. Their posterity are a holy inheritance, and their seed hath stood in the covenants. And their children for their sakes remain forever. Their seed and their glory shall not be forsaken. Their bodies are buried in peace, and their name liveth unto generation and generation. Let the people show forth their wisdom, and the church declare their praise. Enoch pleased God, and was translated into paradise, that he may give repentance to the nations. Noah was found perfect, just, and in the time of wrath he was made a reconciliation. Therefore was there a remnant left to the earth when the flood came. The covenants of the world were made with him, that all flesh should no more be destroyed with the flood. Abraham was the great father of a multitude of nations, and there was not found the like to him in glory, who kept the law of the Most High, and was in covenant with him. In his flesh he established the covenant, and in temptation he was found faithful. Therefore by an oath he gave him glory in his posterity, that he should increase as the dust of the earth, and that he would exalt his seed as the stars, and they should inherit from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth. And he did in like manner with Isaac, for the sake of Abraham his father. The Lord gave him the blessing of all nations, and confirmed his covenant upon the head of Jacob. He acknowledged him in his blessings, and gave him an inheritance, and divided him his portion in 12 tribes. And he preserved for him men of mercy, that found grace in the eyes of all flesh. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45. Moses was beloved of God and men, whose memory is in benediction. He made him like the saints in glory, and magnified him in the fear of his enemies, and with his words he made prodigies to cease. He glorified him in the sight of kings, and gave him commandments in the sight of his people, and showed him his glory. He sanctified him in his faith and meekness, and chose him out of all flesh. For he heard him and his voice, and brought him into a cloud. And he gave him commandments before his face, and a law of life and instruction, that he might teach Jacob his covenant, and Israel his judgments. He exalted Aaron his brother, and like to himself of the tribe of Levi, he made an everlasting covenant with him, and gave him the priesthood of the nation, and made him blessed in glory. And he girded him about with a glorious girdle, and clothed him with a robe of glory, and crowned him with majestic attire. He put upon him a garment to the feet, and breeches, and an ephod, and he compassed him with many little bells of gold all round about, that as he went there might be a sound and a noise made that might be heard in the temple, for a memorial to the children of his people. He gave him a holy robe of gold and blue and purple, a woven work of a wise man, endued with judgment and truth, of twisted scarlet the work of an artist, with precious stones cut and set in gold, and graven by the work of a lapidary for a memorial, according to the number of the tribes of Israel. And a crown of gold upon his mitre, wherein was engraved holiness, an ornament of honor, a work of power and delightful to the eyes for its beauty. Before him there were none so beautiful even from the beginning. No stranger was ever clothed with them, but only his children alone, and his grandchildren forever. His sacrifices were consumed with fire every day. Moses filled his hands and anointed him with holy oil. This was made to him for an everlasting testament, and to his seed as the days of heaven, to execute the office of the priesthood, and to have praise, and to glorify his people in his name. He chose him out of all men living to offer sacrifice to God, incense, and a good savour, for a memorial to make reconciliation for his people. And he gave him power in his commandments, in the covenants of his judgments, that he should teach Jacob his testimonies, and give light to Israel in his law. And strangers stood up against him, and through envy the men that were with Dathan and Abiram compassed him about in the wilderness, and the congregation of Kori in their wrath. The Lord God saw, and it pleased him not, and they were consumed in his wrathful indignation. He wrought wonders upon them, and consumed them with a flame of fire. And he added glory to Aaron, and gave him an inheritance, and divided unto him the firstfruits of the increase of the earth. He prepared them bread in the first place unto fullness. For the sacrifices also of the Lord they shall eat, which he gave to him, and to his seed. But he shall not inherit among the people in the land, and he hath no portion among the people, for he himself is his portion and inheritance. Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, is the third in glory, by imitating him in the fear of the Lord. And he stood up in the shameful fall of the people. In the goodness and readiness of his soul he appeased God for Israel. Therefore he made to him a covenant of peace, to be the prince of the sanctuary, and of his people, that the dignity of priesthood should be to him and to his seed forever. And a covenant to David the king, the son of Jesse of the tribe of Judah, an inheritance to him and to his seed, that he might give wisdom into our heart to judge his people in justice, that their good things might not be abolished, and he made their glory in their nation everlasting. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46. Valiant in war was Jesus the son of Navi, who was successor of Moses among the prophets, who was great according to his name, very great for the saving the elect of God, to overthrow the enemies that rose up against them, that he might get the inheritance for Israel. How great glory did he gain when he lifted up his hands and stretched out swords against the cities! Who before him hath so resisted? For the Lord himself brought the enemies. Was not the sun stopped in his anger, and one day made as two? He called upon the Most High's sovereign, when the enemies assaulted him on every side, and the great and holy God heard him by hailstones of exceeding great force. He made a violent assault against the nation of his enemies, and in the descent he destroyed the adversaries. That the nations might know his power, that it is not easy to fight against God, and he followed the mighty one. And in the days of Moses he did a work of mercy, he and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, in standing against the enemy, and withholding the people from sins, and appeasing the wicked murmuring. And they too, being appointed, were delivered out of the danger from among the number of 600,000 men on foot, to bring them into their inheritance, into the land that floweth with milk and honey. And the Lord gave strength also to Caleb, and his strength continued even to his old age, so that he went up to the high places of the land, and his seed obtained it for an inheritance, that all the children of Israel might see that it is good to obey the holy God. Then all the judges, every one by name, whose heart was not corrupted, who turned not away from the Lord, that their memory might be blessed, and their bones spring up out of their place, and their name continue forever, the glory of the holy men remaining unto their children. Samuel the prophet of the Lord, the beloved of the Lord his God, established a new government, and anointed princes over his people. By the law of the Lord he judged the congregation, and the God of Jacob beheld, and by his fidelity he was proved a prophet. And he was known to be faithful in his words, because he saw the God of light, and called upon the name of the Lord Almighty in fighting against the enemies who beset him on every side, when he offered a lamb without blemish. And the Lord thundered from heaven, and with a great noise made his voice to be heard. And he crushed the princes of the Tyrians, and all the lords of the Philistines. And before the time of the end of his life in the world, he protested before the Lord and his anointed, money or anything else, even to a shoe, he had not taken of any man, and no man did accuse him. And after this he slept, and he made known to the king, and showed him the end of his life, and he lifted up his voice from the earth in prophecy, to blot out the wickedness of the nation. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47. Then Nathan the prophet arose in the days of David, and as the fat taken away from the flesh, so was David chosen from among the children of Israel. He played with lions as with lambs, and with bears he did in like manner as with the lambs of the flock in his youth. Did not he kill the giant, and take away reproach from his people? In lifting up his hand with the stone and the sling, he beat down the boasting of Goliath. For he called upon the Lord the Almighty, and he gave strength in his right hand to take away the mighty warrior, and to set up the horn of his nation. so in 10,000 did he glorify him, and praised him in the blessings of the Lord, in offering to him a crown of glory. For he destroyed the enemies on every side, and extirpated the Philistines, the adversaries, unto this day. He broke their horn forever. In all his works he gave thanks to the Holy One, and to the Most High with words of glory. With his whole heart he praised the Lord, and loved God that made him, and he gave him power against his enemies. And he set singers before the altar, and by their voices he made sweet melody. And to the festivals he added beauty, and set in order the solemn times, even to the end of his life, that they should praise the holy name of the Lord, and magnify the holiness of God in the morning. The Lord took away his sins, and exalted his horn forever, and he gave him a covenant of the kingdom, and a throne of glory in Israel. After him arose up a wise son, and for his sake he cast down all the power of the enemies. Solomon reigned in days of peace, and God brought all his enemies under him, that he might build a house in his name, and prepare a sanctuary forever. O how wise wast thou in thy youth! And thou wast filled as a river with wisdom, and thy soul covered the earth. And thou didst multiply riddles and parables. Thy name went abroad to the islands far off, and thou wast beloved in thy peace. The countries wondered at thee for thy canticles and proverbs and parables and interpretations, and at the name of the Lord God, whose surname is God of Israel. Thou didst gather gold as copper, and didst multiply silver as lead, and thou didst bow thyself to women, and by thy body thou wast brought under subjection. Thou hast stained thy glory, and defiled thy seed, so as to bring wrath upon thy children, and to have thy folly kindled, that thou shouldst make the kingdom to be divided, and out of Ephraim a rebellious kingdom to rule. But God will not leave off his mercy, and he will not destroy, nor abolish his own works. Neither will he cut up by the roots the offspring of his elect, and he will not utterly take away the seed of him that loveth the Lord. Wherefore he gave a remnant to Jacob, and to David of the same stock. And Solomon had an end with his fathers, and he left behind him of his seed the folly of the nation, even Rehoboam that had little wisdom, who turned away the people through his counsel, and Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who caused Israel to sin, and showed Ephraim the way of sin, and their sins were multiplied exceedingly. They removed them far away from their land, and they sought out all iniquities, till vengeance came upon them, and put an end to all their sins. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48. And Elias the prophet stood up as a fire, and his word burnt like a torch. He brought a famine upon them, and they that provoked him in their envy were reduced to a small number, for they could not endure the commandments of the Lord. By the word of the Lord he shut up the heaven, and he brought down fire from heaven thrice. Thus was Elias magnified in his wondrous works, and who can glory like to thee? Who raised up a dead man from below, from the lot of death by the word of the Lord God, who broughtest down kings to destruction, and brokest easily their power in pieces, and the glorious from their bed, who heardest judgment in Sinai, and in Horeb the judgments of vengeance, who anointedst kings to penance, and madest prophets successors after thee, who wast taken up in a whirlwind of fire, in a chariot of fiery horses, who art registered in the judgments of times, to appease the wrath of the Lord, to reconcile the heart of the Father to the Son, and to restore the tribes of Jacob. Blessed are they that saw thee, and were honored with thy friendship. For we live only in our life, but after death our name shall not be such. Elias was indeed covered with the whirlwind, and his spirit was lifted up in Elysius. In his days he feared not the prince, and no man was more powerful than he. No word could overcome him, and after death his body prophesied. In his life he did great wonders, and in death he wrought miracles. For all this the people repented not, neither did they depart from their sins till they were cast out of their land, and were scattered through all the earth. And there was left but a small people, and a prince in the house of David. Some of these did that which pleased God, but others committed many sins. Ezekias fortified his city, and brought in water into the midst thereof, and he digged a rock with iron, and made a well for water. In his days Sennacherib came up, and sent Rabsaces, and lifted up his hand against them, and he stretched out his hand against Sion, and became proud through his power. Then their hearts and hands trembled, and they were in pain as women in travail. And they called upon the Lord, who is merciful, and spreading their hands they lifted them up to heaven, and the holy Lord God quickly heard their voice. He was not mindful of their sins, neither did he deliver them up to their enemies, but he purified them by the hand of Isaias, the holy prophet. He overthrew the army of the Assyrians, and the angel of the Lord destroyed them. For Ezekias did that which pleased God, and walked valiantly in the way of David his father, which Isaias the great prophet, and faithful in the sight of God, had commanded him. In his days the sun went backward, and he lengthened the king's life. With a great spirit he saw the things that are to come to pass at last, and comforted the mourners in Sion. He showed what should come to pass forever, and secret things before they came. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49. The memory of Josias is like the composition of a sweet smell made by the art of a perfumer. His remembrance shall be sweet as honey in every mouth, and as music at a banquet of wine. He was directed by God unto the repentance of the nation, and he took away the abominations of wickedness. And he directed his heart towards the Lord, and in the days of sinners he strengthened godliness. Except David and Ezekias and Josias, all committed sin. For the kings of Judah forsook the law of the Most High, and despised the fear of God. So they gave their kingdom to others, and their glory to a strange nation. They burnt the chosen city of holiness, and made the streets thereof desolate, according to the prediction of Jeremiah. For they treated him evil, who was consecrated a prophet from his mother's womb, to overthrow and pluck up, and destroy, and to build again, and renew. It was Ezekiel that saw the glorious vision which was shown him upon the chariot of cherubims. For he made mention of the enemies under the figure of rain, and of doing good to them that showed right ways. and may the bones of the 12 prophets spring up out of their place, for they strengthened Jacob and redeemed themselves by strong faith. How shall we magnify Zorobabel? For he was as a signet on the right hand. In like manner, Jesus the son of Josedek, who in their days built the house and set up a holy temple to the Lord, prepared for everlasting glory. And let Nehemias be a long time remembered, who raised up for us our walls that were cast down, and set up the gates and the bars, who rebuilt our houses. No man was born upon earth like Enoch, for he also was taken up from the earth. Nor as Joseph, who was a man born prince of his brethren, the support of his family, the ruler of his brethren, the stay of the people. And his bones were visited, and after death they prophesied. Seth and Sem obtained glory among men, and above every soul Adam in the beginning. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50. Simon the high priest, the son of Onias, who in his life propped up the house, and in his days fortified the temple. By him also the height of the temple was founded, the double building and the high walls of the temple. In his days the wells of water flowed out, and they were filled as the sea above measure. He took care of his nation, and delivered it from destruction. He prevailed to enlarge the city, and obtained glory in his conversation with the people, and enlarged the entrance of the house and the court. He shone in his days as the morning star in the midst of a cloud, and as the moon at the full. And as the sun when it shineth, so did he shine in the temple of God. And as the rainbow giving light in the bright clouds, and as the flower of roses in the days of the spring, and as the lilies that are on the brink of the water, and as the sweet-smelling frankincense in the time of summer. As a bright fire and frankincense burning in the fire, as a massive vessel of gold adorned with every precious stone, as an olive tree budding forth, and a cypress tree rearing itself on high, when he put on the robe of glory, and was clothed with the perfection of power. When he went up to the holy altar, he honored the vesture of holiness. And when he took the portions out of the hands of the priests, he himself stood by the altar, and about him was the ring of his brethren, and as the cedar planted in Mount Libanus. And as branches of palm trees they stood round about him, and all the sons of Aaron in their glory. And the oblation of the Lord was in their hands, before all the congregation of Israel. And finishing his service on the altar, to honor the offering of the Most High ring, he stretched forth his hand to make a libation, and offered of the blood of the grape. He poured out at the foot of the altar a divine odor to the Most High Prince. Then the sons of Aaron shouted, they sounded with beaten trumpets, and made a great noise to be heard for a remembrance before God. Then all the people together made haste, and fell down to the earth upon their faces, to adore the Lord their God, and to pray to the Almighty God, the Most High. And the singers lifted up their voices, and in the great house the sound of sweet melody was increased. And the people in prayer besought the Lord the Most High, until the worship of the Lord was perfected, and they had finished their office. Then coming down, he lifted up his hands over all the congregation of the children of Israel, to give glory to God with his lips, and to glory in his name. And he repeated his prayer, willing to show the power of God. And now pray ye to the God of all, who hath done great things in all the earth, who hath increased our days from our mother's womb, and hath done with us according to his mercy. May he grant us joyfulness of heart, and that there be peace in our days in Israel forever, that Israel may believe that the mercy of God is with us, to deliver us in his days. There are two nations which my soul abhorreth, and the third is no nation which I hate. They that sit on Mount Seir, and the Philistines, and the foolish people that dwell in Shechem. Jesus, the son of Sirach of Jerusalem, hath written in this book the doctrine of wisdom and instruction, who renewed wisdom from his heart. Blessed is he that is conversant in these good things, and he that layeth them up in his heart shall be wise always. For if he do them, he shall be strong to do all things, because the light of God guideth his steps. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51. A prayer of Jesus, the son of Sirach. I will give glory to thee, O Lord, O King, and I will praise thee, O God, my Saviour. I will give glory to thy name, for thou hast been a helper and protector to me, and hast preserved my body from destruction, from the snare of an unjust tongue, and from the lips of them that forged lies, and in the sight of them that stood by, thou hast been my helper. And thou hast delivered me, according to the multitude of the mercy of thy name, from them that did roar, prepared to devour. Out of the hands of them that sought my life, and from the gates of afflictions which compassed me about, from the oppression of the flame which surrounded me, and in the midst of the fire I was not burnt. From the depth of the belly of hell, and from an unclean tongue, and from lying words, from an unjust king, and from a slanderous tongue, my soul shall praise the Lord even to death. And my life was drawing near to hell beneath. They compassed me on every side, and there was no one that would help me. I looked for the succor of men, and there was none. I remembered thy mercy, O Lord, and thy works which are from the beginning of the world, how thou deliverest them that wait for thee, O Lord, and savest them out of the hands of the nations. Thou hast exalted my dwelling place upon the earth, and I have prayed for death to pass away. I called upon the Lord, the Father of my Lord, that he would not leave me in the day of my trouble, and in the time of the proud without help. I will praise thy name continually, and will praise it with thanksgiving, and my prayer was heard. And thou hast saved me from destruction, and hast delivered me from the evil time. Therefore I will give thanks, and praise thee, and bless the name of the Lord. When I was yet young, before I wandered about, I sought for wisdom openly in my prayer. I prayed for her before the temple, and unto the very end I will seek after her, and she flourished as a grape soon ripe. My heart delighted in her. My foot walked in the right way. From my youth up I sought after her. I bowed down my ear a little, and received her. I found much wisdom in myself, and I profited much therein. To him that giveth me wisdom will I give glory, for I have determined to follow her. I have had a zeal for good, and shall not be confounded. My soul hath wrestled for her, and in doing it I have been confirmed. I stretched forth my hands on high, and I bewailed my ignorance of her. I directed my soul to her, and in knowledge I found her. I possessed my heart with her from the beginning, therefore I shall not be forsaken. My entrails were troubled in seeking her, therefore shall I possess a good possession. The Lord hath given me a tongue for my reward, and with it I will praise him. Draw near to me, ye unlearned, and gather yourselves together into the house of discipline. Why are ye slow, and what do you say of these things? Your souls are exceeding thirsty. I have opened my mouth and have spoken. Buy her for yourselves without silver, and submit your neck to the yoke, and let your soul receive discipline. For she is near at hand to be found. Behold with your eyes how I have labored a little, and have found much rest to myself. Receive ye discipline as a great sum of money, and possess abundance of gold by her. Let your soul rejoice in his mercy, and you shall not be confounded in his praise. Work your work before the time, and he will give you your reward in his time. End of chapter 51. Isaiah chapters 1 through 16 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The vision of Isaiah, the son of Amos, which he saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem in the days of Ozias, Jotham, Achaz, and Ezekias, kings of Judah. Hear, O ye heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord hath spoken. I have brought up children, and exalted them, but they have despised me. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel hath not known me, and my people hath not understood. Woe to the sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a wicked seed, ungracious children. They have forsaken the Lord, they have blasphemed the Holy One of Israel, they are gone away backwards. For what shall I strike you any more, you that increase transgression? The whole head is sick, and the whole heart is sad. From the sole of the foot unto the top of the head, there is no soundness therein, wounds and bruises and swelling sores. They are not bound up, nor dressed, nor fomented with oil. Your land is desolate, your cities are burnt with fire, your country strangers devour before your face, and it shall be desolate as when wasted by enemies. And the daughter of Sion shall be left as a covert in a vineyard, and as a lodge in a garden of cucumbers, and as a city that is laid waste. Except the Lord of hosts had left us seed, we had been as Sodom, and we should have been like to Gomorrah. Hear the word of the Lord, ye rulers of Sodom. Give ear to the law of our God, ye people of Gomorrah. To what purpose do you offer me the multitude of your victims, saith the Lord? I am full, I desire not holocausts of rams, and fat of fatlings, and blood of calves, and lambs, and buck goats. When you came to appear before me, who required these things at your hands, that you should walk in my courts? Offer sacrifice no more in vain. Incense is an abomination to me. The new moons and the Sabbaths and other festivals I will not abide, your assemblies are wicked. My soul hateth your new moons and your solemnities. They are become troublesome to me. I am weary of bearing them. And when you stretch forth your hands, I will turn away my eyes from you, and when you multiply prayer, I will not hear, for your hands are full of blood. Wash yourselves, be clean, take away the evil of your devices from my eyes. Cease to do perversely, learn to do well. Seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge for the fatherless, defend the widow. And then come and accuse me, saith the Lord. If your sins be as scarlet, they shall be made as white as snow, and if they be red as crimson, they shall be white as wool. If you be willing and will hearken to me, you shall eat the good things of the land. But if you will not, and will provoke me to wrath, the sword shall devour you, because the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. How is the faithful city that was full of judgment become a harlot? Justice dwelt in it, but now murderers. Thy silver is turned into dross, thy wine is mingled with water. Thy princes are faithless, companions of thieves. They all love bribes, they run after rewards. They judge not for the fatherless, and the widows cometh not in to them. Therefore saith the Lord, the God of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, I will comfort myself over my adversaries, and I will be revenged of my enemies. And I will turn my hand to thee, and I will clean purge away thy dross, and I will take away all thy tin. And I will restore thy judges as they were before, and thy counselors as of old. After this thou shalt be called the city of the just, a faithful city. Sion shall be redeemed in judgment, and they shall bring her back in justice. And he shall destroy the wicked and the sinners together, and they that have forsaken the Lord shall be consumed. For they shall be confounded for the idols to which they have sacrificed. And you shall be ashamed of the gardens which you have chosen. When you shall be as an oak with the leaves falling off, and as a garden without water. And your strength shall be as the ashes of tow, and your work as a spark, and both shall burn together, and there shall be none to quench it. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. The word that Isaiah the son of Amos saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. And in the last days the mountain of the house of the Lord shall be prepared on the top of mountains, and it shall be exalted above the hills, and all nations shall flow unto it. And many people shall go and say, Come, and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, and to the house of the God of Jacob, and he will teach us his ways, and we will walk in his paths. For the law shall come forth from Zion, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. And he shall judge the Gentiles, and rebuke many people, and they shall turn their swords into plowshares, and their spears into sickles. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they be exercised any more to war. O house of Jacob, come ye, and let us walk in the light of the Lord. For thou hast cast off thy people, the house of Jacob, because they are filled as in times past, and have had soothsayers as the Philistines, and have adhered to strange children. Their land is filled with silver and gold, and there is no end of their treasures. And their land is filled with horses, and their chariots are innumerable. Their land also is full of idols. They have adored the work of their own hands, which their own fingers have made. And man hath bowed himself down, and man hath been debased. Therefore forgive them not. Enter thou into the rock, and hide thee in the pit from the face of the fear of the Lord, and from the glory of his majesty. The lofty eyes of man are humbled, and the haughtiness of men shall be made to stoop, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. Because the day of the Lord of hosts shall be upon every one that is proud and high-minded, and upon every one that is arrogant, and he shall be humbled. And upon all the tall and lofty cedars of Libanus, and upon all the oaks of Bashan, and upon all the high mountains, and upon all the elevated hills, and upon every high tower, and every fenced wall, and upon all the ships of Tarsus, and upon all that is fair to behold. And the loftiness of men shall be bowed down, and the haughtiness of men shall be humbled, and the Lord alone shall be exalted in that day. And idols shall be utterly destroyed, and they shall go into the holes of rocks, and into the caves of the earth from the face of the fear of the Lord, and from the glory of his majesty, when he shall rise up to strike the earth. In that day a man shall cast away his idols of silver, and his idols of gold, which he had made for himself to adore, moles and bats. And he shall go into the clefts of rocks, and into the holes of stones from the face of the fear of the Lord, and from the glory of his majesty, when he shall rise up to strike the earth. Cease ye therefore from the man whose breath is in his nostrils, for he is reputed high. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. For behold, the Sovereign, the Lord of hosts, shall take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the valiant and the strong, the whole strength of bread and the whole strength of water, the strong man and the man of war, the judge and the prophet, and the cunning man and the ancient, the captain over 50, and the honorable in countenance, and the counselor, and the architect, and the skillful in eloquent speech. And I will give children to be their princes, and the effeminate shall rule over them. And the people shall rush one upon another, and every man against his neighbor. The child shall make a tumult against the ancient, and the base against the honorable. For a man shall take hold of his brother, one of the house of his father, saying, Thou hast a garment, be thou our ruler, and let this ruin be under thy hand. In that day he shall answer, saying, I am no healer, and in my house there is no bread nor clothing. Make me not ruler of the people. For Jerusalem is ruined, and Judah is fallen, because their tongue and their devices are against the Lord, to provoke the eyes of his majesty. The show of their countenance hath answered them, and they have proclaimed abroad their sin as Sodom, and they have not hid it. Woe to their souls, for evils are rendered to them. Say to the just man that it is well, for he shall eat the fruit of his doings. Woe to the wicked unto evil, for the reward of his hands shall be given him. As for my people, their oppressors have stripped them, and women have ruled over them. O my people, they that call thee blessed, the same deceive thee, and destroy the way of thy steps. The Lord standeth up to judge, and he standeth to judge the people. The Lord will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people, and its princes, for you have devoured the vineyard, and the spoil of the poor is in your house. Why do you consume my people, and grind the faces of the poor, saith the Lord, the God of hosts? And the Lord said, Because the daughters of Sion are haughty, and have walked with stretched out necks, and wanton glances of their eyes, and made a noise as they walked with their feet, and moved in a set pace. The Lord will make bald the crown of the head of the daughters of Sion, and the Lord will discover their hair. In that day the Lord will take away the ornaments of shoes and little moons, and chains and necklaces, and bracelets and bonnets, and bodkins and ornaments of the legs, and tablets and sweet balls and earrings, and rings and jewels hanging on the forehead, and changes of apparel, and short cloaks, and fine linen, and crisping pins, and looking-glasses, and lawns, and headbands, and fine veils. And instead of a sweet smell, there shall be stench, and instead of a girdle, a cord, and instead of curled hair, baldness, and instead of a stomacher, haircloth. Thy fairest men also shall fall by the sword, and thy valiant ones in battle. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she shall sit desolate on the ground. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, We will eat our own bread, and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name. Take away our reproach. In that day the bud of the Lord shall be in magnificence and glory, and the fruit of the earth shall be high, and a great joy to them that shall have escaped of Israel. And it shall come to pass that every one that shall be left in Sion, and that shall remain in Jerusalem, shall be called holy, every one that is written in life in Jerusalem. If the Lord shall wash away the filth of the daughters of Sion, and shall wash away the blood of Jerusalem out of the midst thereof, by the spirit of judgment, and by the spirit of burning. And the Lord will create upon every place of Mount Zion, and where he is called upon, a cloud by day, and a smoke, and the brightness of a flaming fire in the night. For over all the glory shall be a protection. And there shall be a tabernacle for a shade in the daytime from the heat, and for a security and covert from the whirlwind, and from rain. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. I will sing to my beloved the canticle of my cousin concerning his vineyard. My beloved had a vineyard on a hill in a fruitful place. And he fenced it in, and picked the stones out of it, and planted it with the choicest vines, and built a tower in the midst thereof, and set up a winepress therein. And he looked that it should bring forth grapes, and it brought forth wild grapes. And now, O ye inhabitants of Jerusalem, and ye men of Judah, judge between me and my vineyard. What is there that I ought to do more to my vineyard, that I have not done to it? And now I will show you what I will do to my vineyard. I will take away the hedge thereof, and it shall be wasted. I will break down the wall thereof, and it shall be trodden down. And I will make it desolate. It shall not be pruned, and it shall not be digged, but briars and thorns shall come up, and I will command the clouds to rain no rain upon it. For the vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel, and the man of Judah his pleasant plant. And I looked that he should do judgment, and behold iniquity, and do justice, and behold a cry. Woe to you that join house to house and lay field to field, even to the end of the place. Shall you alone dwell in the midst of the earth? These things are in my ears, saith the Lord of hosts, unless many great and fair houses shall become desolate without an inhabitant. For 10 acres of vineyard shall yield 1 little measure, and 30 bushels of seed shall yield 3 bushels. Woe to you that rise up early in the morning to follow drunkenness, and to drink till the evening, to be inflamed with wine. The harp, and the lyre, and the timbrel, and the pipe, and wine are in your feasts, and the work of the Lord you regard not, nor do you consider the works of his hands. Therefore is my people led away captive, because they had not knowledge, and their nobles have perished with famine, and their multitude were dried up with thirst. Therefore hath hell enlarged her soul, and opened her mouth without any bounds, and their strong ones, and their people, and their high and glorious ones shall go down into it. And man shall be brought down, and man shall be humbled, and the eyes of the lofty shall be brought low. And the Lord of hosts shall be exalted in judgment, and the holy God shall be sanctified in justice. And the lambs shall feed according to their order, and strangers shall eat the deserts turned into fruitfulness. Woe to you that draw iniquity with cords of vanity, and sin as the rope of a cart, that say, Let him make haste, and let his work come quickly, that we may see it, and let the counsel of the Holy One of Israel come, that we may know it. Woe to you that call evil good, and good evil, that put darkness for light, and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet, and sweet for bitter. Woe to you that are wise in your own eyes, and prudent in your own conceits. Woe to you that are mighty to drink wine, and stout men at drunkenness, that justify the wicked for gifts, and take away the justice of the just from him. Therefore, as the tongue of the fire devoureth the stubble, and the heat of the flame consumeth it, so shall their root be as ashes, and their bud shall go up as dust. For they have cast away the law of the Lord of hosts, and have blasphemed the word of the Holy One of Israel. Therefore is the wrath of the Lord kindled against his people, and he hath stretched out his hand upon them, and struck them, and the mountains were troubled, and their carcasses became as dung in the midst of the streets. For all this his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. And he will lift up a sign to the nations afar off, and will whistle to them from the ends of the earth, and behold, they shall come with speed swiftly. There is none that shall faint nor labor among them. They shall not slumber nor sleep, neither shall the girdle of their loins be loosed, nor the latchet of their shoes be broken. Their arrows are sharp, and all their bows are bent. The hoofs of their horses shall be like the flint, and their wheels like the violence of a tempest. Their roaring like that of a lion, they shall roar like young lions. Yea, they shall roar, and take hold of the prey, and they shall keep fast hold of it, and there shall be none to deliver it. And they shall make a noise against them that day, like the roaring of the sea. We shall look towards the land, and behold darkness of tribulation, and the light is darkened with the mist thereof. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. In the year that King Ozias died, I saw the Lord sitting upon a throne high and elevated, and his train filled the temple. Upon it stood the seraphims. The one had 6 wings, and the other had 6 wings. With 2 they covered his face, and with 2 they covered his feet, and with 2 they flew. And they cried one to another, and said, Holy, 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 the Lord God of hosts, all the earth is full of his glory. And the lintels of the doors were moved at the voice of him that cried, and the house was filled with smoke. And I said, Woe is me, because I have held my peace, because I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people that hath unclean lips, and I have seen with my eyes the King, the Lord of hosts. And one of the seraphims flew to me, and in his hand was a live coal, which he had taken with the tongs off the altar. And he touched my mouth, and said, Behold, this hath touched thy lips, and thy iniquities shall be taken away, and thy sin shall be cleansed. And I heard the voice of the Lord saying, Whom shall I send, and who shall go for us? And I said, Lo, here am I, send me. And he said, Go, and thou shalt say to this people, Hearing hear, and understand not, and see the vision, and know it not. Blind the heart of this people, and make their ears heavy, and shut their eyes, lest they see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and understand with their heart, and be converted, and I heal them. And I said, How long, O Lord? And he said, Until the cities be wasted without inhabitant, and the houses without man, and the land shall be left desolate. And the Lord shall remove men far away, and she shall be multiplied that was left in the midst of the earth. And there shall be still a tithing therein, and she shall turn, and shall be made a show as a turpentine tree, and as an oak that spreadeth its branches. That which shall stand therein shall be a holy seed. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. And it came to pass in the days of Achaz, the son of Joathan, the son of Ozias, king of Judah, that Basin, king of Syria, and Phahi, the son of Romaliah, king of Israel, came up to Jerusalem to fight against it, but they could not prevail over it. And they told the house of David, saying, Syria hath rested upon Ephraim, and his heart was moved, and the heart of his people, as the trees of the woods are moved with the wind. And the Lord said to Isaiah, Go forth to meet Achaz, thou and Jesub thy son that is left, to the conduit of the upper pool in the way of the fuller's field. And thou shalt say to him, See thou be quiet, fear not, and let not thy heart be afraid of the 2 tails of these firebrands, smoking with the wrath of the fury of Rasin, king of Syria, and of the son of Romaliah. Because Syria hath taken counsel against thee, unto the evil of Ephraim and the son of Romaliah, saying, Let us go up to Judah, and rouse it up, and draw it away to us, and make the son of Tabiel king in the midst thereof. Thus saith the Lord God, It shall not stand, and this shall not be. But the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Basin, and within 65 years Ephraim shall cease to be a people. And the head of Ephraim is Samaria, and the head of Samaria the son of Romaliah. If you will not believe, you shall not continue. And the Lord spoke again to Achaz, saying, Ask thee a sign of the Lord thy God, either unto the depth of hell, or unto the height above. And Achaz said, I will not ask, and I will not tempt the Lord. And he said, Hear ye therefore, O house of David, is it a small thing for you to be grievous to men, that you are grievous to my God also? Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and his name shall be called Emmanuel. He shall eat butter and honey, that he may know to refuse the evil, and to choose the good. For before the child know to refuse the evil, and to choose the good, the land which thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of the face of her 2 kings. The Lord shall bring upon thee, and upon thy people, and upon the house of thy father, days that have not come since the time of the separation of Ephraim from Judah with the king of the Assyrians. And it shall come to pass in that day, that the Lord shall hiss for the fly that is in the uttermost parts of the rivers of Egypt, and for the bee that is in the land of Assyria. And they shall come, and shall all of them rest in the torrents of the valleys, and in the holes of the rocks, and upon all places set with shrubs, and in all hollow places. In that day the Lord shall shave with a razor that is hired by them that are beyond the river, by the king of the Assyrians, the head and the hairs of the feet, and the whole beard. And it shall come to pass in that day that a man shall nourish a young cow and 2 sheep. And for the abundance of milk he shall eat butter, for butter and honey shall every one eat that shall be left in the midst of the land. And it shall come to pass in that day, that every place where there were 1,000 vines at 1,000 pieces of silver shall become thorns and briars. With arrows and with bows they shall go in thither, for briars and thorns shall be in all the land. And as for all the hills that shall be raked with a rake, the fear of thorns and briars shall not come thither, but they shall be for the ox to feed on, and the lesser cattle to tread upon. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And the Lord said to me, Take thee a great book, and write in it with a man's pen. Take away the spoils with speed, quickly take the prey. And I took unto me faithful witnesses, Urias the priest, and Zacharias the son of Berechias. And I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. And the Lord said to me, Call his name Hasten to take away the spoils, make haste to take away the prey. For before the child know to call his father and his mother, the strength of Damascus and the spoils of Samaria shall be taken away before the king of the Assyrians. And the Lord spoke to me again, saying, Forasmuch as this people hath cast away the waters of Silo that go with silence, and hath rather taken Basin and the son of Romaliah, therefore, behold, the Lord will bring upon them the waters of the river strong and many, the king of the Assyrians, and all his glory. And he shall come up over all his channels, and shall overflow all his banks, and shall pass through Judah overflowing, and going over shall reach even to the neck. And the stretching out of his wings shall fill the breadth of thy land, O Emmanuel. Gather yourselves together, O ye people, and be overcome, and give ear, all ye lands afar off. Strengthen yourselves, and be overcome. Gird yourselves, and be overcome. Take counsel together, and it shall be defeated. Speak a word, and it shall not be done, because God is with us. For thus saith the Lord to me, as he hath taught me with a strong arm, that I should not walk in the way of this people, saying, Say ye not, a conspiracy. For all that this people speaketh is a conspiracy. Neither fear ye their fear, nor be afraid. Sanctify the Lord of hosts himself, and let him be your fear, and let him be your dread. And he shall be a sanctification to you, but for a stone or stumbling, and for a rock of offense to the 2 houses of Israel, for a snare and a ruin to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And very many of them shall stumble and fall, and shall be broken in pieces, and shall be snared and taken. Bind up the testimony, seal the law among my disciples. And I will wait for the Lord, who hath hid his face from the house of Jacob, and I will look for him. Behold, I and my children, whom the Lord hath given me for a sign, and for a wonder in Israel from the Lord of hosts, who dwelleth in Mount Sion. And when they shall say to you, Seek of pythons and of diviners, who mutter in their enchantments, should not the people seek of their God for the living of the dead? To the law rather, and to the testimony. And if they speak not according to this word, they shall not have the morning light. And they shall pass by it, they shall fall and be hungry, and when they shall be hungry, they will be angry, and curse their king and their God, and look upwards. And they shall look to the earth, and behold trouble and darkness, weakness and distress, and a mist following them, and they cannot fly away from their distress. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. At the first time the land of Zabulon and the land of Naphtali was lightly touched, and at the last the way of the sea beyond the Jordan of the Galilee of the Gentiles was heavily loaded. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. To them that dwelt in the region of the shadow of death, light is risen. Thou hast multiplied the nation, and hast not increased the joy. They shall rejoice before thee, as they that rejoice in the harvest, as conquerors rejoice after taking a prey, when they divide the spoils. For the yoke of their burden, and the rod of their shoulder, and the scepter of their oppressor, thou hast overcome, as in the day of Midian. For every violent taking of spoils with tumult, and garment mingled with blood, shall be burnt, and shall be fuel for the fire. For a child is born to us, and a son is given to us, and the government is upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, God the Mighty, the Father of the world to come, the Prince of Peace. His empire shall be multiplied, and there shall be no end of peace. He shall sit upon the throne of David, and upon his kingdom, to establish it and strengthen it with judgment and with justice, from henceforth and forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will perform this. The Lord sent a word into Jacob, and it hath lighted upon Israel. And all the people of Ephraim shall know, and the inhabitants of Samaria that say in the pride and haughtiness of their heart, The bricks are fallen down, but we will build with square stones. They have cut down the sycamores, but we will change them for cedars. And the Lord shall set up the enemies of Resin over him, and shall bring on his enemies in a crowd. the Syrians from the east, and the Philistines from the west, and they shall devour Israel with open mouth. For all this his indignation is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. And the people are not returned to him who hath struck them, and have not sought after the Lord of hosts. And the Lord shall destroy out of Israel the head and the tail, him that bendeth down, and him that holdeth back, in one day. The aged and honorable, he is the head, and the prophet that teacheth lies, he is the tail. And they that call this people blessed shall cause them to err, and they that are called blessed shall be thrown down headlong. Therefore the Lord shall have no joy in their young men, neither shall he have mercy on their fatherless and widows. For every one is a hypocrite and wicked, and every mouth hath spoken folly. For all this his indignation is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. For wickedness is kindled as a fire, it shall devour the briar and the thorn, and shall kindle in the thicket of the forest, and it shall be wrapped up in smoke, ascending on high. By the wrath of the Lord of hosts the land is troubled, and the people shall be as fuel for the fire. No man shall spare his brother. And he shall turn to the right hand, and shall be hungry, and shall eat on the left hand, and shall not be filled. Every one shall eat the flesh of his own arm, Manasseh Ephraim, and Ephraim Manasseh, and they together shall be against Judah. After all these things his indignation is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. Woe to them that make wicked laws, and when they write injustice, to oppress the poor in judgment, and do violence to the cause of the humble of my people, that widows might be their prey, and that they might rob the fatherless. What will you do in the day of visitation, and of the calamity which cometh from afar? To whom will ye flee for help? And where will ye leave your glory? That you be not bowed down under the bond, and fall with the slain. In all these things his anger is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still. Woe to the Assyrian, he is the rod and the staff of my anger, and my indignation is in their hands. I will send him to a deceitful nation, and I will give him a charge against the people of my wrath, to take away the spoils, and to lay hold on the prey, and to tread them down like the mire of the streets. But he shall not take it so, and his heart shall not think so, but his heart shall be set to destroy, and to cut off nations, not a few. For he shall say, Are not my princes as so many kings? Is not Calano as Carchemish, and Emath as Arphad? Is not Samaria as Damascus? As my hand hath found the kingdoms of the idol, so also their idols of Jerusalem and of Samaria. Shall I not, as I have done to Samaria and her idols, so do to Jerusalem and her idols? And it shall come to pass that when the Lord shall have performed all his works in Mount Sion and in Jerusalem, I will visit the fruit of the proud heart of the king of Assyria, and the glory of the haughtiness of his eyes. For he hath said, By the strength of my own hand I have done it, and by my own wisdom I have understood, and I have removed the bounds of the people, and have taken the spoils of the princes, and as a mighty man hath pulled down them that sat on high. and my hand hath found the strength of the people as a nest. And as eggs are gathered that are left, so have I gathered all the earth. And there was none that moved the wing, or opened the mouth, or made the least noise. Shall the axe boast itself against him that cutteth with it? Or shall the saw exalt itself against him by whom it is drawn? As if a rod should lift itself up against him that lifteth it up, and a staff exalt itself, which is but wood. Therefore the sovereign Lord, the Lord of hosts, shall send leanness among his fat ones, and under his glory shall be kindled a burning, as it were the burning of a fire. And the light of Israel shall be as a fire, and the Holy One thereof as a flame, and his thorns and his briars shall be set on fire, and shall be devoured in one day. And the glory of his forest and of his beautiful hill shall be consumed from the soul even to the flesh, and he shall run away through fear. And they that remain of the trees of his forest shall be so few that they shall easily be numbered, and a child shall write them down. And it shall come to pass in that day, that the remnant of Israel, and they that shall escape of the house of Jacob, shall lean no more upon him that striketh them, but they shall lean upon the Lord, the Holy One of Israel, in truth. The remnant shall be converted, the remnant, I say, of Jacob, to the mighty God. For if thy people, O Israel, shall be as the sand of the sea, a remnant of them shall be converted. The consumption abridged shall overflow with justice. For the Lord God of hosts shall make a consumption and an abridgment in the midst of all the land. Therefore thus saith the Lord, the God of hosts, O my people that dwellest in Sion, be not afraid of the Assyrian. He shall strike thee with his rod, and he shall lift up his staff over thee in the way of Egypt. For yet a little, and a very little while, and my indignation shall cease, and my wrath shall be upon their wickedness. And the Lord of hosts shall raise up a scourge against him, according to the slaughter of Midian in the rock of Oreb, and his rod over the sea, and he shall lift it up in the way of Egypt. And it shall come to pass in that day, that his burden shall be taken away from off thy shoulder, and his yoke from off thy neck, and the yoke shall putrefy at the presence of the oil. He shall come into Aiath, he shall pass into Megron, at Machmas he shall lay up his carriages. They have passed in haste. Geba is our lodging. Ramah was astonished. Gibeath of Saul fled away. Lift up thy voice, O daughter of Galim. Attend, O Laissa, poor Anathoth. Medamina is removed. Ye inhabitants of Gabim, take courage. It is yet day enough to remain in Nobi. He shall shake his hand against the mountain of the daughter of Sion, the hill of Jerusalem. Behold, the sovereign Lord of hosts shall break the earthen vessel with terror, and the tall of stature shall be cut down, and the lofty shall be humbled, and the thickets of the forest shall be cut down with iron, and Libanus with its high ones shall fall. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. And there shall come forth a rod out of the root of Jesse, and a flower shall rise up out of his root. And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and of understanding, the Spirit of counsel and of fortitude, the spirit of knowledge and of godliness. And he shall be filled with the spirit of the fear of the Lord. He shall not judge according to the sight of the eyes, nor reprove according to the hearing of the ears. But he shall judge the poor with justice, and shall reprove with equity for the meek of the earth. And he shall strike the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips he shall slay the wicked. And justice shall be the girdle of his loins, and faith the girdle of his reins. The wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid. The calf and the lion and the sheep shall abide together, and a little child shall lead them. The calf and the bear shall feed, their young ones shall rest together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. And the sucking child shall play on the hole of the asp, and the weaned child shall thrust his hand into the den of the basilisk. They shall not hurt, nor shall they kill in all my holy mountain, for the earth is filled with the knowledge of the Lord, as the covering waters of the sea. In that day the root of Jesse, who standeth for an ensign of the people, him the Gentiles shall beseech, and his sepulchre shall be glorious. And it shall come to pass in that day, that the Lord shall set his hand the second time to possess the remnant of his people, which shall be left from the Assyrians, and from Egypt, and from Phetros, and from Ethiopia, and from Elam, and from Sennaar, and from Emath, and from the islands of the sea. And he shall set up a standard unto the nations, and shall assemble the fugitives of Israel, and shall gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four quarters of the earth. And the envy of Ephraim shall be taken away, and the enemies of Judah shall perish. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not fight against Ephraim. But they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines by the sea. They together shall spoil the children of the east. Edom and Moab shall be under the rule of their hand, and the children of Ammon shall be obedient. And the Lord shall lay waste the tongue of the sea of Egypt, and shall lift up his hand over the river in the strength of his spirit, and he shall strike it in the 7 streams, so that men may pass through it in their shoes. And there shall be a highway for the remnant of my people, which shall be left from the Assyrians, as there was for Israel in the day that he came up out of the land of Egypt. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. And thou shalt say in that day, I will give thanks to thee, O Lord, for thou wast angry with me. Thy wrath is turned away, and thou hast comforted me. Behold, God is my Saviour. I will deal confidently, and will not fear, because the Lord is my strength and my praise, and he is become my salvation. You shall draw waters with joy out of the Saviour's fountains, and you shall say in that day, Praise ye the Lord, and call upon his name. Make his works known among the people. Remember that his name is high. Sing ye to the Lord, for he hath done great things. Show this forth in all the earth. Rejoice and praise, O thou habitation of Sion, for great is he that is in the midst of thee, the Holy One of Israel. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. The burden of Babylon, which Isaiah the son of Amos saw. Upon the dark mountain lift ye up a banner, Exalt the voice, lift up the hand, and let the rulers go into the gates. I have commanded my sanctified ones, and have called my strong ones in my wrath, them that rejoice in my glory. The noise of a multitude in the mountains, as it were of many people, the noise of the sound of kings, of nations gathered together. The Lord of hosts hath given charge to the troops of war. To them that come from a country afar off, from the end of heaven, the Lord and the instruments of his wrath, to destroy the whole land. Howl ye, for the day of the Lord is near. It shall come as a destruction from the Lord. Therefore shall all hands be faint, and every heart of man shall melt, and shall be broken. Gripings and pains shall take hold of them. They shall be in pain as a woman in labor. Every one shall be amazed at his neighbor. Their countenances shall be as faces burnt. Behold, the day of the Lord shall come, a cruel day, and full of indignation, and of wrath, and fury, to lay the land desolate, and to destroy the sinners thereof out of it. For the stars of heaven and their brightness shall not display their light. The sun shall be darkened in his rising, and the moon shall not shine with her light. And I will visit the evils of the world, and against the wicked for their iniquity, and I will make the pride of infidels to cease, and will bring down the arrogancy of the mighty. A man shall be more precious than gold, yea, a man than the finest of gold. For this I will trouble the heaven, and the earth shall be moved out of her place, for the indignation of the Lord of hosts, and for the day of his fierce wrath. And they shall be as a doe fleeing away, and as a sheep, and there shall be none to gather them together. Every man shall turn to his own people, and every one shall flee to his own land. Every one that shall be found shall be slain, and every one that shall come to their aid shall fall by the sword. Their infants shall be dashed in pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be pillaged, and their wives shall be ravished. Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them, who shall not seek silver nor desire gold, but with their arrows they shall kill the children, and shall have no pity upon the sucklings of the womb, and their eye shall not spare their sons. And that Babylon, glorious among kingdoms, the famous pride of the Chaldeans, shall be even as the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. It shall no more be inhabited forever, and it shall not be founded unto generation and generation. Neither shall the Arabian pitch his tents there, nor shall shepherds rest there. But wild beasts shall rest there, and their houses shall be filled with serpents, and ostriches shall dwell there, and the hairy ones shall dance there. And owls shall answer one another there, in the houses thereof, and sirens in the temples of pleasure. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Her time is near at hand, and her days shall not be prolonged. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose out of Israel, and will make them rest upon their own ground. And the stranger shall be joined with them, and shall adhere to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them, and bring them into their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids. and they shall make them captives that had taken them, and shall subdue their oppressors. And it shall come to pass in that day, that when God shall give thee rest from thy labor, and from thy vexation, and from the hard bondage wherewith thou didst serve before, thou shalt take up this parable against the king of Babylon, and shalt say, How is the oppressor come to nothing? The tribute hath ceased. The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked, the rod of the rulers, that struck the people in wrath with an incurable wound, that brought nations under in fury, that persecuted in a cruel manner. The whole earth is quiet and still, it is glad and hath rejoiced. The fir trees also have rejoiced over thee, and the cedars of Libanus, saying, Since thou hast slept, there hath none come up to cut us down. Hell below was in an uproar to meet thee at thy coming. It stirred up the giants for thee. All the princes of the earth are risen up from their thrones, all the princes of nations. All shall answer and say to thee, Thou also art wounded as well as we, thou art become like unto us. Thy pride is brought down to hell, thy carcass is fallen down. Under thee shall the moth be strewed, and worms shall be thy covering. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, who didst rise in the morning? How art thou fallen to the earth, that didst wound the nations? And thou saidst in thy heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit in the mountain of the covenant, in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the height of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. But yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, into the depth of the pit. They that shall see thee shall turn toward thee and behold thee. Is this the man that troubled the earth, that shook kingdoms, that made the world a wilderness, and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the prison to his prisoners? All the kings of the nations have all of them slept in glory, every one in his own house. But thou art cast out of thy grave, as an unprofitable branch defiled, and wrapped up among them that were slain by the sword, and art gone down to the bottom of the pit, as a rotten carcass. Thou shalt not keep company with them, even in burial, for thou hast destroyed thy land, thou hast slain thy people. The seed of the wicked shall not be named forever. Prepare his children for slaughter, for the iniquity of their fathers. They shall not rise up, nor inherit the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. And I will rise up against them, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will destroy the name of Babylon, and the remains, and the bud, and the offspring, saith the Lord. And I will make it a possession for the Arichius and pools of waters, and I will sweep it, and wear it out with a besom, saith the Lord of hosts. The Lord of hosts hath sworn, saying, Surely as I have thought, so shall it be, and as I have purposed, so shall it fall out, that I will destroy the Assyrian in my land, and upon my mountains tread him under foot, and his yoke shall be taken away from them, and his burden shall be taken off their shoulder. This is the counsel that I have purposed upon all the earth, and this is the hand that is stretched out upon all nations. For the Lord of hosts hath decreed, and who can disannul it? And his hand is stretched out, and who shall turn it away? In the year that King Achaz died was this burden, Rejoice not thou, whole Philistia, that the rod of him that struck thee is broken in pieces. For out of the root of the serpent shall come forth a basilisk, and his seed shall swallow the bird. And the firstborn of the poor shall be fed, and the poor shall rest with confidence. And I will make thy root perish with famine, and I will kill thy remnant. Howl, O gate! Cry, O city! All Philistia is thrown down, for a smoke shall come from the north, and there is none that shall escape his troop. And what shall be answered to the messengers of the nations? That the Lord hath founded Sion, and the poor of his people shall hope in him. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. The Burden of Moab. Because in the night Ar of Moab is laid waste, it is silent. Because the wall of Moab is destroyed in the night, it is silent. The house is gone up, and Dibon to the high places to mourn over Nebo, and over Medaba Moab hath howled. On all their heads shall be baldness, and every beard shall be shaven. In their streets they are girded with sackcloth, on the tops of their houses and in their streets all shall howl and come down weeping. Hesebon shall cry, and Elealeh, their voice is heard even to Jesa. For this shall the well-appointed men of Moab howl, his soul shall howl to itself. My heart shall cry to Moab, the bars thereof shall flee unto Segor, a heifer of 3 years old. For by the ascent of Luith they shall go up weeping, and in the way of Aronium they shall lift up a cry of destruction. For the waters of Nemrim shall be desolate, for the grass is withered away, the spring is faded, all the greenness is perished. According to the greatness of their work is their visitation also. They shall lead them to the torrent of the willows. For the cry is gone round about the border of Moab, the howling thereof unto Galim, and unto the well of Elim, the cry thereof. For the waters of Dibon are filled with blood, for I will bring more upon Dibon, the lion upon them that shall flee of Moab, and upon the remnant of the land. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. Send forth, O Lord, the Lamb, the ruler of the earth, from Petra of the desert to the mount of the daughter of Sion. And it shall come to pass, that as a bird fleeing away, and as young ones fleeing out of the nest, so shall the daughters of Moab be in the passage of Arnon. Take counsel, gather a council, make thy shadow as the night in the midday, hide them that flee, and betray not them that wander about. My fugitives shall dwell with thee. O Moab, be thou a covert to them from the face of the destroyer. For the dust is at an end, the wretch is consumed, he hath failed that trod the earth under foot. And a throne shall be prepared in mercy, and one shall sit upon it in truth, in the tabernacle of David, judging and seeking judgment, and quickly rendering that which is just. We have heard of the pride of Moab. He is exceeding proud. His pride and his arrogancy and his indignation is more than his strength. Therefore shall Moab howl to Moab. Every one shall howl to them that rejoice upon the brick walls. Tell ye their stripes. For the suburbs of Heshbon are desolate, and the lords of the nations have destroyed the vineyard of Sabama. The branches thereof have reached even to Jazer. They have wandered in the wilderness. The branches thereof are left. They are gone over the sea. Therefore I will lament with the weeping of Jazer, the vineyard of Sabama. I will water thee with my tears, O Heshbon, and Elealeh, for the voice of the treaders hath rushed in upon thy vintage, and upon thy harvest. And gladness and joy shall be taken away from Carmel, and there shall be no rejoicing nor shouting in the vineyards. He shall not tread out wine in the press that was wont to tread it out. The voice of the treaders I have taken away. Wherefore my bowels shall sound like a harp for Moab, and my inward parts for the brick wall. And it shall come to pass, when it is seen that Moab is wearied on his high places, that he shall go into his sanctuaries to pray, and shall not prevail. This is the word that the Lord spoke to Moab from that time. And now the Lord hath spoken, saying, In 3 years, as the years of a hireling, the glory of Moab shall be taken away for all the multitude of the people, and it shall be left small and feeble, not many. End of chapter 16. Isaiah chapters 17 through 32 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Burden of Damascus. Behold, Damascus shall cease to be a city, and shall be as a ruinous heap of stones. The cities of Aroer shall be left for flocks, and they shall rest there, and there shall be none to make them afraid. And aid shall cease from Ephraim, and the kingdom from Damascus, and the remnant of Syria shall be as the glory of the children of Israel, saith the Lord of hosts. And it shall come to pass in that day that the glory of Jacob shall be made thin, and the fatness of his flesh shall grow lean. And it shall be as when one gathereth in the harvest that which remaineth, and his arm shall gather the ears of corn. And it shall be as he that seeketh ears in the vale of Rephaim, and the fruit thereof that shall be left upon it shall be as one cluster of grapes, and as the shaking of the olive tree, 2 or 3 berries in the top of a bough, or 4 or 5 upon the top of the tree, saith the Lord, the God of Israel. In that day man shall bow down himself to his Maker, and his eyes shall look to the Holy One of Israel. And he shall not look to the altars which his hands made, and he shall not have respect to the things that his fingers wrought, such as groves and temples. In that day his strong cities shall be forsaken, as the ploughs and the corn that were left before the face of the children of Israel, and thou shalt be desolate. Because thou hast forgotten God thy Saviour, and hast not remembered thy strong helper. Therefore shalt thou plant good plants, and shalt sow strange seed. In the day of thy planting shall be the wild grape, and in the morning thy seed shall flourish. The harvest is taken away in the day of inheritance, and shall grieve thee much. Woe to the multitude of many people, like the multitude of the roaring sea, and the tumult of crowds, like the noise of many waters. Nations shall make a noise like the noise of waters overflowing, but he shall rebuke him, and he shall flee far off, and he shall be carried away as the dust of the mountains before the wind, and as a whirlwind before a tempest. In the time of the evening, behold, there shall be trouble. The morning shall come, and he shall not be. This is the portion of them that have wasted us, and the lot of them that spoiled us. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Woe to the land, the winged symbol, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, that sendeth ambassadors by the sea and in vessels of bulrushes upon the waters. Go, ye swift angels, to a nation rent and torn in pieces, to a terrible people, after which there is no other, to a nation expecting and trodden under foot, whose land the rivers have spoiled. All ye inhabitants of the world, who dwell on the earth, when the sign shall be lifted up on the mountains, you shall see, and you shall hear the sound of the trumpet. For thus saith the Lord to me, I will take my rest, and consider in my place, as the noon light is clear, and as a cloud of dew in the day of harvest. For before the harvest it was all flourishing, and it shall bud without perfect ripeness, and the sprigs thereof shall be cut off with pruning hooks, and what is left shall be cut away and shaken out. And they shall be left together to the birds of the mountains, and the beasts of the earth, and the fowls shall be upon them all the summer, and all the beasts of the earth shall winter upon them. At that time shall a present be brought to the Lord of hosts, from a people rent and torn in pieces, from a terrible people, after which there hath been no other, from a nation expecting, and trodden under foot, whose land the rivers have spoiled, to the place of the name of the Lord of hosts, to Mount Sion. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. The burden of Egypt. Behold, the Lord will ascend upon a swift cloud, and will enter into Egypt, and the idols of Egypt shall be moved at his presence, and the heart of Egypt shall melt in the midst thereof. And I will set the Egyptians to fight against the Egyptians, and they shall fight brother against brother, and friend against friend, city against city, kingdom against kingdom. And the spirit of Egypt shall be broken in the bowels thereof, and I will cast down their counsel, and they shall consult their idols and their diviners, and their wizards and soothsayers. And I will deliver Egypt into the hand of cruel masters, and a strong king shall rule over them, saith the Lord, the God of hosts. And the water of the sea shall be dried up, and the river shall be wasted and dry. And the rivers shall fail, the streams of the banks shall be diminished, and be dried up. The reed and the bulrush shall wither away. The channel of the river shall be laid bare from its foundation, and everything sown by the water shall be dried up. It shall wither away, and shall be no more. The fishers also shall mourn, and all that cast a hook into the river shall lament, and they that spread nets upon the waters shall languish away. They shall be confounded that wrought in flax, combing and weaving fine linen, and its watery places shall be dry. All they shall mourn that made pools to take fishes. The princes of Tanis are become fools. The wise counselors of Pharaoh have given foolish counsel. How will you say to Pharaoh, I am the son of the wise, the son of ancient kings? Where are now thy wise men? Let them tell thee, and show what the Lord of hosts hath purposed upon Egypt. The princes of Tanis are become fools. The princes of Memphis are gone astray. They have deceived Egypt, the stay of the people thereof. The Lord hath mingled in the midst thereof the spirit of giddiness, and they have caused Egypt to err in all its works, as a drunken man staggereth and vomiteth. And there shall be no work for Egypt to make head or tail him that bendeth down or that holdeth back. In that day Egypt shall be like unto women, and they shall be amazed and afraid, because of the moving of the hand of the Lord of hosts, which he shall move over it. And the land of Judah shall be a terror to Egypt. Every one that shall remember it shall tremble because of the counsel of the Lord of hosts, which he hath determined concerning it. In that day there shall be 5 cities in the land of Egypt, speaking the language of Canaan, and swearing by the Lord of hosts. One shall be called the city of the sun. In that day there shall be an altar of the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a monument of the Lord at the borders thereof. It shall be for a sign and for a testimony to the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt. For they shall cry to the Lord because of the oppressor, and he shall send them a Saviour and a defender to deliver them. And the Lord shall be known by Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know the Lord in that day, and shall worship him with sacrifices and offerings, and they shall make vows to the Lord and perform them. And the Lord shall strike Egypt with a scourge, and shall heal it, and they shall return to the Lord, and he shall be pacified towards them, and heal them. In that day there shall be a way from Egypt to the Assyrians, and the Assyrian shall enter into Egypt, and the Egyptian to the Assyrians, and the Egyptians shall serve the Assyrian. In that day shall Israel be the third to the Egyptian and the Assyrian, a blessing in the midst of the land, which the Lord of hosts hath blessed, saying, Blessed be my people of Egypt, and the work of my hands to the Assyrian, but Israel is my inheritance. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. In the year that Tharthan entered into Azotus, when Sargon, the king of the Assyrians, had sent him, and he had fought against Azotus, and had taken it, at that same time the Lord spoke by the hand of Isaias, the son of Amos, saying, Go and loose the sackcloth from off thy loins, and take off thy shoes from thy feet. And he did so, and went naked and barefoot. And the Lord said, As my servant Isaias hath walked naked and barefoot, it shall be a sign and a wonder of 3 years upon Egypt, and upon Ethiopia. So shall the king of the Assyrians lead away the prisoners of Egypt, and the captivity of Ethiopia, young and old, naked and barefoot, with their buttocks uncovered, to the shame of Egypt. And they shall be afraid and ashamed of Ethiopia their hope, and of Egypt their glory. And the inhabitants of this isle shall say in that day, Lo, this was our hope, to whom we fled for help, to deliver us from the face of the king of the Assyrians. And how shall we be able to escape? End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. The burden of the desert of the sea. As whirlwinds come from the south, it cometh from the desert, from a terrible land. A grievous vision is told me. He that is unfaithful dealeth unfaithfully, and he that is a spoiler spoileth. Go up, O Elam, besiege, O Mede. I have made all the mourning thereof to cease. Therefore are my loins filled with pain, anguish hath taken hold of me, as the anguish of a woman in labor. I fell down at the hearing of it, I was troubled at the seeing of it. My heart failed, darkness amazed me. Babylon, my beloved, is become a wonder to me. Prepare the table, behold in the watchtower them that eat and drink. Arise, ye princes, take up the shield. For thus hath the Lord said to me, Go and set a watchman, and whatsoever he shall see, let him tell. And he saw a chariot with 2 horsemen, a rider upon an ass, and a rider upon a camel, and he beheld them diligently with much heed. And a lion cried out, I am upon the watchtower of the Lord, standing continually by day, and I am upon my ward, standing whole nights. Behold, this man cometh, the rider upon the chariot with 2 horsemen. And he answered and said, Babylon is fallen, she is fallen, and all the graven gods thereof are broken unto the ground. O my thrashing and the children of my door, that which I have heard of the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I have declared unto you. The burden of Duma calleth to me out of Seir. Watchman, what of the night? Watchman, what of the night? The watchman said, The morning cometh, also the night. If you seek, seek. Return, come. The burden in Arabia. In the forest at evening you shall sleep, in the paths of Dedanim. Meeting the thirsty, bring him water. You that inhabit the land of the south, meet with bread him that fleeth. For they are fled from before the swords, from the sword that hung over them, from the bent bow, from the face of a grievous battle. For thus saith the Lord to me, Within a year, according to the years of a hireling, all the glory of Kedar shall be taken away, and the residue of the number of strong archers of the children of Kedar shall be diminished, for the Lord the God of Israel hath spoken it. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. The burden of the valley of vision. What aileth thee also, that thou too art wholly gone up to the housetops? Full of clamour, a populous city, a joyous city. Thy slain are not slain by the sword, nor dead in battle. All the princes are fled together, and are bound hard. All that were found are bound together, they are fled far off. Therefore have I said, Depart from me, I will weep bitterly. Labor not to comfort me for the devastation of the daughter of my people. For it is a day of slaughter and of treading down, and of weeping to the Lord the God of hosts in the valley of vision, searching the wall and magnificent upon the mountain. And Elam took the quiver, the chariot of the horsemen, and the shield was taken down from the wall. And thy choice valleys shall be full of chariots, and the horsemen shall place themselves in the gate. And the covering of Judah shall be discovered, and thou shalt see in that day the armory of the house of the forest. And you shall see the breaches of the city of David, that they are many. And you have gathered together the waters of the lower pool, and have numbered the houses of Jerusalem, and broken down houses to fortify the wall. And you made a ditch between the two walls for the water of the old pool, and you have not looked up to the maker thereof, nor regarded him even at a distance that wrought it long ago. And the Lord, the God of hosts, in that day shall call to weeping and to mourning, to baldness and to girding with sackcloth, and behold joy and gladness, killing calves and slaying rams, eating flesh and drinking wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we shall die. And the voice of the Lord of hosts was revealed in my ears. Surely this iniquity shall not be forgiven you till you die, saith the Lord God of hosts. Thus saith the Lord God of hosts, Go, get thee into him that dwelleth in the tabernacle, to Sobna, who is over the temple, and thou shalt say to him, What dost thou here? Or as if thou wert somebody here. For thou hast hewed thee out a sepulchre here, thou hast hewed out a monument carefully in a high place, a dwelling for thyself in a rock. Behold, the Lord will cause thee to be carried away, as a cock is carried away, and he will lift thee up as a garment. He will crown thee with a crown of tribulation. He will toss thee like a ball into a large and spacious country. There shalt thou die, and there shall the chariot of thy glory be, the shame of the house of thy Lord. And I will drive thee out from thy station, and depose thee from thy ministry. And it shall come to pass in that day, that I will call my servant Eliakim the son of Hilkias, and I will clothe him with thy robe, and will strengthen him with thy girdle, and will give thy power into his hand. And he shall be as a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to the house of Judah. And I will lay the key of the house of David upon his shoulder, and he shall open, and none shall shut, and he shall shut, and none shall open. And I will fasten him as a peg in a sure place, and he shall be for a throne of glory to the house of his father. And they shall hang upon him all the glory of his father's house, divers kinds of vessels, every little vessel from the vessels of cups, even to every instrument of music. In that day, saith the Lord of hosts, shall the peg be removed that was fastened in the sure place, and it shall be broken, and shall fall, and that which hung thereon shall perish, because the Lord hath spoken it. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. The Burden of Tyre. Howl, ye ships of the sea, for the house is destroyed from whence they were wont to come. From the land of Kethim it is revealed to them. Be silent, you that dwell in the island. The merchants of Sidon, passing over the sea, have filled thee. The seed of the Nile in many waters, the harvest of the river, is her revenue, and she is become the mart of the nations. Be thou ashamed, O Sidon, for the sea speaketh, even the strength of the sea, saying, I have not been in labor, nor have I brought forth, nor have I nourished up young men, nor brought up virgins. When it shall be heard in Egypt, they will be sorry. when they shall hear of Tyre. Pass over the seas, howl, ye inhabitants of the island. Is not this your city, which gloried from of old in her antiquity? Her feet shall carry her afar off to sojourn. Who hath taken this counsel against Tyre, that was formerly crowned, whose merchants were princes, and her traders the nobles of the earth? The Lord of hosts hath designed it, to pull down the pride of all glory, and bring to disgrace all the glorious ones of the earth. Pass thy land as a river, O daughter of the sea, thou hast a girdle no more. He stretched out his hand over the sea, he troubled kingdoms. The Lord hath given a charge against Canaan, to destroy the strong ones thereof. And he said, Thou shalt glory no more, O virgin daughter of Sidon, who art oppressed. Arise and sail over to Kithim, there also thou shalt have no rest. Behold, the land of the Chaldeans, there was not such a people. The Assyrian founded it. They have led away the strong ones thereof into captivity. They have destroyed the houses thereof. They have brought it to ruin. Howl, O ye ships of the sea, for your strength is laid waste. And it shall come to pass in that day, that thou, O Tyre, shall be forgotten 70 years according to the days of one king. But after 70 years there shall be unto Tyre as the song of a harlot. Take a harp, go about the city, thou harlot that hast been forgotten. Sing well, sing many a song, that thou mayst be remembered. And it shall come to pass after 70 years, that the Lord will visit Tyre, and will bring her back again to her traffic, and she shall commit fornication again with all the kingdoms of the world upon the face of the earth. And her merchandise and her hire shall be sanctified to the Lord. They shall not be kept in store, nor laid up, for her merchandise shall be for them that shall dwell before the Lord, that they may eat unto fullness, and be clothed for a continuance. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. Behold, the Lord shall lay waste the earth, and shall strip it, and shall afflict the face thereof, and scatter abroad the inhabitants thereof. And it shall be as with the people, so with the priest, and as with the servant, so with his master, as with the handmaid, so with her mistress, as with the buyer, so with the seller, as with the lender, so with the borrower, as with him that calleth for his money, so with him that oweth. With desolation shall the earth be laid waste, and it shall be utterly spoiled, for the Lord hath spoken this word. The earth mourned and faded away, and is weakened. The world faded away. The height of the people of the earth is weakened. And the earth is infected by the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws, they have changed the ordinance, they have broken the everlasting covenant. Therefore shall a curse devour the earth, and the inhabitants thereof shall sin, and therefore they that dwell therein shall be mad, and few men shall be left. The vintage hath mourned, the vine hath languished away, all the merry-hearted have sighed. The mirth of timbrels hath ceased, the noise of them that rejoice is ended, the melody of the harp is silent. They shall not drink wine with a song, the drink shall be bitter to them that drink it. The city of vanity is broken down, every house is shut up, no man cometh in. There shall be a crying for wine in the streets. All mirth is forsaken, the joy of the earth is gone away. Desolation is left in the city, and calamity shall oppress the gates. For it shall be thus in the midst of the earth, in the midst of the people, as if a few olives that remain should be shaken out of the olive tree, or grapes when the vintage is ended. These shall lift up their voice, and shall give praise. When the Lord shall be glorified, they shall make a joyful noise from the sea. Therefore glorify ye the Lord in instruction, the name of the Lord God of Israel in the islands of the sea. From the ends of the earth we have heard praises, the glory of the Just One. And I said, my secret to myself, woe is me! The prevaricators have prevaricated, and with the prevarication of transgressors they have prevaricated. Fear and the pit and the snare are upon thee, O thou inhabitant of the earth. And it shall come to pass that he that shall flee from the noise of the fear shall fall into the pit, and he that shall rid himself out of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For the floodgates from on high are opened, and the foundations of the earth shall be shaken. With breaking shall the earth be broken, with crushing shall the earth be crushed, with trembling shall the earth be moved. With shaking shall the earth be shaken as a drunken man, and shall be removed as the tent of one night. And the iniquity thereof shall be heavy upon it, and it shall fall, and not rise again. And it shall come to pass that in that day the Lord shall visit upon the host of heaven on high, and upon the kings of the earth on the earth. And they shall be gathered together as in the gathering of one bundle into the pit, and they shall be shut up there in prison, and after many days they shall be visited. And the moon shall blush, and the sun shall be ashamed, when the Lord of hosts shall reign in Mount Sion, and in Jerusalem, and shall be glorified in the sight of his ancients. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. O Lord, thou art my God. I will exalt thee, and give glory to thy name. For thou hast done wonderful things, thy designs of old faithful. Amen. For thou hast reduced the city to a heap, the strong city to ruin, the house of strangers to be no city, and to be no more built up forever. Therefore shall a strong people praise thee, the city of mighty nations shall fear thee. Because thou hast been a strength to the poor, a strength to the needy in his distress, a refuge from the whirlwind, a shadow from the heat. For the blast of the mighty is like a whirlwind beating against a wall. Thou shalt bring down the tumult of strangers as heat in thirst, and as with heat under a burning cloud, thou shalt make the branch of the mighty to wither away. And the Lord of hosts shall make unto all people in this mountain a feast of fat things, a feast of wine, of fat things, full of marrow, of wine purified from the lees. And he shall destroy in this mountain the face of the bond with which all people were tied, and the web that he began over all nations. He shall cast death down headlong forever, and the Lord God shall wipe away tears from every face, and the reproach of his people he shall take away from off the whole earth, for the Lord hath spoken it. And they shall say in that day, Lo, this is our God, we have waited for him, and he will save us. This is the Lord, we have patiently waited for him. We shall rejoice and be joyful in his salvation. For the hand of the Lord shall rest in this mountain, and Moab shall be trodden down under him, as straw is broken in pieces with the wain. And he shall stretch forth his hands under him, as he that swimmeth stretcheth forth his hands to swim. And he shall bring down his glory with the dashing of his hands. And the bulwarks of thy high walls shall fall, and be brought low, and shall be pulled down to the ground, even to the dust. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. In that day shall this canticle be sung in the land of Judah. Sion, the city of our strength, a Saviour, a wall and a bulwark shall be set therein. Open ye the gates, and let the just nation that keepeth the truth enter in. The old error is passed away, thou wilt keep peace. Peace, because we have hoped in thee. You have hoped in the Lord forevermore, in the Lord God, mighty forever. For he shall bring down them that dwell on high. The high city he shall lay low. He shall bring it down even to the ground. He shall pull it down even to the dust. The foot shall tread it down, the feet of the poor, the steps of the needy. The way of the just is right, the path of the just is right to walk in. And in the way of thy judgments, O Lord, we have patiently waited for thee. Thy name and thy remembrance are the desire of the soul. My soul hath desired thee in the night. Yea, and with my spirit within me in the morning early I will watch to thee. When thou shalt do thy judgments on the earth, the inhabitants of the world shall learn justice. Let us have pity on the wicked, but he will not learn justice. In the land of the saints he hath done wicked things, and he shall not see the glory of the Lord. Lord, let thy hand be exalted, and let them not see. Let the envious people see and be confounded, and let fire devour thy enemies. Lord, thou wilt give us peace, for thou hast wrought all our works for us. O Lord our God, other lords besides thee have had dominion over us. Only in thee let us remember thy name. Let not the dead live, let not the giants rise again. Therefore hast thou visited and destroyed them, and hast destroyed all their memory. Thou hast been favorable to the nation, O Lord. Thou hast been favorable to the nation. Art thou glorified? Thou hast removed all the ends of the earth far off. Lord, they have sought after thee in distress. In the tribulation of murmuring thy instruction was with them. As a woman with child, when she draweth near the time of her delivery, is in pain, and crieth out in her pangs, so are we become in thy presence, O Lord. We have conceived, and been as it were in labor, and have brought forth wind. We have not wrought salvation on the earth. Therefore the inhabitants of the earth have not fallen. Thy dead men shall live. My slain shall rise again. Awake, and give praise, ye that dwell in the dust. For thy dew is the dew of the light, and the land of the giants thou shalt pull down into ruin. Go, my people, enter into thy chambers, shut thy doors upon thee, hide thyself a little for a moment, until the indignation pass away. For behold, the Lord will come out of his place to visit the iniquity of the inhabitant of the earth against him, and the earth shall disclose her blood, and shall cover her slain no more. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. In that day the Lord with his hard and great and strong sword shall visit Leviathan the bar serpent, and Leviathan the crooked serpent, and shall slay the whale that is in the sea. In that day there shall be singing to the vineyard of pure wine. I am the Lord that keep it. I will suddenly give it drink, lest any hurt come to it. I keep it night and day. There is no indignation in me. Who shall make me a thorn and a briar in battle? Shall march against it? Shall I set it on fire together? Or rather, shall it take hold of my strength? Shall it make peace with me? Shall it make peace with me? When they shall rush in unto Jacob, Israel shall blossom and bud, and they shall fill the face of the world with seed. Hath he struck him according to the stroke of him that struck him? Or is he slain, as he killed them that were slain by him? In measure against measure, when it shall be cast off, thou shalt judge it. He hath meditated with his severe spirit in the day of heat. Therefore upon this shall the iniquity of the house of Jacob be forgiven, and this is all the fruit, that the sin thereof should be taken away, when he shall have made all the stones of the altar as burnt stones broken in pieces. The groves and temples shall not stand. For the strong cities shall be desolate, the beautiful cities shall be forsaken, and shall be left as a wilderness. There the calf shall feed, and there shall he lie down, and shall consume its branches. Its harvest shall be destroyed with drought. Women shall come and teach it, for it is not a wise people. Therefore he that made it shall not have mercy on it, and he that formed it shall not spare it. And it shall come to pass that in that day the Lord will strike from the channel of the river even to the torrent of Egypt, and you shall be gathered together one by one, O ye children of Israel. And it shall come to pass that in that day a noise shall be made with a great trumpet, and they that were lost shall come from the land of the Assyrians, and they that were outcasts in the land of Egypt, and they shall adore the Lord in the holy mount in Jerusalem. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Woe to the crown of pride, to the drunkards of Ephraim, and to the fading flower, the glory of his joy, who were on the head of the fat valley, staggering with wine. Behold, the Lord is mighty and strong, as a storm of hail, a destroying whirlwind, as the violence of many waters overflowing, and sent forth upon a spacious land. The crown of pride of the drunkards of Ephraim shall be trodden under feet, and the fading flower, the glory of his joy, who is on the head of the fat valley, shall be as a hasty fruit before the ripeness of autumn, which, when he that seeth it shall behold, as soon as he taketh it in his hand, he will eat it up. In that day the Lord of hosts shall be a crown of glory, and a garland of joy to the residue of his people. and a spirit of judgment to him that sitteth in judgment, and strength to them that return out of the battle to the gate. But these also have been ignorant through wine, and through drunkenness have erred. The priest and the prophet have been ignorant through drunkenness. They are swallowed up with wine. They have gone astray in drunkenness. They have not known him that seeth. They have been ignorant of judgment. For all tables were full of vomit and filth, so that there was no more place. Whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand the hearing? Them that are weaned from the milk, that are drawn away from the breasts. For command, command again, command, command again, expect, expect again, expect, expect again, a little there, a little there. For with the speech of lips, and with another tongue he will speak to this people, to whom he said, This is my rest, refresh the weary, and this is my refreshing, and they would not hear. And the word of the Lord shall be to them, Command, command again, command, command again, expect, expect again, expect, expect again, a little there, that they may go and fall backward, and be broken, and snared, and taken. Wherefore hear the word of the Lord, ye scornful men, who rule over my people that is in Jerusalem. For you have said, We have entered into a league with death, and we have made a covenant with hell. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come upon us, for we have placed our hope in lies, and by falsehood we are protected. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, Behold, I will lay a stone in the foundations of Sion, a tried stone, a cornerstone, a precious stone, founded in the foundation. He that believeth, let him not hasten. And I will set judgment in weight, and justice in measure, and hail shall return the hope of falsehood, and waters shall overflow its protection. And your league with death shall be abolished, and your covenant with hell shall not stand. When the overflowing scourge shall pass, you shall be trodden down by it. Whensoever it shall pass through, it shall take you away, because in the morning early it shall pass through, in the day and in the night, and vexation alone shall make you understand what you hear. For the bed is straitened, so that one must fall out, and a short covering cannot cover both. For the Lord shall stand up as in the mountain of divisions. He shall be angry as in the valley which is in Gibeon, that he may do his work, his strange work, that he may perform his work. His work is strange to him. And now do not mock, lest your bonds be tied straight. For I have heard of the Lord the God of hosts, a consumption and a cutting short upon all the earth. Give ear and hear my voice, hearken and hear my speech. Shall the plowman plow all the day to sow? Shall he open and harrow his ground? Will he not, when he hath made plain the surface thereof, sow gith and scatter cumin, and put wheat in order, and barley and millet, and vetches in their bounds? For he will instruct him in judgment, his God will teach him. For gith shall not be thrashed with saws, neither shall the cartwheel turn about upon cumin, but gith shall be beaten out with a rod, and cumin with a staff. But bread corn shall be broken small, but the thrasher shall not thrash it forever, neither shall the cartwheel hurt it, nor break it with its teeth. This also is come forth from the Lord God of hosts, to make his counsel wonderful and magnify justice. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Woe to Ariel, the city which David took! Year is added to year, the solemnities are at an end. And I will make a trench about Ariel, and it shall be in sorrow and mourning, and it shall be to me as Ariel. And I will make a circle round about thee, and will cast up a rampart against thee, and raise up bulwarks to besiege thee. Thou shalt be brought down, thou shalt speak out of the earth, and thy speech shall be heard out of the ground, and thy voice shall be from the earth like that of the python, and out of the ground thy speech shall mutter. And the multitude of them that fan thee shall be like small dust, and as ashes passing away, the multitude of them that have prevailed against thee. And it shall be at an instant, suddenly, a visitation shall come from the Lord of hosts in thunder, and with earthquake, and with a great noise of whirlwind and tempest, and with the flame of devouring fire. And the multitude of all nations that have fought against Ariel shall be as the dream of a vision by night, and all that have fought and besieged and prevailed against it. And as he that is hungry dreameth and eateth, but when he is awake his soul is empty, and as he that is thirsty dreameth and drinketh, and after he is awake is yet faint with thirst, and his soul is empty, so shall be the multitude of all the Gentiles that have fought against Mount Sion. Be astonished and wander, waver and stagger, be drunk, and not with wine, stagger, and not with drunkenness. For the Lord hath mingled for you the spirit of a deep sleep. He will shut up your eyes, he will cover your prophets and princes that see visions. And the vision of all shall be unto you as the words of a book that is sealed, which when they shall deliver to one that is learned, they shall say, Read this. And he shall answer, I cannot, for it is sealed. And the book shall be given to one that knoweth no letters, and it shall be said to him, Read, and he shall answer, I know no letters. And the Lord said, Forasmuch as this people draw near me with their mouth, and with their lips glorify me, but their heart is far from me, and they have feared me with the commandment and doctrines of men. Therefore, behold, I will proceed to cause an admiration in this people by a great and wonderful miracle. For wisdom shall perish from their wise men, and the understanding of their prudent men shall be hid. Woe to you that are deep of heart, to hide your counsel from the Lord, and their works are in the dark, and they say, Who seeth us, and who knoweth us? This thought of yours is perverse, as if the clay should think against the potter, and the work should say to the maker thereof, Thou madest me not. Or the thing framed should say to him that fashioned it, Thou understandest not. Is it not yet a very little while, and Libanus shall be turned into Carmel, and Carmel shall be esteemed as a forest? And in that day the deaf shall hear the words of the book, and out of darkness and obscurity the eyes of the blind shall see. And the meek shall increase their joy in the Lord, and the poor men shall rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. For he that did prevail hath failed, the scorner is consumed, and they are all cut off that watched for iniquity, that made men sin by word, and supplanted him that reproved them in the gate, and declined in vain from the just. Therefore thus saith the Lord to the house of Jacob, he that redeemed Abraham, Jacob shall not now be confounded, neither shall his countenance now be ashamed. But when he shall see his children, the work of my hands, in the midst of him sanctifying my name, and they shall sanctify the Holy One of Jacob, and shall glorify the God of Israel. And they that erred in spirit shall know understanding, and they that murmured shall learn the law. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Woe to you, apostate children, saith the Lord, that you would take counsel, and not of me, and would begin a web, and not by my Spirit, that you might add sin upon sin, who walk to go down into Egypt, and have not asked at my mouth, hoping for help in the strength of Pharaoh, and trusting in the shadow of Egypt. And the strength of Pharaoh shall be to your confusion, and the confidence of the shadow of Egypt to your shame. For thy princes were in Tanis, and thy messengers came even to Hanes. They were all confounded at a people that could not profit them. They were no help, nor to any profit, but to confusion and to reproach. The burden of the beasts of the south, in a land of trouble and distress, from whence came the lioness and the lion, the viper and the flying basilisk. They carry their riches upon the shoulders of beasts, and their treasures upon the bunches of camels, to a people that shall not be able to profit them. For Egypt shall help in vain, and to no purpose. Therefore have I cried concerning this. It is pride only, sit still. Now therefore go in and write for them upon box, and note it diligently in a book, and it shall be in the latter days for a testimony forever. For it is a people that provoketh to wrath, and lying children, children that will not hear the law of God, who say to the seers, See not, and to them that behold, behold not for us those things that are right. Speak unto us pleasant things, see errors for us. Take away from me the way, turn away the path from me. Let the Holy One of Israel cease from before us. Therefore thus saith the Holy One of Israel, because you have rejected this word, and have trusted in oppression and tumult, and have leaned upon it, therefore shall this iniquity be to you as a breach that falleth, and is found wanting in a high wall, for the destruction thereof shall come on a sudden, when it is not looked for. And it shall be broken small, as the potter's vessel is broken all to pieces with mighty breaking. And there shall not a sherd be found of the pieces thereof, wherein a little fire may be carried from the hearth, or a little water be drawn out of the pit. For thus saith the Lord God, the Holy One of Israel, if you return and be quiet, you shall be saved. In silence and in hope shall your strength be. And you would not, but have said, No, but we will flee to horses. Therefore shall you flee, and we will mount upon swift ones. Therefore shall they be swifter that shall pursue after you. 1,000 men shall flee for fear of one, and for fear of 5 shall you flee. till you be left as the mast of a ship on the top of a mountain, and as an ensign upon a hill. Therefore the Lord waiteth, that he may have mercy on you, and therefore shall he be exalted, sparing you, because the Lord is the God of judgment. Blessed are all they that wait for him. For the people of Zion shall dwell in Jerusalem. Weeping thou shalt not weep. He will surely have pity on thee. At the voice of thy cry, as soon as he shall hear, he will answer thee. And the Lord will give you spare bread and short water, and will not cause thy teacher to flee away from thee any more, and thy eyes shall see thy teacher. And thy ears shall hear the word of one admonishing thee behind thy back. This is the way, walk ye in it, and go not aside neither to the right hand nor to the left. And thou shalt defile the plates of thy graven things of silver, and the garment of thy molten things of gold, and shalt cast them away as the uncleanness of a menstruous woman. Thou shalt say to it, Get thee hence. And rain shall be given to thy seed, wheresoever thou shalt sow in the land, and the bread of the corn of the land shall be most plentiful and fat. The lamb in that day shall feed at large in thy possession. And thy oxen and the ass colts that till the ground shall eat mingled provender, as it was winnowed in the floor. And there shall be upon every high mountain and upon every elevated hill rivers of running waters in the day of the slaughter of many, when the tower shall fall. And the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold, as the light of 7 days, in the day when the Lord shall bind up the wound of his people, and shall heal the stroke of their wound. Behold, the name of the Lord cometh from afar. His wrath burneth, and is heavy to bear. His lips are filled with indignation, and his tongue as a devouring fire. His breath as a torrent overflowing even to the midst of the neck, to destroy the nations unto nothing, and the bridle of error that was in the jaws of the people. You shall have a song as in the night of the sanctified solemnity, and joy of heart, as when one goeth with a pipe to come into the mountain of the Lord, to the mighty one of Israel. And the Lord shall make the glory of his voice to be heard, and shall show the terror of his arm in the threatening of wrath, and the flame of devouring fire. He shall crush to pieces with whirlwind and hailstones. For at the voice of the Lord the Assyrian shall fear being struck with the rod, and the passage of the rod shall be strongly grounded, which the Lord shall make to rest upon him with timbrels and harps, and in great battles he shall overthrow them. For Topheth is prepared from yesterday, prepared by the king, deep and wide. The nourishment thereof is fire and much wood, the breath of the Lord as a torrent of brimstone kindling it. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help, trusting in horses, and putting their confidence in chariots, because they are many, and in horsemen, because they are very strong, and have not trusted in the Holy One of Israel, and have not sought after the Lord. But he that is the wise one hath brought evil, and hath not removed his words, and he will rise up against the house of the wicked, and against the aid of them that work iniquity. Egypt is man, and not God, and their horses flesh, and not spirit. And the Lord shall put down his hand, and the helper shall fall, and he that is helped shall fall, and they shall all be confounded together. For thus saith the Lord to me, like as the lion roareth, and the lion's whelp upon his prey, and when a multitude of shepherds shall come against him, he will not fear at their voice, nor be afraid of their multitude, so shall the Lord of hosts come down to fight upon Mount Sion, and upon the hill thereof. As birds flying, so will the Lord of hosts protect Jerusalem, protecting and delivering, passing over and saving. Return as you had deeply revolted, O children of Israel. For in that day a man shall cast away his idols of silver, and his idols of gold, which your hands have made for you to sin. And the Assyrian shall fall by the sword not of a man, and the sword not of a man shall devour him, and he shall flee not at the face of the sword, and his young men shall be tributaries. And his strength shall pass away with dread, and his princes fleeing shall be afraid. The Lord hath said it, whose fire is in Sion, and his furnace in Jerusalem. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32. Behold, a king shall reign in justice, and princes shall rule in judgment. And a man shall be as when one is hid from the wind, and hideth himself from a storm, as rivers of waters in drought, and the shadow of a rock that standeth out in a desert land. The eyes of them that see shall not be dim, and the ears of them that hear shall hearken diligently. And the heart of fools shall understand knowledge, and the tongue of stammerers shall speak readily and plain. The fool shall no more be called prince, neither shall the deceitful be called great. For the fool will speak foolish things, and his heart will work iniquity, to practice hypocrisy, and speak to the Lord deceitfully, and to make empty the soul of the hungry, and take away drink from the thirsty. The vessels of the deceitful are most wicked, for he hath framed devices to destroy the meek with lying words when the poor man speaketh judgment. But the prince will devise such things as are worthy of a prince, and he shall stand above the rulers. Rise up, ye rich women, and hear my voice. Ye confident daughters, give ear to my speech. For after days and a year, you that are confident shall be troubled, for the vintage is at an end, the gathering shall come no more. Be astonished, ye rich women, be troubled, ye confident ones. Strip you, and be confounded, gird your loins. Mourn for your breasts, for the delightful country, for the fruitful vineyard. Upon the land of my people shall thorns and briars come up. How much more upon all the houses of joy of the city that rejoiced? For the house is forsaken, the multitude of the city is left, darkness and obscurity are come upon its dens forever. A joy of wild asses, the pastures of flocks. Until the Spirit be poured upon us from on high, and the desert shall be as a Carmel, and Carmel shall be counted for a forest. And judgment shall dwell in the wilderness, and justice shall sit in Carmel. And the work of justice shall be peace, and the service of justice quietness, and security forever. And my people shall sit in the beauty of peace, and in the tabernacles of confidence, and in wealthy rest. But hail shall be in the descent of the forest, and the city shall be made very low. Blessed are ye that sow upon all waters, sending thither the foot of the ox and the ass. End of chapter 32. Isaiah chapters 33 through 45 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. Woe to thee that spoilest! Shalt not thou thyself also be spoiled? And thou that despisest, shalt not thyself also be despised? When thou shalt have made an end of spoiling, thou shalt be spoiled. When being wearied thou shalt cease to despise, thou shalt be despised. O Lord, have mercy on us, for we have waited for thee. Be thou our arm in the morning, and our salvation in the time of trouble. At the voice of the angel the people fled, and at the lifting up thyself the nations are scattered. And your spoils shall be gathered together, as the locusts are gathered, as when the ditches are full of them. The Lord is magnified, for he hath dwelt on high. He hath filled Sion with judgment and justice. And there shall be faith in thy times, riches of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. The fear of the Lord is his treasure. Behold, they that see shall cry without. The angels of peace shall weep bitterly. The ways are made desolate. No one passeth by the road. The covenant is made void. He hath rejected the cities. He hath not regarded the men. The land hath mourned and languished. Libanus is confounded and become foul, and Saron is become as a desert, and Basan and Carmel are shaken. Now will I rise up, saith the Lord. Now will I be exalted. Now will I lift up myself. You shall conceive heat. You shall bring forth stubble. Your breath as fire shall devour you. And the people shall be as ashes after a fire. As a bundle of thorns they shall be burnt with fire. Hear, you that are far off, what I have done, and you that are near, know my strength. The sinners in Sion are afraid. Trembling hath seized upon the hypocrites. Which of you can dwell with devouring fire? Which of you shall dwell with everlasting burnings? He that walketh in justices, and speaketh truth, that casteth away avarice by oppression, and shaketh his hands from all bribes, that stoppeth his ears lest he hear blood, and shutteth his eyes that he may see no evil. He shall dwell on high. The fortifications of rocks shall be his highness. Bread is given him. His waters are sure. His eyes shall see the king in his beauty. They shall see the land far off. Thy heart shall meditate fear. Where is the learned? Where is he that pondereth the words of the law? Where is the teacher of little ones? The shameless people thou shalt not see, the people of profound speech, so that thou canst not understand the eloquence of his tongue, in whom there is no wisdom. Look upon Sion, the city of our solemnity. Thy eyes shall see Jerusalem, a rich habitation, a tabernacle that cannot be removed. Neither shall the nails thereof be taken away forever, neither shall any of the cords thereof be broken. Because only there our Lord is magnificent, a place of rivers, very broad and spacious streams. No ship with oars shall pass by it, neither shall the great galley pass through it. For the Lord is our judge, the Lord is our lawgiver, the Lord is our king. he will save us. Thy tacklings are loosed, and they shall be of no strength. Thy mast shall be in such condition that thou shalt not be able to spread the flag. Then shall the spoils of much prey be divided, the lame shall take the spoil. Neither shall he that is near say, I am feeble. The people that dwell therein shall have their iniquity taken away from them. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. Come near, ye Gentiles, and hear, and hearken, ye people. Let the earth hear, and all that is therein, the world, and everything that cometh forth of it. For the indignation of the Lord is upon all nations, and his fury upon all their armies. He hath killed them, and delivered them to slaughter. Their slain shall be cast forth, and out of their carcasses shall rise a stink. The mountains shall be melted with their blood, and all the host of the heavens shall pine away, and the heavens shall be folded together as a book, and all their host shall fall down as the leaf falleth from the vine and from the fig tree. For my sword is inebriated in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea, and upon the people of my slaughter unto judgment. The sword of the Lord is filled with blood. It is made thick with the blood of lambs and buck goats, with the blood of rams full of marrow. For there is a victim of the Lord in Bozrah, and a great slaughter in the land of Edom. And the unicorns shall go down with them, and the bulls with the mighty. Their land shall be soaked with blood, and their ground with the fat of fat ones. For it is the day of the vengeance of the Lord, the year of recompenses of the judgment of Sion. And the streams thereof shall be turned into pitch, and the ground thereof into brimstone, and the land thereof shall become burning pitch. Night and day it shall not be quenched. The smoke thereof shall go up forever. From generation to generation it shall lie waste. None shall pass through it forever and ever. The bittern and ericeus shall possess it, and the ibis and the raven shall dwell in it. And a line shall be stretched out upon it to bring it to nothing, and a plummet unto desolation. The nobles thereof shall not be there. They shall call rather upon the king, and all the princes thereof shall be nothing. And thorns and nettles shall grow up in its houses, and the thistle in the fortresses thereof, and it shall be the habitation of dragons, and the pasture of ostriches. And demons and monsters shall meet, and the hairy ones shall cry out one to another, There hath the Lamia lain down, and found rest for herself. There hath the ericeus had its hole, and brought up its young ones, and hath dug round about, and cherished them in the shadow thereof. Thither are the kites gathered together one to another. Search ye diligently in the book of the Lord, and read. Not one of them was wanting. One hath not sought for the other, for that which proceedeth out of my mouth he hath commanded, and his spirit it hath gathered them. And he hath cast the lot for them, and his hand hath divided it to them by line. They shall possess it forever. From generation to generation they shall dwell therein. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. The land that was desolate and impassable shall be glad, and the wilderness shall rejoice, and shall flourish like the lily. It shall bud forth and blossom, and shall rejoice with joy and praise. The glory of Libanus is given to it, the beauty of Carmel and Saron. They shall see the glory of the Lord, and the beauty of our God. Strengthen ye the feeble hands, and confirm the weak knees. Say to the faint-hearted, Take courage, and fear not. Behold, your God will bring the revenge of recompense. God himself will come, and will save you. Then shall the eyes of the blind be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then shall the lame man leap as a hart, and the tongue of the dumb shall be free. For waters are broken out in the desert, and streams in the wilderness. And that which was dry land shall become a pool, and the thirsty land springs of water. In the dens where dragons dwell before shall rise up the verdure of the reed and the bulrush, and a path and a way shall be there, and it shall be called the Holy Way. The unclean shall not pass over it, and this shall be unto you a straight way, so that fools shall not err therein. No lion shall be there, nor shall any mischievous beast go up by it, nor be found there, but they shall walk there that shall be delivered. And the redeemed of the Lord shall return, and shall come into Sion with praise, and everlasting joy shall be upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and mourning shall flee away. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. And it came to pass in the 14th year of King Ezekias, that Sennacherib, king of the Assyrians, came up against all the fenced cities of Judah, and took them. And the king of the Assyrians sent Rabsaces from Lachish to Jerusalem to King Ezekias with a great army. And he stood by the conduit of the upper pool in the way of the fuller's field. And there went out to him Eliakim, the son of Hilkias, who was over the house, and Sobna the scribe, and Joahi the son of Asaph the recorder. And Rabsaces said to them, Tell Ezekias, Thus saith the great king, the king of the Assyrians, What is this confidence wherein thou trustest? Or with what counsel or strength dost thou prepare for war? On whom dost thou trust, that thou art revolted from me? Lo, thou trustest upon this broken staff of a reed, upon Egypt, upon which if a man lean, it will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh king of Egypt to all that trust in him. But if thou wilt answer me, We trust in the Lord our God, is it not he whose high places and altars Ezekias hath taken away, and hath said to Judah and Jerusalem, You shall worship before this altar? And now deliver thyself up to my lord the king of the Assyrians, and I will give thee 2,000 horses, and thou wilt not be able on thy part to find riders for them. And how wilt thou stand against the face of the judge of one place, of the least of my master's servants? But if thou trust in Egypt, in chariots and in horsemen, and am I now come up without the Lord against this land to destroy it? The Lord said to me, Go up against this land, and destroy it. And Eliakim and Sobna and Joahi said to Rabsaces, Speak to thy servants in the Syrian tongue, for we understand it. Speak not to us in the Jews' language, in the hearing of the people that are upon the wall. And Rabsaces said to them, Hath my master sent me to thy master and to thee to speak all these words, and not rather to the men that sit on the wall, that they may eat their own dung and drink their urine with you? Then Rabsaces stood and cried out with a loud voice in the Jews' language, and said, Hear the words of the great king, the king of the Assyrians. Thus saith the king, Let not Ezekias deceive you, for he shall not be able to deliver you. And let not Ezekias make you trust in the Lord, saying, The Lord will surely deliver us, and this city shall not be given into the hands of the king of the Assyrians. Do not hearken to Ezekias, for thus said the king of the Assyrians, Do with me that which is for your advantage, and come out to me, and eat ye every one of his vine, and every one of his fig tree, and drink ye every one the water of his cistern, till I come and take you away to a land like to your own, a land of corn and of wine, a land of bread and vineyards. Neither let Ezekias trouble you, saying, The Lord will deliver us. Have any of the gods of the nations delivered their land out of the hand of the king of the Assyrians? Where is the God of Emath and of Arphad? Where is the God of Sepharvaim? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand? Who is there among all the gods of these lands that hath delivered his country out of my hand, that the Lord may deliver Jerusalem out of my hand? And they held their peace, and answered him not a word. For the king had commanded, saying, Answer him not. And Eliakim the son of Hilkias, that was over the house, and Sobna the scribe, and Joahi the son of Asaph the recorder, went in to Ezekias with their garments rent, and told him the words of Rabsaces. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. And it came to pass, when King Ezekias had heard it, that he rent his garments and covered himself with sackcloth, and went into the house of the Lord. And he sent Eliakim, who was over the house, and Sobna the scribe, and the ancients of the priests, covered with sackcloth, to Isaias the son of Amos the prophet. And they said to him, Thus saith Ezekias, This day is a day of tribulation, and of rebuke, and of blasphemy, for the children are come to the birth, and there is not strength to bring forth. It may be the Lord thy God will hear the words of Rabsaces, whom the king of the Assyrians his master hath sent to blaspheme the living God, and to reproach with words which the Lord thy God hath heard. Wherefore lift up thy prayer for the remnant that is left. And the servants of Ezekias came to Isaias. And Isaias said to them, Thus shall you say to your master, Thus saith the Lord, Be not afraid of the words that thou hast heard, with which the servants of the king of the Assyrians have blasphemed me. Behold, I will send a spirit upon him, and he shall hear a message, and shall return to his own country, and I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own country. And Rabsaces returned, and found the king of the Assyrians besieging Libnah, for he had heard that he was departed from Lachish. And he heard say about Sirach the king of Ethiopia, He is come forth to fight against thee. And when he heard it, he sent messengers to Ezekias, saying, Thus shall you speak to Ezekias the king of Judah, saying, Let not thy God deceive thee, in whom thou trustest, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hands of the king of the Assyrians. Behold, thou hast heard all that the kings of the Assyrians have done to all countries which they have destroyed, and canst thou be delivered? Have the gods of the nations delivered them whom my fathers have destroyed, Gozam, and Haram, and Reseph, and the children of Eden, that were in Thalasar? Where is the king of Emath, and the king of Arphad, and the king of the city of Sepharvaim, of Anah, and of Ava? And Ezekias took the letter from the hand of the messengers, and read it, and went up to the house of the Lord. And Ezekias spread it before the Lord. And Ezekias prayed to the Lord, saying, O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, who sittest upon the cherubims, thou alone art the God of all the kingdoms of the earth. Thou hast made heaven and earth. Incline, O Lord, thy ear, and hear. Open, O Lord, thy eyes, and see, and hear all the words of Sennacherib, which he hath sent to blaspheme the living God. For of a truth, O Lord, the kings of the Assyrians have laid waste lands and their countries, and they have cast their gods into the fire, for they were not gods, but the works of men's hands, of wood and stone, and they broke them in pieces. And now, O Lord our God, save us out of his hand, and let all the kingdoms of the earth know that thou only art the Lord. And Isaiah the son of Amos sent to Ezekias, saying, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, for the prayer thou hast made to me concerning Sennacherib, the king of the Assyrians, this is the word which the Lord hath spoken of him. The virgin, the daughter of Sion, hath despised thee, and laughed thee to scorn. The daughter of Jerusalem hath wagged the head after thee. Whom hast thou reproached, and whom hast thou blasphemed, and against whom hast thou exalted thy voice, and lifted up thy eyes on high? Against the Holy One of Israel. By the hand of thy servants thou hast reproached the Lord, and hast said, With the multitude of my chariots I have gone up to the height of the mountains, to the top of Libanus, and I will cut down its tall cedars and its choice fir trees, and will enter to the top of its height, to the forest of its Carmel. I have digged and drunk water, and have dried up with the sole of my foot all the rivers shut up in banks. Hast thou not heard what I have done to him of old? From the days of old I have formed it, and now I have brought it to effect. And it hath come to pass that hills fighting together and fenced cities should be destroyed. The inhabitants of them were weak of hand. They trembled and were confounded. They became like the grass of the field and the herb of the pasture, and like the grass of the housetops, which withered before it was ripe. I know thy dwelling, and thy going out, and thy coming in, and thy rage against me. When thou wast mad against me, thy pride came up to my ears. Therefore I will put a ring in thy nose, and a bit between thy lips, and I will turn thee back by the way by which thou camest. But to thee this shall be a sign. Eat this year the things that spring of themselves, and in the 2nd year eat fruits, but in the 3rd year sow and reap, and plant vineyards, and eat the fruit of them. And that which shall be saved of the house of Judah, and which is left, shall take root downward, and shall bear fruit upward. For out of Jerusalem shall go forth a remnant, and salvation from Mount Sion. The zeal of the Lord of hosts shall do this. Wherefore thus saith the Lord concerning the king of the Assyrians, He shall not come into this city, nor shoot an arrow into it, nor come before it with shield, nor cast a trench about it. By the way that he came he shall return, and into this city he shall not come, saith the Lord. And I will protect this city, and will save it for my own sake, and for the sake of David my servant. And the angel of the Lord went out, and slew in the camp of the Assyrians 185,000. And they arose in the morning, and behold, they were all dead corpses. And Sennacherib, the king of the Assyrians, went out and departed, and returned and dwelt in Nineveh. And it came to pass, as he was worshipping in the temple of Nisroch, his god, that Adramelech and Sarasar, his sons, slew him with the sword, and they fled into the land of Ararat, and Esarhaddon his son reigned in his stead. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38. In those days Ezekias was sick even to death, and Isaiah the son of Amos the prophet came unto him, and said to him, Thus saith the Lord, Take order with thy house, for thou shalt die, and not live. And Ezekias turned his face toward the wall, and prayed to the Lord, and said, I beseech thee, O Lord, remember how I have walked before thee in truth, and with a perfect heart, and have done that which is good in thy sight. And Ezekias wept with great weeping. And the word of the Lord came to Isaiah, saying, Go and say to Ezekias, Thus saith the Lord, the God of David thy father, I have heard thy prayer, and I have seen thy tears. Behold, I will add to thy days 15 years. And I will deliver thee and this city out of the hand of the king of the Assyrians, and I will protect it. And this shall be a sign to thee from the Lord, that the Lord will do this word which he hath spoken. Behold, I will bring again the shadow of the lines, by which it is now gone down in the sundial of Achaz with the sun, 10 lines backward, and the sun returned 10 lines by the degrees by which it was gone down. The writing of Ezekias king of Judah, when he had been sick, and was recovered of his sickness. I said, In the midst of my days I shall go to the gates of hell. I sought for the residue of my years. I said, I shall not see the Lord God in the land of the living. I shall behold man no more, nor the inhabitant of rest. My generation is at an end, and it is rolled away from me as a shepherd's tent. My life is cut off as by a weaver. Whilst I was yet but beginning, he cut me off. From morning even to night thou wilt make an end of me. I hoped till morning as a lion, so hath he broken all my bones. From morning even to night thou wilt make an end of me. I will cry like a young swallow, I will meditate like a dove. My eyes are weakened looking upward. Lord, I suffer violence, answer thou for me. What shall I say, or what shall he answer for me, whereas he himself hath done it? I will recount to thee all my years in the bitterness of my soul. O Lord, if man's life be such, and the life of my spirit be in such things as these, thou shalt correct me, and make me to live. Behold, in peace is my bitterness most bitter. But thou hast delivered my soul, that it should not perish. Thou hast cast all my sins behind thy back. For hell shall not confess to thee, neither shall death praise thee. nor shall they that go down into the pit look for thy truth. The living he shall give praise to thee, as I do this day. The Father shall make thy truth known to the children. O Lord, save me, and we will sing our psalms all the days of our life in the house of the Lord. Now Isaiah had ordered that they should take a lump of figs and lay it as a plaster upon the wound, and that he should be healed. And Ezekias had said, What shall be the sign that I shall go up to the house of the Lord? End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. At that time Merodach-Baladan, the son of Baladan king of Babylon, sent letters and presents to Ezekias, for he had heard that he had been sick and was recovered. And Ezekias rejoiced at their coming, and he showed them the storehouses of his aromatical spices, and of the silver, and of the gold, and of the sweet odors, and of the precious ointment, and all the storehouses of his furniture, and all things that were found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominion, that Ezekias showed them not. Then Isaiah the prophet came to King Ezekias, and said to him, What said these men, and from whence came they to thee? And Ezekias said, From a far country they came to me, from Babylon. And he said, What saw they in thy house? And Ezekias said, All things that are in my house have they seen. There was not anything which I have not shown them in my treasures. And Isaiah said to Ezekias, Hear the word of the Lord of hosts. Behold, the days shall come, that all that is in thy house, and that thy fathers have laid up in store until this day, shall be carried away into Babylon. There shall not anything be left, saith the Lord. And of thy children that shall issue from thee, whom thou shalt beget, they shall take away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. And Ezekias said to Isaiah, The word of the Lord which he hath spoken is good. And he said, Only let peace and truth be in my days. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40. Be comforted, my people, saith your God. Speak ye to the heart of Jerusalem, and call to her, for her evil is come to an end, her iniquity is forgiven. She hath received of the hand of the Lord double for all her sins. The voice of one crying in the desert, Prepare ye the way of the Lord, make straight in the wilderness the paths of our God. Every valley shall be exalted, and every mountain and hill shall be made low, and the crooked shall become straight, and the rough ways plain, and the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh together shall see that the mouth of the Lord hath spoken. The voice of one saying, Cry. And I said, What shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all the glory thereof as the flower of the field. The grass is withered, and the flower is fallen, because the Spirit of the Lord hath blown upon it. Indeed, the people is grass. The grass is withered, and the flower is fallen, but the word of our Lord endureth for ever. Get thee up upon a high mountain, thou that bringest good tidings to Sion. Lift up thy voice with strength, thou that bringest good tidings to Jerusalem. Lift it up, fear not. Say to the cities of Judah, Behold your God. Behold, the Lord God shall come with strength, and his arm shall rule. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work is before him. He shall feed his flock like a shepherd. He shall gather together the lambs with his arm, and shall take them up in his bosom, and he himself shall carry them that are with young. Who hath measured the waters in the hollow of his hand, and weighed the heavens with his palm? Who hath poised with 3 fingers the bulk of the earth, and weighed the mountains in scales, and the hills in a balance? Who hath forwarded the Spirit of the Lord, or who hath been his counselor, and hath taught him? With whom hath he consulted, and who hath instructed him, and taught him the path of justice, and taught him knowledge, and showed him the way of understanding? Behold, the Gentiles are as a drop of a bucket, and are counted as the smallest grain of a balance. Behold, the islands are as a little dust. And Libanus shall not be enough to burn, nor the beasts thereof sufficient for a burnt offering. All nations are before him as if they had no being at all, and are counted to him as nothing and vanity. To whom then have you likened God? Or what image will you make for him? Hath the workman cast a graven statue? Or hath the goldsmith formed it with gold, or the silversmith with plates of silver? He hath chosen strong wood, and that will not rot. The skilful workman seeketh how he may set up an idol that may not be moved. Do you not know? Hath it not been heard? Hath it not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understood the foundations of the earth? It is he that sitteth upon the globe of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as locusts. He that stretcheth out the heavens as nothing, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. He that bringeth the searchers of secrets to nothing, that hath made the judges of the earth as vanity. And surely their stock was neither planted, nor sown, nor rooted in the earth. Suddenly he hath blown upon them, and they are withered, and a whirlwind shall take them away as stubble. And to whom have ye likened me, or made me equal, saith the Holy One? Lift up your eyes on high, and see who hath created these things, who bringeth out their host by number, and calleth them all by their names. By the greatness of his might, and strength, and power, not one of them was missing. Why sayest thou, O Jacob, and speakest, O Israel, my way is hid from the Lord, and my judgment is passed over from my God? Knowest thou not, or hast thou not heard? The Lord is the everlasting God, who hath created the ends of the earth. He shall not faint nor labor, neither is there any searching out of his wisdom. It is he that giveth strength to the weary, and increaseth force and might to them that are not. Youths shall faint and labor, and young men shall fall by infirmity. But they that hope in the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall take wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41. Let the islands keep silence before me, and the nations take new strength. Let them come near, and then speak. Let us come near to judgment together. Who hath raised up the just one from the east, hath called him to follow him? He shall give the nations in his sight, and he shall rule over kings. He shall give them as the dust to his sword, as stubble driven by the wind to his bow. He shall pursue them, he shall pass in peace. No path shall appear after his feet. Who hath wrought and done these things, calling the generations from the beginning? I, the Lord, I am the first and the last. The islands saw it and feared. The ends of the earth were astonished. They drew near and came. Every one shall help his neighbor, and shall say to his brother, Be of good courage. The coppersmith, striking with the hammer, encouraged him that forged at that time, saying, It is ready for soldering, and he strengthened it with nails, that it should not be moved. But thou, Israel, art my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the seed of Abraham my friend, in whom I have taken thee from the ends of the earth, and from the remote parts thereof have called thee, and said to thee, Thou art my servant, I have chosen thee, and have not cast thee away. Fear not, for I am with thee. Turn not aside, for I am thy God. I have strengthened thee, and have helped thee, and the right hand of my just one hath upheld thee. Behold, all that fight against thee shall be confounded and ashamed. They shall be as nothing, and the men shall perish that strive against thee. Thou shalt seek them, and shalt not find the men that resist thee. They shall be as nothing, and as a thing consumed the men that war against thee. For I am the Lord thy God, who take thee by the hand, and say to thee, Fear not, I have helped thee. Fear not, thou worm of Jacob, you that are dead of Israel. I have helped thee, saith the Lord, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. I have made thee as a new thrashing wain, with teeth like a saw. Thou shalt thrash the mountains, and break them in pieces, and shalt make the hills as chaff. Thou shalt fan them, and the wind shall carry them away, and the whirlwind shall scatter them, and thou shalt rejoice in the Lord, in the Holy One of Israel thou shalt be joyful. The needy and the poor seek for waters, and there are none. Their tongue hath been dry with thirst. I, the Lord, will hear them. I, the God of Israel, will not forsake them. I will open rivers in the high hills, and fountains in the midst of the plains. I will turn the desert into pools of waters, and the impassable land into streams of waters. I will plant in the wilderness the cedar and the thorn and the myrtle and the olive tree. I will set in the desert the fir tree, the elm, and the box tree together, that they may see and know, and consider and understand together, that the hand of the Lord hath done this, and the Holy One of Israel hath created it. Bring your cause near, saith the Lord. Bring hither, if you have anything to allege, saith the King of Jacob. Let them come, and tell us all things that are to come. Tell us the former things, what they were, and we will set our heart upon them, and shall know the latter end of them, and tell us the things that are to come. Show the things that are to come hereafter, and we shall know that ye are gods. Do ye also good or evil, if you can, and let us speak and see together. Behold, you are of nothing, and your work of that which hath no being. He that hath chosen you is an abomination. I have raised up one from the north, and he shall come from the rising of the sun. He shall call upon my name, and he shall make princes to be as dirt, and as the potter treading clay? Who hath declared from the beginning that we may know, and from time of old that we may say, Thou art just? There is none that showeth, nor that foretelleth, nor that heareth your words. The first shall say to Sion, Behold, they are here, and to Jerusalem I will give an evangelist. And I saw, and there was no one even among them to consult, or who, when I asked, could answer a word. Behold, they are all in the wrong, and their works are vain, their idols are wind and vanity. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42. Behold my servant, I will uphold him. My elect, my soul delighteth in him. I have given my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not cry, nor have respect to person, neither shall his voice be heard abroad. The bruised reed he shall not break, and smoking flax he shall not quench. He shall bring forth judgment unto truth. He shall not be sad nor troublesome, till he set judgment in the earth, and the islands shall wait for his law. Thus saith the Lord God that created the heavens and stretched them out, that established the earth and the things that spring out of it, that giveth breath to the people upon it, and spirit to them that tread thereon. I, the Lord, have called thee in justice, and taken thee by the hand, and preserved thee, and I have given thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles, that thou mightest open the eyes of the blind, and bring forth the prisoner out of prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. I, the Lord, this is my name. I will not give my glory to another, nor my praise to graven things. The things that were first, behold, they are come, and new things do I declare. Before they spring forth, I will make you hear them. Sing ye to the Lord a new song. His praise is from the ends of the earth. You that go down to the sea, and all that are therein, ye islands, and ye inhabitants of them. Let the desert and the cities thereof be exalted. Cedar shall dwell in houses. Ye inhabitants of Petra, give praise. They shall cry from the top of the mountains. They shall give glory to the Lord, and shall declare his praise in the islands. The Lord shall go forth as a mighty man. As a man of war shall he stir up zeal. He shall shout and cry. He shall prevail against his enemies. I have always held my peace. I have kept silence. I have been patient. I will speak now as a woman in labor. I will destroy and swallow up at once. I will lay waste the mountains and hills, and will make all their grass to wither, and I will turn rivers into islands, and will dry up the standing pools. And I will lead the blind into the way which they know not, and in the paths which they were ignorant of I will make them walk. I will make darkness light before them, and crooked things straight. These things have I done to them, and have not forsaken them. They are turned back. Let them be greatly confounded that trust in a graven thing, that say to a molten thing, You are our God. Hear, ye deaf, and ye blind, behold, that you may see. Who is blind but my servant, or deaf but he to whom I have sent my messengers? Who is blind but he that is sold, or who is blind but the servant of the Lord? Thou that seest many things, wilt thou not observe them? Thou that hast ears open, wilt thou not hear? And the Lord was willing to sanctify him, and to magnify the law, and exalt it. But this is a people that is robbed and wasted. They are all the snare of young men, and they are hid in the houses of prisons. They are made a prey, and there is none to deliver them. A spoil, and there is none that saith, Restore. Who is there among you that will give ear to this, that will attend and hearken for times to come? Who hath given Jacob for a spoil, and Israel to robbers? Hath not the Lord himself, against whom we have sinned? And they would not walk in his ways, and they have not hearkened to his law. And he hath poured out upon him the indignation of his fury, and a strong battle, and hath burnt him round about, and he knew not, and set him on fire, and he understood not. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43. And now thus saith the Lord that created thee, O Jacob, and formed thee, O Israel, Fear not, for I have redeemed thee, and called thee by thy name. Thou art mine. When thou shalt pass through the waters, I will be with thee, and the rivers shall not cover thee. When thou shalt walk in the fire, thou shalt not be burnt, and the flames shall not burn in thee. For I am the Lord thy God, the Holy One of Israel, thy Saviour. I have given Egypt for thy atonement, Ethiopia and Seba for thee. Since thou becamest honorable in my eyes, thou art glorious. I have loved thee, and I will give men for thee, and people for thy life. Fear not, for I am with thee. I will bring thy seed from the east, and gather thee from the west. I will say to the north, Give up, and to the south, Keep not back. Bring my sons from afar, and my daughters from the ends of the earth. And every one that calleth upon my name, I have created him for my glory. I have formed him and made him. Bring forth the people that are blind and have eyes, that are deaf and have ears. All the nations are assembled together, and the tribes are gathered. Who among you can declare this, and shall make us hear the former things? Let them bring forth their witnesses. Let them be justified, and hear, and say, It is truth. You are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, that you may know and believe me, and understand that I myself am. Before me there was no God formed, and after me there shall be none. I am the Lord, and there is no Savior besides me. I have declared and have saved, I have made it heard, and there was no strange one among you. You are my witnesses, saith the Lord, and I am God. And from the beginning I am the same, and there is none that can deliver out of my hand. I will work, and who shall turn it away? Thus saith the Lord your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel, For your sake I sent to Babylon, and have brought down all their bars, and the Chaldeans glorying in their ships. I am the Lord your Holy One, the Creator of Israel, your King. Thus saith the Lord, who made a way in the sea, and a path in the mighty waters, who brought forth the chariot and the horse, the army and the strong. They lay down to sleep together, and they shall not rise again. They are broken as flax, and are extinct. Remember not former things, and look not on things of old. Behold, I do new things, and now they shall spring forth. Verily you shall know them. I will make a way in the wilderness, and rivers in the desert. The beast of the field shall glorify me, the dragons and the ostriches, because I have given waters in the wilderness, rivers in the desert, to give drink to my people, to my chosen. This people have I formed for myself, they shall show forth my praise. But thou hast not called upon me, O Jacob, neither hast thou labored about me, O Israel. Thou hast not offered me the ram of thy holocaust, nor hast thou glorified me with thy victims. I have not caused thee to serve with oblations, nor wearied thee with incense. Thou hast bought me no sweet cane with money, neither hast thou filled me with the fat of thy victims. But thou hast made me to serve with thy sins. Thou hast wearied me with thy iniquities. I am he that blot out thy iniquities for my own sake, and I will not remember thy sins. Put me in remembrance, and let us plead together. Tell if thou hast anything to justify thyself. Thy first father sinned, and thy teachers have transgressed against me, and I have profaned the holy princes. I have given Jacob to slaughter, and Israel to reproach. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44. And now hear, O Jacob my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen. Thus saith the Lord that made and formed thee, thy helper from the womb. Fear not, O my servant Jacob, and thou most righteous, whom I have chosen. For I will pour out waters upon the thirsty ground, and streams upon the dry land. I will pour out my spirit upon thy seed, and my blessing upon thy stock. And they shall spring up among the herbs, as willows beside the running waters. One shall say, I am the Lord's, and another shall call himself by the name of Jacob, and another shall subscribe with his hand to the Lord, and surname himself by the name of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts, I am the first, and I am the last, and besides me there is no God. Who is like to me? Let him call and declare, and let him set before me the order, since I appointed the ancient people. And the things to come, and that shall be hereafter, let them show unto them. Fear ye not, neither be ye troubled. From that time I have made thee to hear, and have declared, you are my witnesses. Is there a God besides me, a maker whom I have not known? The makers of idols are all of them nothing, and their best beloved things shall not profit them. They are their witnesses, that they do not see, nor understand, that they may be ashamed. Who hath formed a god, and made a graven thing that is profitable for nothing? Behold, all the partakers thereof shall be confounded, for the makers are men. They shall all assemble together, they shall stand and fear, and shall be confounded together. The smith hath wrought with his file, with coals and with hammers he hath formed it, and hath wrought with the strength of his arm. He shall hunger and faint, he shall drink no water, and shall be weary. The carpenter hath stretched out his rule, he hath formed it with a plane, he hath made it with corners, and hath fashioned it round with the compass. And he hath made the image of a man, as it were a beautiful man dwelling in a house. He hath cut down cedars, taken the holm and the oak that stood among the trees of the forest. He hath planted the pine tree, which the rain hath nourished. And it hath served men for fuel. He took thereof and warmed himself, and he kindled it and baked bread. But of the rest he made a god, and adored it. He made a graven thing, and bowed down before it. Part of it he burnt with fire, and with part of it he dressed his meat. He boiled pottage, and was filled, and was warmed, and said, Aha, I am warm, I have seen the fire. But the residue thereof he made a god, and a graven thing for himself. He boweth down before it, and adoreth it, and prayeth unto it, saying, Deliver me, for thou art my God. They have not known nor understood, for their eyes are covered, that they may not see, and that they may not understand with their heart. They do not consider in their mind, nor know, nor have the thought to say, I have burnt part of it in the fire, and I have baked bread upon the coals thereof. I have broiled flesh, and have eaten, and of the residue thereof shall I make an idol? Shall I fall down before the stock of a tree? Part thereof is ashes. His foolish heart adoreth it, and he will not save his soul, nor say, Perhaps there is a lie in my right hand. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for thou art my servant. I have formed thee, thou art my servant, O Israel, forget me not. I have blotted out thy iniquities as a cloud, and thy sins as a mist. Return to me, for I have redeemed thee. Give praise, O ye heavens, for the Lord hath shown mercy. Shout with joy, ye ends of the earth. Ye mountains, resound with praise, thou, O forest, and every tree therein, for the Lord hath redeemed Jacob, and Israel shall be glorified. Thus saith the Lord thy Redeemer and thy Maker from the womb, I am the Lord that make all things, that alone stretch out the heavens, that establish the earth, and there is none with me, that make void the tokens of diviners, and make the soothsayers mad, that turn the wise backward, and that make their knowledge foolish, that raise up the word of my servant, and perform the counsel of my messengers, who say to Jerusalem, Thou shalt be inhabited, and to the cities of Judah, You shall be built, and I will raise up the wastes thereof. Who say to the deep, Be thou desolate, and I will dry up thy rivers. Who say to Cyrus, Thou art my shepherd, and thou shalt perform all my pleasure. Who say to Jerusalem, Thou shalt be built, and to the temple, Thy foundations shall be laid. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45. Thus saith the Lord to my anointed Cyrus, whose right hand I have taken hold of, to subdue nations before his face, and to turn the backs of kings, and to open the doors before him, and the gates shall not be shut. I will go before thee, and will humble the great ones of the earth. I will break in pieces the gates of brass, and will burst the bars of iron. And I will give thee hidden treasures, and the concealed riches of secret places. that thou mayest know that I am the Lord who call thee by thy name, the God of Israel. For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my elect, I have even called thee by thy name. I have made a likeness of thee, and thou hast not known me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. There is no God besides me. I girded thee, and thou hast not known me. That they may know who are from the rising of the sun, and they who are from the west, that there is none besides me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, that do all these things. Drop down dew, ye heavens, from above, and let the clouds rain the just. Let the earth be opened and bud forth a Saviour, and let justice spring up together. I, the Lord, have created him. Woe to him that gainsayeth his Maker, assured of the earthen pots. Shall the clay say to him that fashioneth it, What art thou making? And thy work is without hands? Woe to him that saith to his father, Why begettest thou? And to the woman, Why dost thou bring forth? Thus saith the Lord, the Holy One of Israel, his Maker, Ask me of things to come, concerning my children, and concerning the work of my hands, give ye charge to me. I made the earth, and I created man upon it. My hand stretched forth the heavens, and I have commanded all their host. I have raised him up to justice, and I will direct all his ways. He shall build my city, and let go my captives, not for ransom, nor for presents, saith the Lord, the God of hosts. Thus saith the Lord, the labor of Egypt, and the merchandise of Ethiopia, and of Sabaeum, men of stature shall come over to thee, and shall be thine. They shall walk after thee, they shall go bound with manacles, and they shall worship thee, and shall make supplication to thee. Only in thee is God, and there is no God besides thee. Verily, thou art a hidden God, the God of Israel, the Saviour. They are all confounded and ashamed. The forgers of errors are gone together into confusion. Israel is saved in the Lord with an eternal salvation. You shall not be confounded, and you shall not be ashamed, for ever and ever. For thus saith the Lord that created the heavens, God himself that formed the earth and made it, the very maker thereof. He did not create it in vain, he formed it to be inhabited. I am the Lord, and there is no other. I have not spoken in secret in a dark place of the earth. I have not said to the seed of Jacob, Seek me in vain. I am the Lord that speak justice, that declare right things. Assemble yourselves and come, and draw near together, ye that are saved of the Gentiles. They have no knowledge that set up the wood of their graven work, and pray to a God that cannot save. Tell ye, and come, and consult together, who hath declared this from the beginning, who hath foretold this from that time. Have not I the Lord, and there is no God else besides me? A just God and a Saviour, there is none besides me. Be converted to me, and you shall be saved, all ye ends of the earth. For I am God, and there is no other. I have sworn by myself, the word of justice shall go out of my mouth, and shall not return. For every knee shall be bowed to me, and every tongue shall swear. Therefore shall he say, In the Lord are my justices and empire. They shall come to him, and all that resist him shall be confounded. In the Lord shall all the seed of Israel be justified and praised. End of chapter 45.